At the Eastern Alliance's Ngip on the northern border, heroes who fell on the front lines are being honored. Tranquik Hai, 22 years old, a user of level 2 lightning abilities. He sacrificed himself in a bloody battle on the first line of defense of the myriad races battlefield. Facing a rotting giant, all that was left of him was half a hand after the battle between life and death. Tuliet also, 22, a wielder of level 3 fire abilities, used his own power to detonate a massive amount of explosives, destroying the myriad races bridge. His body was never found. Before a crowd of thousands, a somber voice rang out. "Behind me is the list of the fallen sent back from the front lines last month." The speaker, the former mayor of Ngip, couldn't hold back his emotion. "They were our friends, our family, our brothers and sisters." He choked out tears falling for the heroic sacrifice of the sons and daughters of Ngip, the heroes of China. Hearing these words, the families of the martyrs also broke down, crying in anguish. A few months ago, the 9th line of defense fell. Even warriors who had never seen battle couldn't hold back their tears, mourning their comrades. The former mayor warned if the myriad races continue their assault, Ngip will be the first to bear the brunt. We have no path of retreat. The Eastern Alliance is gathering millions of ability users to confront the myriad races. He looked at the crowd and asked, "We, the children of Ngip, what must we do?" The crowd roared in unison, "Protect our country, defend our homeland." Enlist it started with a few, then a sea of people all determined to enlist. Enlist young men, barely 20, unafraid of sacrifice. They formed long lines to go to the front. "I want to enlist in the army. I want to go to the front lines and annihilate the enemy," they shouted, moving those around them to tears. But amidst the fervent crowd, one young man thought differently. "Kill every last one of the outsiders. Tear them to shreds. Butcher them all." Din, he roared, his hand tightly clutching the enlistment form. The cheering was relentless. The stamp fell again and again as the names of the soldiers were called out one by one. "I want to go to the front." Xuan Vu enlisted. Next, Thak Q enlisted. The registrar shouted, "Next, Nam Tu enlisted." Nam Tu Thang, 20 years old, from Ngip, currently studying in the architecture department at Ngip University of Technology. Innate talent unawakened. As he stepped forward, the registrar asked, "Do you choose to join the army and go to the front lines?" Another question rang out from the crowd. "Hey, classmate, are you going to the front to kill the enemy or not?" Unlike everyone else, Nam Tu Thang answered immediately, "No, no." The answer stunned the registrar. What? Nam Tu Thang repeated, "I choose to stay behind and become a logistics soldier." The crowd erupted in murmurs and criticism. No way. Did he just refuse to go to the front lines? But logistics is for women, children, and the elderly. Isn't he just clinging to life and afraid of death? Damn it. I think he's a student from our school. What a disgrace. The registrar tried to persuade Nam Tu Thang. "You're strong. Your record is outstanding. The front lines need people like you. How can you back down when the country is facing a life or death crisis? Have you forgotten the humiliation of our people being slaughtered by the myriad races?" Nam Tu Thang replied firmly, "I have never forgotten, but this is my choice." The crowd grew even more furious, shouting insults. "Are you still the same Nam Tu Thang, who once single-handedly saved his classmates from a pack of mutated beasts? Don't tell me you're scared now." A voice cut through the argument. "Silence." The former mayor walked over, took Nam Tu Thang's form, and approved his decision, though he couldn't hide his regret. "You choose to stay in the rear. It's a real pity for a talent like you." He accepted the form and walked away. The crowd didn't stop their criticism. "How could Ngip have someone like you get lost? It's because of cowards like you that humanity is in this mess." Even as Nam Tu Thang walked away, someone was still pointing and yelling, "You spineless coward! You just want to live a little longer, don't you?" The next day, military helicopters thundered across the sky. Soldiers and equipment moved in a long column towards the front lines, shouting the old verse, "When we raise our spears, we wear the same clothes. We are brothers in arms." The young warriors, and their hearts filled with passion, chanted relentlessly, "Victory, victory." Those in the rear also chanted in unison, "Protecting the nation is the highest calling," while everyone gathered. A lone figure stood silently watching from a distance. He opened his phone, his breath fogging in the cold air. The latest news feed appeared. Event 1, Myriad Races Battlefield, the Eastern Alliance's largest ever assault. Event 2, Ngiptine Freshman refuses to enlist. Event 3, America's M defense line collapses for the second time. Guangzhou faces renewed fighting with heavy casualties. The most prominent was the second news item. Many comments criticized Nam Tu Thang, but he just read them silently, his face expressionless. I really don't get why that guy from Ngip Thun chose to stay behind. A terrible choice. If the defense line breaks, Ngip Thun will bear all the consequences. No one will be able to escape. Another comment. The logistics department is running just fine. But Nam Tu Thang stood silently, his gaze sharp and cold, as if seeing through to the past. Yes, they are all heroes, he mused. But this war, it's like a moth flying into a flame. Memories flooded back of a time when humanity desperately fought the myriad races. Even with millions of soldiers gathered, humanity still underestimated the enemy. He remembered his past life when he too had enlisted early, charging onto the front lines. He became a commander with considerable achievements. Eventually, I joined the combat command team. Nam Tu Thang's inner monologue continued. He had become a strategic commander, spending his life researching the 5 great talents. He had planted the 5 talent seeds into his own body, believing that if they were upgraded to their maximum level, they could turn the tide of the war. But humanity collapsed before he could finish. I won't accept this. In his memory, Nam Tu Thang coughed up blood and collapsed. If only I could have upgraded the talent sooner. He sat there quietly whispering, perhaps because of that obsession, or perhaps by fate, I was reborn. Before him was the talent tree, its 5 brilliant branches containing the abilities he had once sown. He explained, the beast god tree enhances beastly bloodlines, increasing power. The element tree condenses water, fire, wind, and lightning. The more elements consumed, the stronger the forbidden spell. The Assura tree. The more you kill, the more your body is frenzied by killing intent, reaching its limit upon transformation into an Assura that can annihilate myriad enemies. The formation tree creates layered formations of unparalleled might. The necromancy tree awakens the souls of the dead. The more consumed, the stronger the summon. Nam Tu Thang was lost in thought. Upgrading this talent will take countless spirit stones and so much time. But if I can just max it out, I'll be able to stand against the myriad races alone and protect all of humanity. Looking at his talent tree, he thought to himself, if I go to the battlefield now, I won't be able to kill many of the aberrant races, let alone gather enough spirit stones to level up. A determined glint appeared in his eyes. The only way is to go to the training grounds, a place teeming with mutated beasts. If I can overcome the trials there, I'll get the spirit stones to upgrade my talent. With burning determination, he headed towards the training arena in the rear. He declared to himself, right now I have to get spirit stones quickly at the training grounds. At the grounds, only the elderly and women were left working, chatting as they went about their tasks. Who would have thought these training grounds, prepared since the early years of the war against the myriad races, would end up being useful like this? One of them sighed. All the young ones have gone to the front lines. No one comes here to train anymore. They continued, if we can eliminate all the mutated beasts here and use them as food for the front lines, we'd also be doing our part for the country. A girl named Tiu Lu put her hands on her hips, worrying, if only I could help more. It's all right. An older woman comforted her. This little cut is nothing. What I'm worried about is the food shortage on the front lines. Another lamented. We're just too old. We can barely even lift an alloy blade. These mutated beasts are so ferocious, all we can do is take them down one by one slowly. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hello, I'm here to use the training grounds. Nam Tu Thang rubbed the back of his neck, a bit embarrassed. It looks like you all are short-handed, right? I can help deal with the mutated beasts. Tulu's face lit up. Oh, that would be wonderful. We were getting really worried. She hurried off, saying, let me get a uniform for you. As Auntie Wang watched him go, she suddenly realized something and muttered, wait a minute. Isn't he... She pulled out her phone to check the news. That freshman from Ngip Than who refused to enlist. Turning to the woman beside her, she said, it really is him. He refused to go to the front lines. So what in the world is he doing here? Auntie Wang grumbled. Who knows? Maybe he's trying to make up for being a coward and hiding out here in the rear. The other woman agreed. Whatever. We need the help. Let him handle the mutated beasts. We'll see how long this little coward lasts. Just then, Tulu came back with an alloy blade and warned him, this is a specialized blade for handling the beasts. They're extremely ferocious, so you have to be careful. Namtutang, now wearing armor and holding the blade, nodded. Understood. Thank you. He calmly stepped into the training room. Tulu watched him thinking, this is great. With his help, we'll get through this much faster. She blushed. He doesn't say much, but he's actually really charming. Auntie Wong cut her off. Tulu, don't be a fool. That's Nam Tu Thang, the one who refused to go to the front lines. Tulu gasped. What, he's Nam Tu Thang? Auntie Wong scoffed. A coward like him. Where would he possibly get the courage to handle mutated beasts? The door to the training room slid shut. A system voice announced, you have selected the A-rank trial. No previous trial records found. Confirm to begin trial. Nam Tu Thang replied instantly. Confirm. The system continued, A-rank trial initiated. Please prepare. As a gate opened, a swarm of mutated beasts resembling avian skeletons rushed out. A voice echoed, the long night approaches, and humanity has no way out. For the future of our species, are you willing to embrace the darkness and become a shadow? Nam Tu Thang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then, without a moment's hesitation, I am. His eyes snapped open, a killer intent flaring around him as he charged the horde of beasts. Let's start with the Beast Tamare talent. The ferocious creatures lunged. After the battle, Nam Tu Thang was covered in wounds. He realized that these mutated beasts were created when the spiritual energy of the myriad races invaded this world, causing normal animals to level up. He remembered his past life where he had fought both the myriad races and mutated beasts just like these. Tan Diao. Aiming for their weak point, he dispatched them in a single sweeping slash. A glittering spirit stone fell to the ground. The talent upgrade mechanic is the same as in my past life, he murmured. Kill one Tan Diao. Get one spirit stone and it increases my beast taming ability by 4. System update. Talent tree. Number of tameable beasts 1, beast level 0. Level. Beast tamer level 01 of 800. Checking his wounds, Nam Tu Thang concluded, I can still handle this. The horde of mutated beasts kept attacking, but he remained calm, dodging their lethal strikes. Finishing them off quickly won't be a problem. A beast roared as he lopped its head off, only for another to immediately take its place. Planting a hand on the ground for leverage, he kicked the head clean off another beast. Blade in hand, he declared, time to deal with these pests. He surged forward, cutting down beast after beast. System update. Talent tree. Number of tameable beasts 5. Beast level 0. Beast tamer level 05 of 800. Nam Tu Thang sighed in relief. Just as I predicted, my efficiency is picking up. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared the Tan Diao King. Blocking its attack, he quickly assessed. With my current abilities, this is going to be tough. The chieftain slammed into the wall, shattering it. He dodged just in time, realizing he couldn't fight it head-on. In the chaos, he aimed for its weak point with his blade. Its hide is even tougher than I remember from my past life, he thought grimly. But I still have a plan. He leaped into the air and rushed forward, blade at the ready. Outside the arena, the bell for break time rang out, but Auntie Wong and Sister Lee didn't leave. Tulu asked, Auntie Wong, Sister Lee, aren't you going to get lunch? Never you mind, Auntie Wong snapped. I want to see how long this kid can keep up his act. Sister Lee added, he'll probably just sneak out in a minute anyway. The fighting has already reached the 8th defensive line. Geep Than is the 5th line, so we're basically on the front lines now. Auntie Wang crossed her arms. Let's see how that coward plans on running from this. If he tries to run, we'll catch him, Auntie Wang declared. Tulu tried to reason with them. An A-rank trial isn't any easier than the front lines. Just then, the announcement came on again. Announcement for trial participant Nam Tu Thang. A rank trial first floor concluded. Auntie Wong cheered as if she'd won the lottery. See, he gave up already. Did you ever see anyone finish a trial that quickly? That coward definitely couldn't handle it. Sister Lee stammered, let's go check. Not paying attention, Auntie Wong accidentally bumped into someone. When she looked up, both of them froze in shock. It was Nam Tu Thang, walking out with his clothes torn to shreds and his body covered in wounds as the announcement continued. Trial participant Nam Tu Thang has eliminated 2,000 mutated beasts, shattering the record for the first floor of the trial tower. Auntie Wang stared at him shocked. What on earth happened to you? You actually passed the A-rank trial, Nam Tu Thang replied calmly. I didn't just pass it, I cleared it. He started to walk past them, then glanced back. You can go ahead and process the corpses of those demonic beasts now. Tulu quickly replied, Right, I'll get it organized immediately. But she froze when she saw the massive pile of beast corpses. Auntie Wang muttered, There are so many. How can we possibly process all of them? Back in his room, Nam Tu Thang showered and thought. That pace was good enough. My leveling experience has doubled. Ability system update. Talent tree. Number of tameable beasts, 2,000. Beast level 1. Beast tamer level 2, 2,000 of 2,000. Standing under the shower, he calculated that to reach Beast Tamer level 3 floor 1 wasn't going to be enough. A speaker on the ceiling broadcast a battle report. A new wave of attacks was about to begin. Nam Tu Thang listened intently. 3 news reports announced that a level 7 Lightning Punisher and a level 6 Flame Giant had just arrived at the front line. He remembered from his past life that both were quickly defeated, making the situation at the front even more dire. The 8th defensive line had nearly collapsed. Turning off the water, he muttered, I'm in a race against time. I can't rest. I have to go to the 2nd floor of the trial tower now. Outside, people were whispering about Nam Tu Thang. A kind-hearted older woman said, I can't believe he passed the trial, but with injuries like that, he'll surely need a long rest. Someone else agreed. It's rare for anyone to pass a Class A trial. It's incredible. But Auntie Wang just pursed her lips. What's the point of doing all that if you get so badly hurt? He'll probably just report his injury and then bail. Just then, someone pushing a cart passed by, coughing, Hem ahem. Keep it down. Look, he's coming back. Auntie Wang's expression hardened. So, what if he is? Auntie Lian asked as Nam Tu Thang walked by. Are you finished with the work on the 1st floor? What more could you want? He replied, I want to go to the 2nd floor and continue the trial. Auntie Wang was shocked. The 2nd floor? Your injuries are that severe and you're still going to the 2nd floor. What are you pretending for? Xiao Liu was also worried. Mr. Nam, the 2nd floor is full of large mutated beasts. Wait for your wounds to heal and we'll find people to support you. The others agreed. Yeah, that's right. Those ox tigers are like tanks. They're not easy to deal with. But Nam Tu Thang was unshaken and continued walking. Thank you, but I'm used to working alone. Auntie Wang shouted, If you're so tough, why don't you go to the front line? What are you putting on an act for here? Xiao Liu thought to himself, That's strange. Mr. Nam doesn't seem like someone who's afraid to die. He stepped into the trial room. Nam Tu Thang took a deep, calming breath. The system announced, You have initiated the Class A Trial Floor 2. The doors shut and a pack of giant, mutated beasts appeared. He gripped his sword and muttered, Floor 2 is definitely different from Floor 1. The pressure is much stronger. Aiming at the pack of beasts, he swung his sword, leaving a long red gash. Suddenly, 3 eyes flashed in the smoke, and a mutated beast slammed into his back. Nam Tu Thang used the momentum to flip over, but was still knocked down. He quickly analyzed. My physique gives me no advantage. I can't fight them head on. The pack of beasts brimming with aggression taunted him. He was annoyed. Mere beasts dare to provoke me. He focused, and a red light surrounded him. Before the next wave of attacks, he calmly stated, I never act without a plan. A mutated beast charged forward. He leaped up to dodge it, swinging his sword in a single slash that pierced through the creature's head, leaving a long gash. Blood splattered everywhere. The others recoiled in fear. Nam Tu Thang focused his ability into his hands. A red light emanated from him. Level 2 mutated beasts are within my taming range. In that case, I'll tame them first, then deal with them. A red ring of light enveloped the pack. They roared, but under his power, they collapsed, one after another. Not dead, but subjugated, he approached them, his face cold and sharp. Next, behave now. Raising his sword, he declared, time to keep leveling up, straight to level 3. 3 days later, at the Yiking branch of the rear training ground, workers were toiling relentlessly. As they worked, they called to each other, hurry up and lend a hand over here. Nam Tu Thang sat resting after the battle, while the others busily moved the mutated beast meat. One person sighed in relief. Phew, let's call it a day. Number 4. Get this meat moved now. We can't let it sit out for long. Ability system update. Talent tree. Number of tameable beasts 12,000. Beast level 6. Beast tamer class S12 out of 1,000. Sitting in deep thought, Nam Tu Thang mumbled to himself. In just 3 days, I've taken out over 10,000 mutated beasts. My efficiency is far greater than before. My beast taming talent has reached level 6. I can head out into the wilds tonight. Spreading out a map, he calculated. For a level 5 ability user like me, it's not easy to survive alone in the wilds, but with the threat of powerful espers and firearms. The beasts rarely attack the city on their own. He whispered, taming them is the key to my plan for dealing with the myriad races. An old man approached him, asking, Mr. Nam, will you be needing to work overtime today? To move more meat for the front lines. We're always ready. Nam Tu Thang stood up and replied, that won't be necessary. Hospital right away. Nam Tu Thang moved closer, observing the many casualties being brought back to Yacheng. Defensive line number 5. Looks like things are really tense at the front. Someone pointed to the sky and shouted, quick look, missiles! As missiles tore across the sky, the crowd erupted in cheers. We've got the upper hand now, but someone else argued that's not a sign of advantage. The fighting at the front is so desperate that the rear has to send emergency support. Nam Tu Thang looked up, thinking to himself, the defensive line won't hold for much longer. He put on a mask. His hand tightened on the sword at his back. Fully equipped, Nam Tu Thang stepped outside the city walls. He muttered, there's no more time to waste. In the vast snow-covered wasteland, a few military vehicles sat motionless. Someone inside one of them whined, why are we stopping at a time like this? It's too dangerous. Another person got out to check, cursing, damn it. The vehicle broke down at the worst possible time. Shounen poked his head out and suggested, how about we abandon the vehicle and come back for it tomorrow morning? There are mutated wolves around here. Safety first. The other person agreed. Fine. Let's grab our gear and hitch a ride back to the city with one of the other vehicles. Suddenly, a figure shot past as fast as the wind. Xiao Nam was stunned. Who the heck is that? It's already dark and they're still alone outside the city. Xiao Nam turned and shouted at Nan Zisheng, who was running ahead. The area ahead is full of dangerous mutated wolves, the dark-haired girl in the car said urgently. Sis, the director, has already called several times to rush us. But the number of wounded in the city is increasing, and the situation on the front lines is even worse. The hospital in Yi City is waiting for our medicine. But Xiao Nam was still worried. It's hard to see the road ahead, even with the car. If we just leave that person, he'll be in danger. The dark-haired girl sighed. This is the den of the giant mutated wolves. If they attack this medical team with all these herbs and equipment, won't be able to fight off the horde. We've met a lot of reckless fools this year. You can't worry about him, sis. Xiao Nam saw her point and got back to her task. Let's keep going. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Xiao Nam turned to see a soldier fall to the ground. Help! Help me! Looking in the rearview mirror, she clearly saw a mutated wolf attacking. The dark-haired girl immediately grabbed her weapon and shouted, get in the car and drive. There's a giant steel wolf behind us. But just as they were about to drive off, the wolf lunged, shattering the car window. The dark-haired girl pointed her gun at it and yelled, Xiao Nam, drive. A voice echoed gunshots. Far away, Nan Zisheng heard the noise and muttered gunshots from the herbal medicine team. But he couldn't go to their rescue because he was surrounded by a pack of mutated wolves. He whispered, it's not just over there. There's a pack of wolves stalking us over here too. But that's fine. It saves me the effort. In a flash, Nan Zisheng stood calmly in the middle of the wolf pack. The concentration of spirit energy is increasing. These beasts are getting smarter. On the medical team's side, the car windows were riddled with holes from the grenade explosions. The dark-haired girl shouted as she reloaded Xiao Nam. Be careful. Xiao Nam gripped the steering wheel. I'm fine. The dark-haired girl was ready to fight. In a moment, no matter how many mutated wolves are killed or retreat, you have to take the chance to drive. Xiao Nam replied, leave it to me. On Nan Zisheng's side, the situation was just as tense. A giant wolf stood behind the pack, commanding them. He glanced over and recognized it immediately. The Wolf King is here. He made an instant decision. I just need to take down this pack. The medical team will be safe. The Wolf King slowly advanced. As it lunged, Nan Zisheng gripped his sword and countered. The boss has shown himself. The fight begins. A bright light flared up around him, kicking up dust and sand everywhere. A system notification announced Beast Taming Talent activated. An ability tree sprouted and giant roots burst from the ground, attacking the wolf pack. The panicked wolves were knocked down by the lashing roots. The Wolf King let out a loud roar, ordering the pack to regroup. They dodged the roots and closed in on Nan Zisheng like a monster. Nan Zisheng stood on a giant root and declared, "To crush the bandits, you must first take down their king." The terrified wolf pack was thrashed and scattered by the powerful roots. He leaped high into the air, landing on the Wolf King's head. Focusing his ability into his hand, he thought priority is to tame the leader. He placed his hand on its shaggy fur tame. A red light enveloped the Wolf King. It staggered its face, looking dazed as it bowed its head to him. The rest of the wolf pack submitted as well. From a distance, the talent tree now looked like a 1,000-year-old ancient tree. With the medical team, the dark-haired girl was firing non-stop. Sis Drive, Quick Xiaonam, floored the gas pedal. "Let's go." But the car wouldn't start. Both of them were stunned. Xiaonam panicked. The car won't start. The dark-haired girl cursed. "We're screwed." The steel wolf rammed the car with its body shattering the glass. It stuck its head in and roared. But suddenly, the dark-haired girl was stunned. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Why are these mutated wolves so cute? The wolf looked like a goofy house dog. It let go of the car. The 5 wolves left and returned to their territory. Xiaonam stood on the roof of the car and exclaimed, "The giant mutated wolves have been tamed." The dark-haired girl was in shock. One person tamed thousands of wolves. What rank of beast tamer is that system? Nan Zisheng checked the update. Number of tamed beasts, armored steel giant wolf, 1,000. Daily taming quota, 1,000 out of 1,000. Beast level 7. Beast tamer rank, AB, 27 out of 27. Limit exceeded. Consuming origin stones is required. Select yes/no. He scrolled through the system pleased. I didn't expect to tame them so quickly. Armored steel giant wolf. He patted the Wolf King's head and instructed, "You all be good now. Disperse and wait for my call." The Wolf King nodded in obedience. He continued, "Near Yi City, you are not to attack humans, but the 3 farther regions are full of mutated beasts. They must all be tamed." Watching the sunrise, he whispered, "For the greater good, I must assemble an army of millions of mutated beasts. The medical team's route must also be protected." Nan Zisheng checked a message on his phone. A message from the center. The message read, "Mr. Nan, the training ground has called an urgent meeting. You must come immediately." At the Yi City branch training ground, a group of workers were being scolded by a superior. The Yi City branch is a real disappointment. They just bowed their heads. Lin Yu roared, "We must increase the pace to relieve the pressure on the front lines. The former mayor tried to defend them, sir. This is our first time dealing with level 4 mutated beasts and above. The rear guard is full of elderly people. They need time to get used to it." Lin Yu pointed a finger at the former mayor and yelled, "Look at the current situation. The front line is about to run out of food. Second, my father died just last month, exhausted from working overtime. He was half dead. What more do you officials want?" Lin Yu was cornered, thinking to himself, "I thought they were old and weak. I never expected them to be this formidable." Suddenly, he had a realization. "That's right. You're that deserter. Nan Zisheng hiding here, refusing to enlist. You even dared to attack my soldiers. I could shoot you right now," Nan Zisheng replied. "I don't care, but I've already dealt with tens of thousands of mutated beasts. At the training grounds, if I die, the supply progress will be even slower." The former mayor was stunned. So he's the one they call the Butcher. Nan Zisheng continued, "The mutated beasts. This level can mentally interfere with humans. No one in the other regions could handle them. So you all came to Yi City to try your luck. Right. I want to accept this mission. But since the commander wants to get to know me, there's nothing I can do." Lin Yu hesitated, silently assessing him. He doesn't seem to be lying. "Fine, I'll use him." He smirked sinisterly. "All right. If you're telling the truth, I'll give you the mission. Tomorrow, 5,000 level 4 mutated beasts will arrive at the grounds. Deal with them within a week at the Yi City training grounds, and I'll let it slide. If not, I'll settle all debts, old and new. The former mayor was worried. Nan Zisheng, that's a military pledge. Are you serious? If you fail... Zhao Liu is also worried. Mr. Nan, can you really do this alone? We can help. Don't worry, I will finish the job. I'll just need a little bit of support from everyone. He thought to himself, these upcoming level 4 beasts. They're not just materials, they're valuable. And a scumbag like Lin Yutai will do anything to profit from them. But thanks to him, these beasts are the perfect materials for upgrading my Assura talent. He was determined. First, I'll wipe out all the beasts in his possession, level up my talent, and then I'll uproot him and the rest of that trash. The next day, at the transport point, a delivery man announced, "Your 5,000 level 4 mutated beasts have arrived in Yi City. Please sign for them." As workers quickly took inventory, a chubby man holding a ledger read the military order aloud. Logistics soldier of the Yi City branch, Nan Zisheng, is tasked with processing 5,000 level 4 mutated beasts within 1 week. 6, according to wartime regulations, head of quartermaster Lin Yutai has the authority to dispose of him. If he fails, the chubby man threatened, "You are suspected of disobeying orders, inciting workers to riot, and assaulting a superior officer. If you drag your feet, you will be charged with multiple offenses, no report needed. You'll be dealt with immediately." He made a gun gesture with his hand and smirked sinisterly. Hearing this, Xiao Liu jumped. "What since when?" The chubby guy replied, "Since yesterday when the military order was written up. Weren't you the one who agreed to it so eagerly? What's wrong?" Scared now, he continued in a mocking tone, "When that time comes, my duty will be to personally dispose of Nan Zisheng." He handed the military order to Nan Zisheng with a sinister smile, adding, "And trust me, I'm going to enjoy it." Nan Zisheng took the order completely unfazed by the threat. He replied with contempt, "You're just the messenger. Why waste so much energy talking?" Standing behind them, Fang Meng saw this and cursed under his breath, "Son of a bitch." But the chubby man just waved a dismissive hand and sneered, "It's all right. We should be merciful to a dying man." He turned to Nan Zisheng, his voice dripping with challenge. "Go on, start your little show. We're waiting." But elsewhere, the former mayor and Xiao Liu, decked out in full armor, stood ready to support Nan Zisheng. Xiao Liu remarked, "Mr. Nan, these aren't like the low-level prey we're used to. To deal with these high-level mutated monsters, Mausi, we'll need to use heavy-duty anesthetic smoke bombs." The former mayor looked worried. "The main ingredient for the smoke bombs is an anesthetic, but most of our supply has been sent to the field hospitals. At the front lines, our reserves here in the rear are low. Will we have enough?" "It's hard to say. Comrade Xiaonan, please be extremely careful." Nan Zisheng just grunted in response, but Fang Meng looked on and commented, "These mutated beasts can use psychic attacks. Even the simulation arena can't stop them." He added confidently, "Unless that guy has psychic abilities himself." But the chubby man immediately refuted it. "Impossible. I already probed that kid with my psychic powers. He had no reaction whatsoever. The psychic force of a level 4 beast is extremely powerful. Even I can't be around them for too long. We just have to wait for Nan Zisheng to be executed and we're done." A perverted look crossed his face. I can just imagine Nan Zisheng going mad. But by the time he gets out, he'll probably already be insane. He won't even be lucid enough to feel the fear as death approaches. Such a shame. The chubby guy continued sounding annoyed. Then again, the boss really is a cheapskate. Just because he whined that I was taking too large a share, he went and wasted time trusting some level 5 grunt. He turned to the soldier following him. "After I dispose of that brat, everything still belongs to me. The boss sent you to keep an eye on things so you know how the report should look, don't you?" The soldier nodded. "Don't you worry, sir. I'll report everything that happens here. Faithfully." Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng, confronting the horde of mutated beasts, couldn't help but remark, "So, these are level 4 mutated beasts, even with their bodies paralyzed. Their psychic force is still incredibly powerful." Their glowing red eyes were locked onto him. "Not bad," Nan Zisheng assessed. Just then, a giant rabbit skeleton appeared before his eyes. Nan Zisheng was stunned. "They can conjure an illusion this realistic." The skeleton roared and prepared to strike. But then, emerging from the red skeleton was a real colossal skeleton. Nan Zisheng was stunned as a giant hand grabbed him. In a flash, his sword flew from a distance, piercing through the beast's skull. Nan Zisheng leaped into the air. Placing his hand on the skeleton's head, he shouted, "Get lost!" "It's just an illusion." After eliminating one of the mutated beasts, he declared, "As long as your minds can't control me, you're all just stationary targets to me. I still need more killing intent to upgrade my Assura talent." He provoked them. "Come on, show me what you've really got." At that moment, Nan Zisheng spotted something by his feet. Shadows were grabbing hold of him. He smirked. "Now this is what I'm talking about." 3. As he fought the shadows, a voice echoed, "You're so very tired. Just let it all go. People deserve to live in peace." The hypnotic voice sent him back to his past. "Think of everything you've sacrificed. Think of all those who have died." The voice continued, "Was it all worth it? The 10,000 races are so powerful. How can you ever get your revenge? Haven't you already seen humanity's future?" But Nan Zisheng suddenly grabbed hold of the shadows and retorted, "Instead of trying to fight destiny, why don't you just shut up?" He then ripped the encroaching darkness out of his own mind. He used his ability to summon a tree, declaring, "I'll settle my score with the 10,000 races on my own. As for humanity's fate, we decide that for ourselves." The tree then wrapped around Nan Zisheng. It absorbed the surrounding killing intent. The shadows were shocked. "This killing intent, how can you withstand it?" He roared, "You want me to become a madman controlled by killing intent? Give up." A red glow once again enveloped him. Nan Zisheng pointed and proclaimed, "By unlocking my Assura talent, I can amplify my physical and mental power manifold. This killing intent is the perfect shortcut to level up my gift." As he opened his palm, a red light spread. Nam Tu Thang activated his Assura's gift and shouted, "Submit and become my power." The branch quickly absorbed the killing intent, turning his eyes black. He roared in pain. Meanwhile, far away in a luxurious house, two people were arguing. "The client keeps rushing the order. Where are we supposed to get that much stock now?" one of them snapped. "Give up. Don't be an idiot. Do you have any idea how much money this material is worth?" The other tried to calm him down. "Relax, I'll figure something out." A girl wearing bunny ears poured a drink for Lin Yukai and said, "It's the end of the world. Why are you still working so hard? Why don't you play with me for a little while instead?" Lin Yukai stared at his glass, deep in thought. The situation is getting more and more tense, not just in Hua country, but in other nations as well. I have to seize this opportunity to make more profit. Otherwise, the mutated beasts I worked so hard to prepare will be for nothing. Ugh. Thinking of his useless subordinates, he irritably downed his drink. He muttered, "Competent subordinates are as greedy as tigers tearing away at my profits. On top of that, I still have to be careful. Dealing with those secret investigators on the front lines is such a pain." He knocked back the rest of his drink. The girl with bunny ears put the bottle away while Lin Yukai sat there. Lost in his thoughts, his phone suddenly lit up. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, where am I supposed to find a stable place to deal with high-level mutated beasts?" He quickly answered the call. The person on the other end reported, "Sir, the mission at the Yecheng branch has been assigned under Military Order Number 2. Lin Yukai scowled, not expecting anything. "Those useless fools, just as I thought. What's the status of their leader, Nam Tu Thang?" Unexpectedly, the person on the other end replied, "No, sir, we just returned from another location to the Yecheng branch. They were only gone for 4 days, yet they've almost completed the mission." The person reported, "Sir, the rank of these mutated beasts was approaching level 4, which is far beyond our branch's ability to handle." Lin Yukai was stunned. "What did you say? It's completed?" Fang Meng stood before a pile of mutated beast corpses and confirmed, "That's right, sir. The mission to eliminate 5,000 level 4 mutated beasts has been completed. It was all done by that Nam Tu Thang guy." Hearing this, Lin Yukai excitedly grabbed the waist of the girl beside him and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! So what's the condition of that Nam kid? Is he still alive?" The voice on the other end replied, "He seems exhausted, but it's nothing serious. His mind is still sharp." Lin Yukai ordered through the phone, "Good, keep a close eye on that kid. Besides just killing mutated beasts, if he shows any strange behavior, well, you know what to do, right?" The man replied, "Yes, sir, understood." The chubby guy, though he disliked him, thought to himself as he watched everyone taking care of Nam Tu Thang. So this kid actually completed the mission. He grew suspicious. "Last time before I left, I checked him myself. He clearly didn't have any mental type special abilities. How on earth did he do it? System update. Talent tree rank A. Current 5 out of 500. Talent skill unlocked alloy / increases the weapons / attribute by 1 level. Ignores a certain amount of defense. Duration 5 seconds. Nam Tu Theng looked at the information panel and thought, my body and spirit have both improved immensely these past few days. Even though I haven't broken through to level 6, I've already grasped my first skill. He suddenly found himself lost in a dark space. I must have infiltrated his mental system. But why is it like this? I should be seeing his spiritual entity, so why is it so strangely dark? Suddenly, a scream rang out, accompanied by a mysterious red light. Before him was the giant face of Nam Tu Theng. In his spiritual form, he panicked. A spiritual entity condensed from killing intent. You have mental type abilities too. What level are you? I investigated you thoroughly. How did you do this in such a short time? The chubby guy became more and more frantic. Who in the world are you? The killing intent bound him tightly. Nam Tu Theng replied with a cold smile. Who I am doesn't matter. Weren't you the one who wanted to probe my mental world? The killing intent attacked, causing the chubby guy to scream, No, no, spare me! Nam Tu Theng gave a faint smirk. I'll give you a proper look. Overwhelmed by the killing intent, the chubby guy coughed up blood and lost control. In the real world, he began to scream frantically, This is mine! The money is mine! No one is taking it from me! He danced around like a fool, shouting, That idiot Lin Yukai, I can do it all by myself. A female worker who witnessed it was bewildered. What's going on? Is the pressure of being a leader really that great? Auntie Wong worried. Don't tell me he couldn't handle the few words I said to him. Am I partly responsible for this? Feng Meng watched the scene. He commented, He's been affected by the spiritual power of a demonic beast. He's gone mad. The chubby guy continued to scream, Die. My money, touch it, and you die. But Feng Meng couldn't hold back any longer. Any more of this and you'll ruin the boss's plans, he snapped, unleashing his power and sending the chubby guy's head flying. Everyone around them gasped in horror, but Feng Meng, with blood on his hands, calmly said, My apologies. He was affected by the spiritual power of a demonic beast and could have become a danger. I had no choice but to eliminate him. He walked over to Nam Tu Theng, saw that he was unconscious, and thought, That fool brought this on himself, and he's ruined this kid in the process. He's probably useless now. All I can do is report back. He turned to the crowd. Someone will come to handle things here. Everyone get back to work. Nam Tu Theng wore a victorious smile. System update. Assura rank. Current 6 out of 500. He slowly opened his eyes and saw everyone gathered around. Xiao Liu exclaimed, You're finally awake, Mr. Nam. The others chimed in. Mr. Nam is awake. Quick, come over here. Here, Nam Zisheng propped himself up, rubbing his head as he sat up. He asked, How long was I asleep? Xiao Lao replied, Comrade Xiao Nam, you've been asleep for more than 2 days. Auntie Wong said to everyone, Comrade Xiao Nam is awake, no need to worry anymore. Get back to work. If you don't work hard, you'll be in trouble. She turned to Xiao Nam and added, You should eat something okay. Nam Zisheng asked, Did Lin Yutian bring more mutant beasts? Auntie Wong sighed. Half of the people at the substation have been transferred elsewhere. The number of frontline troops just doubled. Her voice turned somber as she said, The 9th Defensive Line campaign has ended. Humanity completely collapsed at the 8th Defensive Line. The battle was tragic. Whether on the ground or in the sky, our forces were no match for the mutant beasts of the 10,000 races. Nam Zisheng fell silent, thinking, Even though I knew we would lose, I never expected it to happen so much sooner than in my past life. Auntie Wong continued, Lei Fa's son, a level 7 superpowered individual, had his arm broken and is barely alive. The fire giant, a level 6 Esper, sacrificed himself for the country. Auntie Wong Tran said, That's right, Comrade Xiao Nam. The commander's final suicide mission was decided 2 days ago. The commander was killed by a demon's mental interference at the Yicheng Proving Grounds. We bear no responsibility for it, she said sternly. But there's something more important. Nam Zisheng wiped away his sweat, anxiously asking, What is it now? Xiao Liu stepped forward and announced cheerfully, Mr. Nam. Hey, All the staff, including those who went for reinforcements, have unanimously elected you as the station chief for the Yeching Proving Ground substation. She handed him a piece of paper. This is the appointment letter from our superiors. Nam Zisheng was stunned, not quite understanding. Auntie Wang quickly whispered, Comrade Xiao Nam, this is everyone's recognition of you. I've worked in many places. I hope you'll be magnanimous in the future. The others chimed in. That's right. We can't call you Comrade Xiao Nam anymore. We have to call you Station Chief Nam. Xiao Liu led the cheer. Station Chief Nam. Everyone chanted in unison, Station Chief Nam. Let's all work hard together. She continued, but the tasks assigned by the leadership are heavier than before. Our 4 stations are short by half our workers, and the required military supplies have doubled. Remember those who collapsed from overwork? Xiao Liu asked. If everyone goes without eating, drinking, or sleeping, after 1 month, how many people will be left alive in our station chief? What should we do about this? Nam Zisheng pondered as an ability tree and a system panel appeared. Worker efficiency can't be changed. The only one who can do this is me, with my level 7 beast taming talent and my level 6 Assura talent. If I use the beast taming and slashing attribute skills properly, efficiency will double. That way, even if the staff works at a normal pace, the construction time won't be affected. He thought to himself, first, I'll drain Lin Yutian's resources dry, then I'll deal with him. Now that I'm the station chief, I have more room to maneuver. Xiao Liu was about to complain about the unreasonable mission, but he stopped her, reassuring her, It's okay, Sister Liu. I've already thought of a way. Xiao Liu and the others looked up in surprise as he got down. She said worriedly, Station Chief, I know the pressure of a new position is immense, but your body has just recovered. Auntie Wang also advised, You can't be so reckless. Nam Zisheng paid them no mind, walking straight down to stand before everyone. His voice was firm as steel. I know you're all worried about me, but please trust me. I will definitely complete this mission. The workers responded with enthusiasm. We believe in the station chief. We'll follow all of the station chief's arrangements. Let's get started. Let's pick up the pace. But while no one was paying attention, a shadow flitted past the door. Nam Zisheng noticed it immediately, thinking, that movement speed is definitely not one of the station's staff. He dashed out into the hallway, pinpointing the direction. It's definitely this way. But when he got outside, there was no one there. Suddenly, the barrel of a gun was pressed directly against his head. The person said coldly, You dare to follow me out here, you've got some nerve. It's a striking blonde woman holding a gun. Warning, from now on, don't make any sudden moves. You will answer what I ask. Nam Zisheng was still stunned, thinking to himself, Since when was someone behind me? She's a real expert. Jang Yun questioned him rapidly. You're taking orders from Lin Yutian. The next shipment, what's the quantity? Are they delivering it, or are you picking it up? Nam Zisheng didn't answer, retorting instead, Shouldn't you be asking Lin Yutian about that? Jang Yun snapped, Aren't you all in this together? Answer me honestly now. But taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Nam Zisheng activated his Assura talent and raised his hand to counterattack. As expected, Jang Yun fired her gun, but he quickly blocked the bullet. Enraged at being called Lin Yutian's accomplice, he shouted, Who said I'm his accomplice? You've got the wrong person. Jang Yun was confused. How can that be? Why are you helping him? He replied, I'm not helping him at all. This is just a mission assigned to Yeching by my superiors. As he slipped a hand into his pocket, he continued, Whether Lin Yutian is a leech or a traitor right now, he is still our commander. Jang Yun proposed, If that's the case, why don't we cooperate? Let's deal with Lin Yutian together. I'm Jang Yun from the 2nd Intelligence Unit, 8th Defensive Line Supply Team. Nam Zisheng raised a hand to his chin, thought for a moment, then replied, I refuse. Jang Yun's eyebrow raised. So you're choosing to help the bad guy? He shook his head. No, Lin Yutian will definitely be dealt with, but not now, and not with you. He explained, You haven't considered the consequences of eliminating him. Jang Yun, not understanding, asked, What do you mean? Nam Zisheng analyzed, There are only 2 ways to get rid of Lin Yutian. Assassination or internal reporting. For assassination, if he's not the only one involved, how can you guarantee everyone's silence? And if you fail, what do you think will happen to your identity? He continued, As for internal reporting, the investigation will drag on. Humanity has just suffered a major defeat. If rumors of internal strife spread, the home front will descend into chaos. He imagined the workers leaving one by one. He mumbled, "Let's just go." This year, the only way is to look out for yourself and run for your life. Jang Yun sighed. "Then what do you suggest we do?" His answer made her break out in a cold sweat. "I'll do it." Jang Yun pointed a finger and shouted, "Huh, you'll do it." She provoked him, snapping, "Don't think I don't know who you are. Aren't you just some 5-star deserter?" Nam Zisheng didn't answer right away. He activated his ability, his eyes turning black. His voice turned icy. "Didn't we already fight just now? A week ago I wouldn't have been sure, but now, what do you think your chances are of winning against me?" Jang Yun looked at the power before her, terrified. His reaction is truly abnormal, she thought. A week ago, she'd suddenly remembered what he said, that whether it was military equipment or supplies, the Special Operations Division only needed to arrange for the mutabeasts to be sent to Yi City. But I chose to stay behind the lines as a logistics supplier. She suspected he wasn't an ordinary person. Could it be? He has a self-strengthening ability. Nan Zisheng retracted his power and said what needed to be said. "I've said everything. You're a smart woman. Don't act on emotion. I'll deal with trash like Lin Yukai myself." Jang Yun trembled but tried to maintain her authority. If you insist, then I'll reluctantly agree. But this mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Understood. Nan Zisheng nodded. "This is our deal. I'm a man of my word. But after I take care of Lin Yukai, I'll have to rely on you for the mutabeasts I need." Jang Yun was surprised. "What you need more, how many do you want with your current power?" "You wouldn't even be considered weak on the battlefield," she asked anxiously. "You've become so strong, yet you hide your abilities. You're not going to harm humanity, are you? Whose side are you really on?" Nan Zisheng answered firmly, "You're overthinking things. I stand with humanity, but..." He turned back, affirming, "To drive out all of the myriad races, I'm still not strong enough." After the tense exchange, Nan Zisheng finally said his goodbyes and left. Jang Yun watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and unease. She shook her head slightly, thinking, he's really not someone you can feel at ease with. But there was a sincerity in Nan Zisheng's eyes, as if he wasn't lying. Jang Yun could only sigh and choose to place her trust in him. A few days later, at the Mutabeast Transport Hub, the air was bustling with lively chatter and laughter. Someone in the crowd spoke up excitedly. Last time, Station Chief Nan didn't run into any problems at all. He even completed the mission perfectly, for this delivery mission to Yi City. I hope everyone keeps up the good work. Standing nearby, Lu Qin couldn't hide her worry. She said softly, "Last time it was just a level 4 mutabeast. This time they're nearly level 5. Auntie Wang, an experienced veteran, replied calmly, "The difficulty has increased, but we're used to challenges like this." Little Lu turned to Nan Zisheng and asked worriedly, "Station Chief, you were covered in injuries after dealing with the level 4 mutabeast last time. What are we going to do now?" But Nan Zisheng just smiled, his voice full of confidence. "It's fine, we can take this mission." Lin Yukai was standing nearby. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. "Station Chief Nan is always so straightforward. But as Nan Zisheng was busy signing to confirm the mission, Lin Yukai thought to himself, compared to that fatso, Nan Zisheng isn't just more capable, he's a free laborer who doesn't ask for a cut. Even those stubborn guys from the Special Operations Division's intelligence team have become obedient lately, no longer causing trouble everywhere. Lin Yukai felt that everything was perfect. He daydreamed, imagining money pouring in like a river. Especially with the war going badly, orders for military supplies have doubled. This is a God-given opportunity to get rich, he thought, placing a hand on Nan Zisheng's shoulder. Lin Yukai said in a flowery tone, "All right, now if you need any help, just say the word. These next missions must be completed perfectly. I, Lin, am willing to personally assist Station Chief Nan." Nan Zisheng didn't reply immediately, only calmly instructing the others. "Auntie Wang, everyone get into position. Let's get to work." The workers in Yes City immediately got started. They chatted lively as they worked. Someone shouted, "These level 5 mutabeasts. Get them up to the second floor of the trial tower. Quickly now, be careful." Lin Yukai watched with satisfaction. The work environment here in Yi City is really reassuring. "All right, I won't disturb you any longer. See you later." But different thoughts were churning inside Nan Zisheng. He looked at Lin Yukai and thought, Lin Yukai, you hoard your treasures, but all of it is just fodder for me to level up my talent. He drew his alloy tyrant blade, his dark eyes glinting with determination. Ha! Facing the pack of mutated beasts, he yelled, activating his skill. The blade in his hand was drawn in a flash. Nan Zisheng charged into the beasts, attacking without mercy. The system continuously announced, Assura slaughter points plus 1.5. Assura slaughter points plus 1.5. At that moment, Nan Zisheng was no different from an invincible monster. The system continued to update. Current Assura level 66 out of 72. Current Assura level 68 out of 72. Current Assura level 72 out of 72. The scene shifts to a more brutal battlefield, where the myriad races with their giant spiked armor were facing the remaining human soldiers. According to Intel, on March 20th at the Eagle Federation's 8th defense line after 4 hours of fighting, 800,000 soldiers were sacrificed, 50,000 were wounded. The front line collapsed. Nan Zisheng, with his alloy tyrant blade and Assura rampage skill, continued to fight against serpent-like mutabeasts. On March 22nd, the myriad races attacked another fortress. The Northern Ice River's 8th defense line also fell. 10 different alien races swarmed in. 600,000 soldiers were sacrificed. Nan Zisheng, with his alloy tyrant blade and Assura rampage, still fought on tenaciously. On another battlefield, the event of March 24th at the Southern Ice River's 8th defense line. The cruel steel race caused 500,000 casualties in just 1 hour. Even with only one soldier left alive, he still stood up to fight, roaring, "Kill!" On March 26th, the 8th defense lines of the Frankish and Kawasaki nations completely collapsed in just half an hour. The soldiers, attacked relentlessly by the myriad races their nerves frayed, could only scream, "Kill all of the myriad races!" In the midst of the life and death struggle, Nan Zisheng was filled with killing intent. A brilliant light flared up like fire. He activated his skill, Assura's Return, summoning a giant ancient tree to confront them. But with his Assura level maxed out, his form changed, exuding a terrifying aura. He roared, "If it's come to this, then let me test your strength." The blade of his sword condensed with power. It shot out a terrifying blast of energy that shattered the ground, sending the beasts flying everywhere. Looking at the scene, Nan Zisheng couldn't help but marvel. So, this is its maximum power. The difference compared to a superior is truly like night and day. He deactivated his Assura state, standing there, lost in thought. The origin stones he'd gathered over the past few days were enough to tame another beast. Meanwhile, despite all his wealth, Lam Hu Tai wouldn't live long enough to enjoy it. According to the latest news update, only the 8th defense lines of the Eastern Alliance were still standing. The American and Russian nations were barely holding on. The Eastern Alliance had even lowered the conscription age to 16. Nam Tu Thang fell silent, thinking to himself, "It's all collapsing too fast. My Assura talent is powerful, but it's still just the strength of one man. I have to make a new plan, and fast." Auntie Vuong saw Nam Tu Thang and asked, startled, "Supervisor Nam, are you done already? That was fast." Lam Hu Tai approached, laughing heartily. "Supervisor Nam's efficiency has improved again. So tell me, what position do you want?" Nam Tu Thang gave an answer that left him stunned. "I want you." Lam Hu Tai bristled and shot back. "What's that supposed to mean?" Vuong Man, standing beside them, broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. Nam Tu Thang spoke more clearly. "I want you to go to the Northern Wastelands Jade Pass tonight and bring a pack of steel direwolves back here. We must kill these beasts quickly." Lam Hu Tai, feeling a mix of excitement and unease, laughed loudly. "Oh, Supervisor Nam, so decisive, you've got a sharp eye. I like your ambition." Nam Tu Thang gave a solemn nod. "Thank you. Then I'll leave it in your hands, Head Supervisor Lam." Lam Hu Tai was startled, thinking to himself, "If this little brat tries to play me, I'll kill him." But Nam Tu Thang had other plans. The enemy is invading from without. And from within there are parasites like you. Even death would be too good for you. Night fell, and a full moon hung high over the Northern Wastelands Jade Pass. Nam Tu Thang stood in the white expanse of snow, lost in thought. If I remember correctly, with the awakening of high-level espers, the myriad races will soon begin their assassination plots. I need to be more careful. He stood on a high vantage point. He commanded the wolf pack below. Pup, bring the 7 other wolves in this area to me. The wolves howled in reply. Across the mountain range, countless pairs of glowing red eyes appeared. System notification. Beast, Tamer, level 7. Tamed beasts, steel direwolves, 5 out of 1,000. Origin stones for taming, 100,000. Tameable beast, level 6. Required for next level up, 270,000. Tuang stood in the snow, his cold, sharp gaze taking everything in. He murmured to himself, the origin stone cost for leveling up as a beast Tamer is starting to grow exponentially. At that moment, in a desolate, snow-covered wasteland, 3 armored vehicles tore through the blizzard. The driver spoke urgently to Lam Hutai, who was seated in the back. He was holding a girl. Head Supervisor, we've detected a pack of about 1,000 mutated wolves ahead. They seem to have some kind of short-range teleport ability. Lam Hutai, never taking his eyes off the girl in his arms, laughed and replied, "Excellent," he ordered, his voice filled with excitement. "Head over there, teleport right into the middle of the pack. We'll get this done and head right back." Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from outside. The sound startled Lam Hutai. "What was that?" he asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Fuang Man at the wheel glanced outside and cried out in terror, "It's a beast-tied steel direwolves." A wave of mutated beasts charged towards them like a tsunami. Lam Hutai panicked, his voice trembling. "How can this be? Why didn't we get any warning? Hurry up! Have the teleporter get me to safety." But Fuang Man shook his head, replying helplessly, "The teleport range is only 1 kilometer. This beast tide is several kilometers across. Our only choice is to punch straight through. The pack looks thinner up ahead. It might be our only way to survive." Lam Hutai roared, "Then what are you waiting for? Drive now!" The 3 vehicles instantly split off in different directions, desperately plowing through the wolf pack. From a distance, Tuang observed it all. A slight smile touched his lips. Perfect timing. He looked up at the full moon, its silver light casting his cold face in shadow. "A full moon," he whispered, before vanishing and reappearing directly in the path of Lam Hutai's vehicle. He gave an order to his tamed wolves. "My wolves kill those 2 insects. Don't let either of them escape." Tuang activated his taming talent, sending a current of blazing red energy into the earth. The streams of power spread out, targeting the wolves pursuing the vehicles. He yelled, "Tame!" Instantly, the entire pack was enveloped in red light, becoming docile and obedient. The system notification chimed. Beast Tamer level 7. Tamed beasts, steel direwolves, 5 out of 10,000. Origin stones for taming unlimited. Tameable beast level 6. Required for next level up, 170,000 of 270,000. Inside the vehicle, the men saw the wolves halt their chase and cried out in amazement. "Those wolves, they stopped. There must be a beast tamer up ahead." Lam Hutai was overjoyed, laughing loudly. "This is fantastic." Fuang Man voiced his suspicion. "I've never heard of a beast tamer this powerful showing up in Karma City before." But Lam Hutai paid him no mind. "Maybe it's some hidden expert," he replied. "Let's go meet them. Who knows, they might prove useful." Tuang, however, had no intention of letting that happen and continued to manipulate the energy. He issued his command to the pack. "My 100,000 steel direwolves, hear my order. Crush those vehicles, leave none of them intact." The wolves howled as one and obeyed, launching a ferocious assault. The men inside the vehicle cried out in panic. "Head Supervisor, I think that Beast Tamer failed." "We're surrounded by the Beast Tide," Lam Hutai yelled. "Quickly provide covering fire." The other vehicles opened fire on the pack, trying to protect the one in the middle, but they were swiftly overrun and torn apart by the wolves. As Fuang Man activated his ability, he yelled, "Head Supervisor, look out!" Terrified, Lam Hutai screamed, "Get us out of here to safety!" But before they could make a move, a wolf slammed right into their car. The vehicle flipped over. Fortunately, Fuang Man used his ability to pull Lam Hutai from the wolf's claws. Enraged, he unleashed his level 5 ability, roaring, "Nano Cage Teleport." But the pack was completely unscathed. Standing behind him, Lam Hutai panicked. "Hurry! They're coming again!" Fuang Man, exhausted from using his ability, gasped for air. "My nano cage has its limits. This won't last." All of a sudden, a surge of black and purple energy materialized. Nam Tu-Tang appeared behind them, his voice cold. I was waiting for you two. You're much slower than I anticipated. Fuang Man whipped around in shock. Recognizing him, he yelled, Nam Tu-Thang. Lam Hu-Tai stared bewildered. The beast tamer from before. That was you. You want to kill me? Nam Tu-Thang replied without hesitation. That's right. You! Lam Hu-Tai shrieked in terror. If you lay a hand on me, I swear not just you, but your whole family will die a miserable death. Nam Tu-Thang calmly replied, I fully believe that. Too bad, you won't get the chance. He lunged, reaching for Lam Hu-Tai's throat. Fuang Man quickly activated his ability to save him. Head supervisor, don't be afraid, I'll get you away. But Nam Tu-Thang was faster. He activated Assura Dragon Slayer. System notification, Assura Dragon Slayer, a finishing move that condenses the spirit of the Assura, transforming killing intent into the form of a dragon. With the lowest possible spiritual defense and complete control over the space, Nam Tu-Thang single-handedly blocked Fuang Man's ferocious attack and squeezed his opponent's hand. Fuang Man was horrified, unable to move a muscle. How can this be? Could it be that you're a high-level ability user? He screamed in pain as his hand was crushed. No, this is impossible. Nam Tu-Tang coldly crushed Fuang Man, causing him to vanish. A terrified Lam Hu-Tai could only utter a single word, ah. Nam Tu-Tang released his grip, letting Lam Hu-Tai fall from the cliff, where a pack of wolves was waiting. He only had time to scream once before becoming prey for the wolves, leaving behind a pool of blood. Standing high above, Nam Tu-Thang's voice echoed down, Farewell, Lam Hu-Tai. The scene changes to the city's Ability Investigation Bureau. A girl is bathing her absent-minded gaze, looking out the window. But she mumbled, It's that powerful ability aura again. The location is in Nyepthane. This person is Talan, who possesses a level 5 aura sensing ability. She continued, It seems my senses from a few days ago weren't wrong. A powerful ability user has appeared in Nyepthane. Without hesitation, Talan stood up, deciding, I must report this to the Ability Investigation Bureau immediately. In a snow-covered place, several cars stop. A voice rings out, The doors are open, don't be afraid. You can come out now. From inside the cars, wolves emerge, but they surprisingly transform into pets, nuzzling their heads against Nam Tu-Thang. He laughed loudly, reminding them, Hey, no licking me. I said that's enough. Enough. Stop it. But one wolf still stuck out its long tongue, about to lick him again. Nam Tu-Thang's eyes turned red as he gave a serious command. Be good and sit down for me now. The frightened wolves immediately lined up in an orderly fashion. He sighed helplessly. Honestly, I'm at my wit's end with you guys. Looking at the pack, Nam Tu-Thang praised them. Your performance this time was excellent. He walked over and happily patted their heads. Your reward is a head pat. Don't rush one at a time. The wolves wagged their tails, waiting obediently, looking extremely joyful. Suddenly, Nam Tu-Thang jumped onto a vehicle. He announced, Next, I have a new mission for you all. In the northern wasteland desert, help me hunt for origin stones. He turned back his command powerful under the bright moonlight. The wolves howled in unison, ready to carry out the mission. Morning, the scene shifts to the Nyepthane slaughterhouse. Snow is still falling, covering the ground. Trong Vien appears, looks at Nam Tu-Thang, who is eating a steamed bun, and asks, Nam Tu-Thang, yesterday, your teammate's squad encountered monsters in the northern wasteland desert and was completely wiped out. Was that your doing? Nam Tu-Tang, still nibbling on his bun, replied nonchalantly, I did tell him I wanted to go eat some mutated monsters. Trong Vien was surprised. Don't tell me you also have the ability to control monsters. Nam Tu-Tang put a finger to his lips, signaling for her to be quiet, and smiled. Shh, it's a secret. I can't tell you. After hearing what Nam Tu-Thang said, Trong Vien became even more bewildered. She stood silently for a moment, trying to process the information she had just received, then waved her hand, her voice gentle yet resolute. All right. She continued, This morning I handed over all the evidence of Lam Hu-Tai's embezzlement. I believe his assets will be confiscated soon. Nam Tu-Tang stood up, swallowing the last piece of his bun, and replied with an air of indifference. Oh well, that's good then. Trong Vien turned back and politely invited, In any case, it's all thanks to you this time. Let me buy you a drink tonight, okay? Nam Tu Tang, still chewing his food, shook his head in refusal. Just one drink. Forget it. I'm not interested in carrying the nation's burdens. But unexpectedly he stopped and turned back to look at Trong Vien. A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. But if you want to thank me, you can do it in another way. Trong Vien, feeling a bit uneasy, forced a smile and asked, what way Nam Tu Thang sees the opportunity. He gave a thumbs up like a like button on social media and grinned slyly. I want to request permission to turn this place into the largest slaughterhouse in Yep Then to handle the number of mutated poultry. 100 times more than other slaughterhouses. After hearing this, Trong Vien sighed helplessly. Is that so? The front lines are experiencing a supply shortage. The higher-ups will definitely like this request. Just leave it to me. The scene changes to the next day at the 4th workshop of the Nyep Then slaughterhouse. A heavy atmosphere hangs over the water. Countless corpses of mutated poultry float on the surface, creating a gruesome scene. Nam Tu Thang stands in the middle of the slaughterhouse, a sharp sword in hand. He thought deeply. By converting this into a mutated poultry slaughterhouse, it will be easy to obtain origin stones without much effort. Around him, a blood-red deathly aura swirled. It mixed with the mountain of beast corpses piled high. He looked down at his hands and muttered, along with the capture of the giant iron wolves, a wave of 1,000,000 monsters. Will surely be ready soon. 2 days later, the system's voice announced, Beast Tamer Level 7, number of tamed beasts, giant iron wolves, Level 5, quantity 10,000. Beast Taming Origin Stones, 190,000. Beast Tamer Rank Level 6. Amount needed for next level up, 170,000 out of 270,000. Today the scene shifts to the northern wasteland desert, where the snowy wind howls. Nam Tu Tang stands in the vast expanse, his powerful voice echoing, the rise and fall of the world is everyone's responsibility. Today I, Nam Tu Tang, invite you to guard the northern wasteland and protect the Blue Star. 4. System announcement. Beast Tamer Level 8, number of tamed beasts, giant iron wolves, Level 5, quantity 50,000. Beast Taming, Origin Stones 150,000. Beast Tamer Rank, Level 7, amount needed for next level up 240,000 out of 540,000. Northern Wasteland Desert Layout, 50,000 Level 5, giant iron wolves. At this moment, the moon gradually turned blood red. Its light shone down, dyeing the entire space an eerie color. From the plain of white bones, herds of giant Tibetan yaks with blood-red eyes charged furiously toward Nam Tu Thang. He calmly raised his hand and cast a spell. From his palm, sharp red auras erupted, radiating incredible power. He shouted, Level 6 Tibetan yaks submit. The power radiating from him spread out, enveloping the herd of yaks. The giant yaks immediately stopped, and thick dust rose up. Streaks of light appeared on their bodies. They became obedient, prostrating themselves before Nam Tu Thang. He raised his hand and commanded, You are to guard the plain of white bones and hunt for origin stones. You are not to harm any humans. Do not attack the city. Come when I call. The herd of yaks received the order and quickly dispersed to carry out their mission. 2. The system dinged and announced, Beast Tamer Level 8. Number of tame beasts, giant iron wolves, Level 5. 50,000. Tibetan yaks Level 6, 50,000. 4. Beast Taming Origin Stones 100,000. Beast Tamer Rank Level 7. Amount needed for next level up 740,000 out of 540,000. Northern Wasteland Desert Layout 50,000 Level 5 Giant Iron Wolves. Plain of White Bones 50,000 Level 6 Tibetan yaks. At Fisher Canyon, Nam Tu Thang walked amidst the haze of battle. I just calculated that I have 100,000 primogems left, just enough to tame another group of Level 7 ferocious mutated apes. The Rending Canyon is truly a gathering place for high-level beasts. The aura of the ferocious apes far surpassed that of the iron wolves and Tibetan mastiffs. In the sky, the blood-red moonlight flickered as if torn apart by a sudden surge of killing intent, as a ferocious ape raised its claws. It leaped down to attack. Nam Tu Thang kicked the four-eyed ape back, sending saliva flying. The skill, Assura's Savage Slaughter, activated. A single sword strike caused the earth and rocks to explode. It created a massive explosion. A system notification appeared, Level 8, Beast Taming Master Skill activated. A crimson energy circle more powerful than before formed in Nam Tu Thang's hand as shards of red light drifted down. The space around them grew hazy. Terrifying roars echoed as dozens of ferocious apes appeared, baring their teeth in excitement. Nam Tu Thang continued to control the energy. He realized the taming attempt had failed because of it. He leaped back, avoiding the horde of level 7 violent apes. It'd be a waste of energy to kill them. He had to deal with the boss behind them first. Before transforming into a streak of red light, Nan Zixing shot into the sky. Before the astonished eyes of the apes, he gripped a vine, his entire body radiating killing intent as he looked down at the ape below. Not a bad power level. Suddenly, another ape grabbed onto the vine, attempting a sneak attack. He gave a cold laugh. Too bad your brain's not so great. Spinning in a flash, Nan Zixing made the two apes crash into each other. The ape that lost its grip panicked, gnashing its teeth in anger. He was still holding his blade, thinking, this thing is pretty useful. Another ape tried to ambush him, but Nan Zixing leaped away, causing it to pounce on empty air. He scoffed. You're all underestimating your new master, aren't you? Then he shot off. He was so fast, the naked eye couldn't follow. Finding a suitable spot, Nan Zixing yelled, "Come on out!" A shadowy form appeared, its blood-red eyes flashing. He mused, it's time for a change of leadership around here. But before the giant Ape King, he was dwarfed. Looking up, Nan Zixing muttered, that size is a bit ridiculous, isn't it? With this kind of pressure, if I didn't have my Assura power, I think I'd already be on my knees. The Ape King, at least a level 9, reached out to grab him. Nan Zixing used his sword to block, struggling to dodge the massive mouth that looked ready to swallow him whole. He thought to himself, you want to eat me, but I'm not that easy to swallow. An immense pressure erupted from his blade, spreading outwards. The skill, Assura's explosive core, activated, forcing the Ape King to rear back and dodge. Its jet-black claws barely grazed Nan Zixing as he was flung backward by the shattering force. The Ape King leaped high into the air, its punch creating a massive crater in the ground. Nan Zixing climbed out of the crater, coughing. His eyes blazed with fury. It seems if I don't teach you dogs a lesson. His voice deepened. You'll think I'm some kind of pushover. He roared, Assura's realm hell on earth. A crimson aura erupted from his body, growing denser until the very space around him trembled. Nan Zixing sprang to his feet, stylishly shrugging off his jacket in a cool display. Then he shouted the final word, activate. A whirlwind of spiritual energy exploded around him. The scene shifts to the Bureau of Special Ability Investigation and Measurement, where a voice rings out. Hey sis, are you sure that feeling you had earlier was accurate? It's already past 3 in the morning. How am I supposed to grow if I have to put up with this every day? The pink-haired girl with twin tails asked with her arms crossed, bored. The blonde girl who was observing an object replied, that powerful killing intent from before. My senses couldn't have been wrong. The one who just spoke was Tuo Leng, a high-level aura perception user. She continued, the higher-ups ordered us to monitor Yi City for a few days. Just try to put up with it. Sis. Besides, we're the same age. Why do you keep calling me sis? You may not have hit puberty yet, but you're not a kid anymore. She turned to remind her. The pink-haired girl casually replied, Ford, just look at those 2 huge things on your chest. Now get ready to trace the source. Southwest of Yi City, Lixuan Canyon. The pink-haired girl Zhao Kair, a level 5 aura perception user. She immediately pressed her hands together, forming a circle of spiritual energy and chanting, boundless heaven and earth containing all of creation. Observe the light, understand the time. After a moment of chanting, her eyes snapped open, her pupils taking the shape of the 8 trigrams. At the same time, in Lixuan Canyon, Nan Zixing unleashed his Hell on Earth technique. A brilliant pillar of red light from the attack shot straight into the sky, radiating outwards. He swung his sword, slashing directly at the Ape King. The beast opened its maw and roared, but the slash sent it reeling backward. Nan Zixing, looking like a demon with glowing red eyes and sharpened fangs, charged forward excitedly. Elsewhere, Zhao Kair suddenly collapsed backward. This startled Tuo Leng. She rushed to catch her friend, calling out worriedly, Kair, wake up! What on earth did you see? Zhao Kair's eyes returned to normal, her face pale with sweat and tears streaming down. She exclaimed in terror, it was terrifying. He's a demon, an Assura. Back in the canyon, Nan Zixing, having just finished his attack, stood still. A powerful aura surrounded him as he asked coldly, "Had enough?" Blood trickled from the corner of the Ape King's mouth as sweat poured down its face. Or, from now on, the violent Ape King will lead his clan to occupy Lixuan Valley and mine origin stones. You are not to harm people or attack the city. The apes behind him listened intently. We are ready to obey. 4. The bright moonlight streamed through the mountain pass. A system notification appeared. Beastmaster level 8. Number of tamed beasts, level 5. Giant iron wolves, 500,000. Level 6 Tibetan locusts, 500,000. Level 7 violent apes, 1 million. Beast taming origin stone, no grade. Beast taming level 7. Experience needed for next level 174 out of 540,000. Layout northern wasteland desert. 500,000 level 5. Giant iron wolves. 500,000 level 6 Tibetan locusts, and 1 million level 7 violent apes. That night, at the Bureau of Special Ability Investigation, Tuo Leng sank back into her chair. She said wearily, "Care, ever since last night, I've still been sensing a powerful and unusual energy." Zhao Care, who was regulating her own power, replied, "It's a shame my ability can only be used once every 24 hours. And it only lasts for 3 seconds. I've been a hindrance to you." Tuo Leng turned to her helplessly. "You know that's not what I meant. I was just thinking, is it possible that the two unusual energy signatures from before belong to the same person?" Zhao Care was shocked. "No way. Do you know how long we've been investigating? The identity of the 10th ranked ability user in the East has always been a secret held by the mystical clans. But this Assura just appeared and took the number 10 spot. That's a terrifying amount of power for a single individual." Tuo Leng rubbed her temples, a headache forming. "You're right. I'm probably overthinking it. Go ahead and publish the list." 4. A system notification appeared. Ranks 1 through 9 are pending announcement. Rank 10, Mysterious Man in Black ability, Assura level unknown. Rank 11, Lan Bingning ability, Elemental level 8. Rank 12, Chutian ability, Spatial level 8. The next morning, the news spread a mysterious man in black, with terrifying power, had appeared in Yi City's Lixuan Canyon. This shot him straight to number 10 on the Eastern Alliance's ranking board. The public was in an uproar. User Stan Don't Kneel commented, "Holy crap, the rankings are finally getting a shakeup." User Eastern Uprising replied, "I've only ever heard of Westerners having the Assura ability. I can't believe the East has one now." User 15 and Thirsty added, "If it were any other ability, I'd be proud, but an Assura, that's a power to be reckoned with." User Passionate Citizen gently replied, "Let's just move past that. I just hope he's not from Yi City. All the real men of Yi City are already on the front lines." User If You Don't Like It, Then Do It retorted, "Who says? We've still got Nan Zisheng, don't we? Let the folks at Years of Splendor look down on Nam Tudoan all they want. Someone else told me they'd rather be a mad ghost than one of Nam Tudoan's men." At the slaughterhouse, Zhao Liu handed a towel to Station Chief Nam Tu Theng. "Go on, wipe your face. Your phone's been ringing off the hook." He took the towel and replied, "All right." Suddenly, it began. "Hello, Mr. Nam Vian Son. We heard that when you received the call for veteran soldiers, you registered immediately. What were you thinking at that moment?" He answered with serious responsibility. It was there, and it couldn't be denied. "Yes." Fuang Lei continued, "Your son Nam Tu Duan publicly refused to enlist. What are your thoughts on that?" Nam Vin Sun looked slightly uncomfortable. Just then, 3 people walked in. The woman in the lead carrying a bag spoke up. "De Hung, I just got to the neighborhood gate and ran into Xiao Doan and Xiao San." Seeing the interview scene, she was stunned. "Are you doing an interview?" "Yes," Nam Vian Sun said cheerfully. "My wife and kids are back." "Go sit at the table. I'll be right over after I finish answering," he said. She replied, "All right then. Please, everyone continue." Nam Vian Sun turned to Fuang Lei. "Comrade reporter, you see? This is my family. We've rarely been able to gather these past few months. My wife Tan Tuyat Mai works at the factory. My daughter Nam Tusan is an Esper, a rescue doctor. It's just to Duan. As for my son, even though he's not on the battlefield, he's risking his life at the slaughterhouse." The young man's face darkened. His mother asked worriedly, "Xiao Duan, it's so late. Where are you planning to go?" His sister was just as concerned. He looked down and replied, "You all go ahead and eat. Something came up at the workshop." Tan Tuyet Mai was uneasy about the matter. Nam Tu Thang brandished his sword and sped off muttering, "Tonight, I still have time to tame another herd of war elephants." He stopped in the middle of a clearing and shouted, "Stop hiding! Come out!" Instantly, a ferocious war elephant appeared, its power kicking up dirt and rocks all around. Its trunk easily snapped a large tree. As fast as a flash, Nam Tu Thang unleashed a slash of sword ki. It not only cut down the tree, but also the war elephant's trunk. The beast cried out in agony, tears streaming down. He leaped onto its head and said, "I have to work fast today. I don't have time to play around with you guys." As he spoke, he channeled power from the top of the elephant's head. A blazing red aura radiated out, and the beast's eyes gradually turned red, subdued by his beast-taming power. Nam Tu Thang placed his sword on its forehead. "Go," he ordered, "and tell your pack anyone else who refuses to submit will be cut down without mercy." Sweat poured from the elephant as it rushed deep into the forest to carry out the command. Before long, a dozen war elephants appeared. Suddenly, a voice made them tremble in fear. Nam Tu Thang stood before the herd, exuding a powerful aura, and roared, "1,000,000 war elephants, hear my command, guard the primeval forest sea." He raised his hand, brimming with power, his face transforming as he commanded the elephants, "Gather prime stones, be ever ready for battle." The system announced, Level 8, Beast Tamer, number of beasts tamed 3,000,000. Level 7, Beast Taming, prime stones for beast taming 0. Amount needed to level up 2,745,400. Northern Wasteland Deployment, 50,000 Level 5, Giant Iron Wolves. Western Tibet Plateau, 50,000 Level 6 Beasts. Rending Gorge, 100,000 Level 7 Berserk Apes. Primeval Forest Sea, 100,000 Level 7 War Elephants. Formation Master, formations deployed none. Formation Prime Stones 1, Esper Level 1. To level up, Esper ability reach 10,000 formations deployed. Current Level 1 formations, Killing Aura Formation Sword, Chi Formation. Note, each formation consumes 10 prime stones and can be stacked infinitely to increase power. After reading, Nam Tu Thang exclaimed, "The formation talent has finally awakened. I need to level up quickly." He decided, "I'll go back to the slaughterhouse and make some prime stones first." Behind him, countless tamed war elephants followed. At the slaughterhouse in Ngip City, he stood before the unidentifiable beast carcasses. The system announced, "Usable prime stones 100,000. Formations that can be deployed 10,000. He raised his hand and mumbled, "It's enough to level up. Let's try the sword chi formation first." The skeletons of beasts appeared. Nam Tu Thang closed his eyes and chanted loudly, "Heavenly stems and earthly branches, let all things move, let the sword rise." He shouted, "Sword chi formation activate." Sword chi poured out from his body, growing more and more intense. It formed a powerful vortex, but when it touched the beast carcasses below, they didn't move at all. He grew impatient. "A level 1 sword chi formation is still too weak." He channeled more spiritual energy, his eyes flashing with a purple light as he yelled, "Then let's stack 2,000 sword chi formations." Countless brilliant sword chi streams intertwined, creating a terrifying pressure that bore down on the floor beneath him, which shimmered with threads of spiritual energy. Forming a circle, he struggled to hold on, thinking, "If I can just set up formations in all the slaughterhouse workshops, it will ease the burden." From workshop number 2, a voice full of killing intent rang out, "Using your strength to bully the weak." 2,000 killing aura formations activate. Nam Tu Thang continued to tirelessly set up the formations. An hour later, the system announced, "Formation Master leveled up. Formation Esper ability now level 2. Usable formations. Blazing Flame 10 times the damage. Elemental Amplification Sword Chi." Note, each formation consumes 200 prime stones and can be stacked infinitely. Next level up at 50,000 formations. The sun rose after the dark night, its light illuminating the forest. Nam Tu Thang sat on the rooftop of a tall building, eating a steamed bun and thinking, "It's morning." Auntie Zhang, leaning on a crutch, walked in puzzled. "The door is open. Don't tell me Director Nam was butchering all night again." Sister Lee sighed and shook her head. "Sigh, that kid. I bet he came right back to the slaughterhouse after dinner. If he keeps this up, how can his body take it?" Auntie Wang cut in angrily. "And isn't it all because of those nosy reporters and their ridiculous news stories?" Sister Lee was surprised. "What news?" Mrs. Huyen pointed to her phone screen and replied, "You guys haven't seen it. I was up all night watching the live stream. I have dark circles under my eyes." The screen displayed the headline, Nam Tu Duan's father answers the call, rushing to defense line number 7. In the past, Mulan joined the army for her father. Today, Father Nam joins the army for his son. Auntie Wang was enraged, pointing at a comment. "My boy Nam has slaughtered countless beasts. What have you keyboard warriors ever done? You shout and complain all day, but if you can't take it, then go do it yourself." Another comment made her blood boil. "I can't stand seeing Nam Tu Duan being such a coward. If it were me, I'd rather die in battle." 3,684 people liked this. She retorted fiercely, "Then why don't you go die in battle?" Still there screaming about how their family spoils their son rotten. Useless son, hero father. 2,813 people liked this. Auntie Wang keeps cursing at their family's loving support. "Unlike an orphan like you," Little Lou thought after reading these lines. He furiously typed out rebuttals, seething. "These people are unbelievable," Sister Lai said worriedly. "Director, he—" Suddenly a voice rang out. "Everyone has arrived." The three of them jumped and turned around. Nam Tu Thang appeared from behind them and spoke. "Perfect timing. I need to hand over a few things." Little Lou was stunned. "Hand over, Director, surely you don't mean to—" Just then, a man walked in holding a letter and said, "Foreman, your father asked me to give you this." 4. Startled Nam Tu Thang took the letter, his heart tightening. The letter read, "Tu Duan, my son, by the time you receive this letter, your sister and I will already be on our way to the battlefield. I know saying these things now is pointless and will only upset you more, so I'll put it another way. Honor and glory are shared. From the family to the country and even to all of humanity. Even though I'm a God-ranked chef, I am still a soldier. Kid, don't think for a second that we're just going to take this anymore, right? Don't pay too much mind to what the world says. Most people have many faces." 4. When one person is disgraced, the entire family is ruined. Persevere. Don't let your own efforts be for nothing. Your mother is still in the city. Protect her in my place. With love, Nam Son Hung. After reading, Nam Tu Thang fell silent, his heart heavy. Little Lou tried to comfort him. "Foreman, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Sister Lai also encouraged him. "That's right, Foreman. You're now the person in charge of the slaughterhouses in the neighboring cities. If the supply line to the front is cut, won't we all be doomed?" 4. Auntie Wang said fiercely, "With Auntie Wang here, if anyone dares to slander you online, I'll shut them down immediately. The myriad races are all non-carbon life forms. You can't get origin stones from them, which means it's difficult to level up on the battlefield." 7. The enemies from the myriad races are getting stronger. With humanity's current strength, we will surely be defeated. In the end, you won't be able to protect anyone. 4. His father walked a cold path, telling himself, "To win, I can only pour all my energy into rebuilding defense line number 5. That will be the battlefield. The final battlefield between humanity and the myriad races. I swear I will not let everyone down." 4. Scene change. 3 days later at the construction site, a man in a blue shirt and a yellow hard hat said excitedly, "Director Nam, you truly are an architectural genius. The reserve defense line number 5 you designed is a steel wall 30 meters high, 10 meters thick, and stretching 300 kilometers to the northwest, connecting 200 cities. Not even a tank could get through it." Nam Tu Thang replied, "Engineer Lai, everyone has worked hard. Unfortunately, this steel wall is just for show. It can't actually stop the alien races." 4. Scene change. A formation diagram. Crimson origin stones rain down from the sky as Nam Tu Thang observed. System notification. Origin stones available 35 million. Can deploy 1.75 million level 2 formations or 3.5 million level 1 formations. Location between Ngip City and Reserve Defense Line number 5. Suitable for deploying the Celestial Flare, Earthly Fire, and Fierce Yang origin formations. He executed the array, his hands creating a blazing orb of energy. Raging Flame Incineration Formation. 50,000 formations stacked over 1 kilometer. 4. Countless formations flowed across the mountains. 5. Annihilation Yin Yang Elemental Sword, Qi. Formation 50,000 formations stacked over 1 kilometer. Raging Flame Incineration Formation, 50,000 formations over 1 kilometer. I send me. Elemental Sword Chi Formation, 50,000 formations over 1 kilometer. 4. With each word, the formations intertwined densely. System notification, the Array Master has deployed 500,000 formations. Ability upgraded to level 3, activating Earth Calming Subformation and Bone Emperor Formation. Increases formation range by 200 times. Each formation consumes 30 Origin Stones. Can be stacked infinitely. Next upgrade at 5 million formations. Origin Stones available 25 million. He jumped down, murmuring, "The level 2 formations have only been deployed over 10 kilometers. That's enough to stop the low-level alien races. For now, there's no need to waste Origin Stones deploying level 3 formations. It's not too late to use them during the second wave. Tonight, I'll set up a 35-kilometer defensive formation line around Hiep City. 1.25 million level 2 formations." Scene change. The next day at the construction site, Engineer Lai panicked. "This is bad." Director Nam Tuang asked, "What's wrong, Engineer Lai?" Engineer Lai, panting, pointed at his phone. "Look at this." Hot news headline: Geep City activates Defense Line Number 5 plan. Western battlefield considered a lost cause. Comment: Nam Tu Duan is a useless waste of resources. Stop it now. The best defense is a good offense. Let's go to City Hall and protest. 4. Engineer Lai said worriedly. Director Nam, public opinion is terrible. If this gets any louder... Nam Tu Tang reassured him. Engineer Lai, don't panic. Just continue construction as usual. I'll think of a way to reinforce it. He thought to himself, this line was originally meant to deceive the alien races to make them let their guard down and walk into these formations undefended. But how can I make the defense line truly more useful? My elemental taboo item hasn't been fully activated yet. I can set up a few things beforehand, just in case. After writing it down, he handed the plans back to Engineer Lai. We'll dig water channels in front of and behind the steel wall. Engineer Lai was shocked. You mean... Nam Tu Tang gave a dangerous smile. That's right. When the alien races attack the steel wall, we'll be electrified and connected to the water channels. We'll zap the first wave to death. Then we'll wait for their stronger members to break through the wall. Hearing this, Engineer Lai cheered with joy. A brilliant plan. I'll go to the city's central command right away. They must be getting anxious. He rushed off. Nam Tu Tang gazed into the distance, deep in thought. Once my elemental taboo talent activates this defense line, won't be just for defense. A system notification appeared. Origin Stones available 90 million. He was satisfied. The Origin Stones from 2 days of slaughter and beast taming are enough for an upgrade. 4. He appeared on a mountain peak, spiritual energy surging. Uyen City Cow, City Cam, City Defense. Line 75 kilometers, stacking 3.75 million level 2 formations. Streams of crimson power wrapped around the mountains. A system notification appeared. The Array Master has deployed 5 million formations. Ability upgraded to level 4. Activating Thunder Guiding Soul Shattering Formation and Undead Fortification Formation. Increases formation range by 40 times. Each formation consumes 50 Origin Stones. Can be stacked infinitely. Next upgrade at 25 million formations. Origin Stones available 15 million. Nam Tu Thang placed a hand on the ground, his spiritual energy erupting, and murmured, the next upgrade. I'm afraid I won't be able to complete it right away. Suddenly from behind, beasts flew through the air. He turned, recognizing the aura of a powerful alien expert. He also has the aura of a human talent. This is bad. He scrambled down the cliff, running and worrying. The alien races are assassinating human talents. The old man scene change to the So family hidden in the snowy mountains in front of an old complex. A figure appeared next to a boulder. A massive explosion roared. As the dust settled, the old man spoke. Tin Ha, why did you come out of seclusion 2 years early? Weren't the myriad races supposed to emerge in the 12th year? This man is the patriarch of the So clan So Shuang Hung. The young man before him replied, I sensed an immense aura of a domain in the northwestern frontier. I had an epiphany which led to a breakthrough, so I came out of seclusion. That is the So clan's number 307 prodigy, So Tin Ha. So Xiong Hung was puzzled. The spiritual energy on the northwestern frontier is scarce. How could... So Tin-Ha cut him off. That's exactly why it's suspicious martial uncle. I've decided to go to the northwest to investigate myself. The old man was worried, but the alien races are hunting our ancient prodigies. He leaps and glides through the air calm. In an era of chaos, how can one avoid danger? If I meet a master who can guide me, this trip will be worth it. Scene change. An hour later, on a mist-shrouded mountain. So Tin-Ha looked at the man's blazing red formation and marveled. This formation is unbelievable. Could one person really have done this? I've never heard of anyone so proficient in formations. The Northwest truly hides a great master. Suddenly he was startled. Behind him a monster with sharp spines lunged forward. Myriad Demon number 3578, Steel Killer 6. So Tin-Ha dodged hastily, exclaiming, "An alien!" He flips around and lands at a distance. But from the ground, more monsters emerged, so Tin-Ha was horrified. This aura, they're all powerful aliens. They targeted me as soon as I came out of seclusion. The aliens truly hold a deep grudge against the ancient clans. A mutated three-eyed monster with a long tongue. Myriad Demon number 1324, Rotten Giant. Spotted him and roared, a prodigy with a special ability, eliminate him. The 6 steel killers attacked as well, pinning So Tin-Ha in a pincer attack. He formed hand seals. Domain sword, activate. A burst of energy, Azure Flame Spirit. He yelled, unleashing the attack on the aliens. How dare you provoke me? I will not rest until you are annihilated. Meanwhile, the man was rushing past the cliffs, muttering, this world is changing too fast. The defensive layer is collapsing more and more rapidly. Father has already reached defense line number 7. But I'm afraid the prodigies are also facing unexpected trouble. In my previous life, humanity's ancient prodigies didn't emerge until the 12th year, when the myriad races appeared, giving humanity hope and buying them another 8 years of survival. It wasn't until the 200th year that they were completely wiped out. As I recall, the myriad races had already sent assassins to secretly hunt the ancient prodigies, just waiting for them to emerge from seclusion to hunt them down. Aside from my own plans, this world cannot exist without them. I can't let anything happen to them this early. Back with So Tin-Ha. He struggled against the Steel Killer 6, whose sharp pincers blocked his sword energy. The Rotten Giant knocked one of his attacks aside. So Tin-Ha coughed up blood, worried. Damn it! Dealing with 2 powerful aliens at once is still too much for me. The 6 Steel Killers swung their pincers. The Rotten Giant threw a mighty punch. So Tin-Ha was hit by the combo and sent flying. Both aliens charged, so Tin-Ha struggled to his feet, biting his finger until it bled, roaring, even if I die, I'm taking one of you with me. Suddenly, he vanished into thin air. A massive explosion erupted. The man had saved So Tin-Ha just in time. He leaned him against a tree, watching the smoke behind them. So Tin-Ha whispered weakly, "Are you the great senior I sensed?" The man changed the subject. "Are you all right? Can you still fight?" So Tin-Ha stood up firmly and replied, "With you here to help Senior, I can still fight." The man praised him. "Good. I'll take the lead against the Steel Killer 6. You restrain the Rotten Giant from a distance. They are top-tier assassins, so be extremely careful." So Tin-Ha flew up and replied, "Understood, Senior." This morning, the man charged towards the Steel Killer 6. The system notified him, unidentified special ability detected. Assuming elimination, he formed hand seals thinking, Steel Killer 6. It's been a while. You'll be perfect to consecrate my formation. He shouted, 3rd tier Earth Fang formation, activate. Countless sharp peaks erupted from the ground surrounding the Steel Killer 6. He roared again. Not enough. Add 50,000 Earth Fang formations, 50,000 ice and snow freeze formations. He slammed his hand on the ground. The sharp peaks erupted, piercing straight into the beast. It had no time to defend itself against the ferocious assault. Elsewhere, So Tin-Ha was luring the Rotten Giant away, but he turned back in shock. This formation, how is it several times stronger? It's terrifying. The hidden master of the Northwest. His techniques. His fighting style doesn't resemble any of the ancient clans. Who on earth is he? What is his purpose? The mountains turned into icy sharp peaks, freezing the Steel Killer 6 solid. No. So, Tin-Ha gasped. It's been completely frozen. But in that moment of distraction, he was nearly hit by the rotten giant. The man shouted, "Watch out, don't get distracted!" The rotten giant furiously smashed down, slamming So Tin Ha into the ground, creating a huge explosion sending earth and rock flying. The man's eyes glowed red as he swung his fist, Assura's wrathful strike. He punched the rotten giant directly, lying in the crater, so Tin Ha was stunned. Assura. Could that be the mysterious Assura, ranked 10th on the list? The man pondered thoughtfully. An opportunity for real combat like this is rare. Instead of finishing it in one blow, why not use it to hone that prodigy's experience? His talent is truly extraordinary. It's a pity he's still immature. If I could speed up his growth... Wait, the amplification array. Besides setting up formations, could it also be applied to the body? So Tin Ha struggled to speak. "I'm sorry, Senior, for holding you back." The man interrupted. "Don't move." He drew a symbol on So Tin Ha's forehead. He was bewildered. "Senior, what is this?" The man replied, "An amplification array. It will increase your power tenfold." After he finished drawing, So Tin Ha's eyes went white. His face contorted in pain as he screamed, "Argh!" The man stood by, encouraging him. "Hang in there." The system warned. Body cannot withstand amplification beyond 10 times. If forced, the user may explode and die. 2. So Tin Ha collapsed, his whole body motionless. The man withdrew the power, muttering, "As I thought, the amplification array has its limits on a physical body, but tenfold should be enough for him to protect himself." But the rotten giant was still unconscious from the man's punch. He looked at So Tin Ha disappointed. "I wanted him to get more training, but I acted too quickly." Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted from its body, but it was still hovering, resisting. At the same time, the rotten giant collapsed under So Tin Ha's power. The man praised him. "Excellent. That's how you should fight." So Tin Ha kneeled on one knee, full of gratitude. "Tin Ha thanks you, Senior, for saving my life and for the enlightenment you've granted me. From now on, the So family vows to follow your guidance." The man Thang replied unexpectedly, "All right, get up first." So Tin Ha continued, "Senior, you must be the mysterious Assura who set up the shadow array and wears a mask. You must be hiding your identity for a grand purpose, waiting for the right moment to reveal yourself to the world. Or perhaps you're using this formation to avoid detection by the other races. Everyone knows the most important thing is to fight back against them. Senior, the array you've set up here, is it to prepare for the final battlefield?" Thang was startled, thinking, this prodigy isn't just exceptionally talented, his mind is also extraordinary. So Tin Ha looked at him certain. "Judging by your expression, Senior, I must have guessed correctly. May I ask if your name starts with the letter N?" Thang was shocked, screaming internally, "Holy crap, how did he figure that out? It's like he installed a camera on my head." So Tin Ha smiled humbly and said, "It's a bit embarrassing, but even during my 15 years in seclusion, I still went online and watched TV." Thang was speechless. "All right, you win." So Tin Ha pounded his chest sincerely. "Before you all head to the front lines, I will set up an amplification array for everyone." Tin Ha replied, "Thank you, Senior." In midair, he asked, "Senior, I have a younger sister. Although she's mute, she has the power of spatial teleportation. After the amplification, I'd like her to stay by your side. I hope she can be of use." System notification, new update, the So family prodigy. So Tin Ha has emerged, turning the tables to kill the C-rank otherworldly assassin, the rotting giant, rising to 9th place on the ability rankings. The mysterious formation master has turned the tables to kill the B-rank otherworldly assassin, the Steel Slayer, rising to 8th place on the ability rankings. So Tin Ha is leading the So family to support defense line number 7. On a bustling street, whispers broke out. "Oh my God, a legendary prodigy from the ancient clans." Soldiers drive cars, officers fly planes, but they're flying directly. At this speed, they might even reach the front lines before the last batch of veterans. This kind of scene I've only ever read about in novels about the primordial era of the myriad races. He asked. At the Butcher's Square in Nipthun, So Tin Ha stood before Thang. "Senior, I entrust my younger sister So Thin to you. I believe she will be of great assistance to you." Thang, chewing on a bun, was speechless internally. He calls her his little sister, and it turns out she actually is his little sister. He asked So Tin Ha, "Are you sure you want me to look after her?" But before him stood a cute little girl with her hair in buns, a lollipop in her mouth, looking at him with sparkling eyes. It was So Tin Ha's younger sister. Suddenly, two people nearby shot them a sideways glance and whispered, "First we see a prodigy, and now we see Nam Tuduan. What awful luck. He still has the gall to try and sweet-talk someone's little girl." Another person chimed in, "Exactly. That guy has a gifted bloodline, but what does he have?" So Thien scowled, pointing her lollipop at the two men. A burst of dark energy erupted and both of them vanished. Theng was stunned. A blood-curdling scream echoed out. "Help someone save us." Two people fell into the septic tank. Number 11, Theng thought in shock. So Thien. Could she be the So Thien from the rankings? He recalled number 11 Lam Bang, rank 8, elemental ability. Number 12 So Thien, rank 8, spatial ability. He quickly shook the little girl's hand politely. "So Thien Mai, apologies for my rudeness." The little girl happily shook his hand back. Theng thought to himself, "With her by my side, I can save a lot of travel time. I can take over the butchering work at defense line number 5 million. And the 5 million undead summons won't have to find another profession to level up anymore." He recalled the past. The system interface appeared Summon Undead. Ability level rank 0 initial stage. Upgrade conditions, 1 million soul points, origin stones. Available summons, 9.5 million. Number of undead summon 0. The fourth talent, Summon Undead, has finally activated. Theng was overjoyed. From an alley, a loud voice rang out. "What you want to provide support for the butchering work in 200 cities along defense line number 5. Trung Vien was incredulous. "How is that even possible? The workload is enormous, not to mention the distance." Theng leaned against the wall silently, his gaze firm. Theng raised a finger to remind her. "I already have a solution for this. You just need to ask the manager to help me register, that's all." Trung Vien replied softly, "Of course, no problem." She frowned, thinking to herself, the number of butchers in the cities creates immense pressure, but his answer is so convincing. Theng turned and waved. "Thank you. I have some business to attend to, so I'll be leaving." Trung Vien watched him go, assessing him. His abilities are much stronger than before. He doesn't seem like someone who's afraid of death in the slightest. But why does he choose to fight from the rear instead of going to the front lines? Theng was deep in thought, calculating. With this huge amount of origin stones, my butchering ability, plus So Thien's teleportation, the upgrades and setups will be faster than ever before. He looked at So Thien. "Let's go, So Thien." The little girl lollipop in her mouth happily gave a thumbs up, wreathed in dark energy. The scene shifted to a barren wasteland. Theng and So Thien appeared amidst a pack of wolves. The little girl stroked the thick fur of one wolf. Theng looked with satisfaction at the pile of origin stones the wolves had brought back, praising them. "Well done. Keep up the good work." A system notification appeared. Origin stones 99.5 million. Undead, summoned 0. Ability level rank 1 initial stage. Upgrade condition 1 million soul points. Exchangeable origin stones 99.5 million. Undead summoned 0. There are enough soul stones for the first undead summon. Theng looked at So Thien. "So Thien, we're going to the Tanlin mountain range 100 kilometers from here." The little girl was surprised. This isn't Tanlin. You teleported to the wrong place, kid." He looked at her and thought to himself, so her teleportation distance is limited. After one amplification, she can only teleport within a 10-kilometer radius. So Thien concentrated. A moment later, they appeared in the Tanlin mountain range. Theng told So Thien to find a safe place both for her and for her brother's sake. He became serious again. "Summon undead. Awaken soul of the great Qin." From the ground, a red aura erupted. Accompanied by blue energy, it converged into a red circle around his feet. An undead spirit appeared, holding a sword, and bellowed, "Who dares disturb my soul?" A system notification appeared. Summoned undead. Qin King Yingzheng. Undead level 10, current level cannot be summoned. Theng gripped the hilt of his sword, thinking nervously, to have such an imposing aura even after being dead for thousands of years. An emperor level undead. Can I even reason with him? He drew his sword politely. Senior, a great catastrophe is upon us. This junior wishes to borrow your soldiers. Qin King Yingjung tightened his grip on his sword and shouted, Insolence! How could my soldiers be controlled by a little demon like you? He swung his sword in a single slash and roared, You want to use my soldiers? Then show me what you're capable of. Thang leaped back, his eyes transforming as he replied, In that case, this junior will have to be impolite. The man yelled. Tula Tai opened. The king of Qin Yingjung arrogantly said, I have unified the 6 nations. What haven't I seen? A mere whelp, who still smells of his mother's milk, dares to show off in front of an expert. The 2 streams of sword energy collided, creating a terrifying pressure. Thang the man broke out in a cold sweat, but stood firm. If you haven't seen it, then you'll know after we fight. The king of Qin Yingjung became furious. You insolent, arrogant bastard! I am Dragon Kill! Thang the man struck with a powerful slash. The king of Qin Yingjung said contemptuously, You dare call that Dragon Kill? Let me show you what a true Dragon Kill is. A true dragon materialized behind him. The supreme sovereign True Dragon Absolute Kill. The true dragon opened its mouth and lunged forward. The man Thang shouted, Tulamasat! Countless powerful warriors of the other races appeared behind him, but they were devoured by the true dragon. He gritted his teeth. No wonder he's an emperor-level undead. He summoned the Assura of the human hell. A giant skeleton appeared radiating a dark aura. Angrily, it bent down to confront the true dragon. Rocks and dust flew. You stupid brat! If we keep fighting, the imperial tomb will collapse. The man Thang sheathed his sword and replied, Thank you, senior. The king of Qin Yingjung said, You have won. I have been in deep slumber for so many years. You may borrow my soldiers. But first tell me the whole story. After he finished his tale, the king of Qin Yingjung brought out an object. These are difficult times. Why wouldn't those who came before help? This is the Tiger Tally. Combined with your power, it will be easier to summon the Qin generals. The man Thang took it and raised his hand. Generals and soldiers of Qin, hear my command. Green light erupted from the Tiger Tally, echoing throughout the great tomb. Dafeng, Dafeng. Countless radiant figures emerged from the ground. 4 system notifications summoned undead class special ability level 3 million, summoned 10 million Qin soldiers. Special characteristics, immortal, infinite rebirth. Condition for destruction, an N-level undead dies. End consecutive times in 1 minute. Upgrade condition summon 40 million living dead. Essence stones 89.5 million. He was overjoyed. The Forbidden Element talent tree has finally activated. And at last, after so much effort, a glowing notification panel appeared before his eyes. Forbidden Elementalist Level 1 Beginner. Talent condense all 10 forbidden elements. The higher the power of the forbidden spell, the more terrifying its might. Borrow the power of heaven and earth for an explosive boost. However, to cast a forbidden spell, one must spend up to 10,000 essence stones. In return, this power can be applied infinitely. Upgrade with 10 ultimate forbidden techniques. Amidst a vast forest, piercing shrieks echoed. Countless strange creatures circled in the sky, creating a chaotic scene. Thang the man had a sharp glint in his eyes. He suddenly exclaimed in alarm, This is bad. I sense the aura of the other races that assassinate ancient prodigies, and they're coming from 2 opposite directions. By himself, no matter how talented he was. It would be difficult to handle both sides at once. Suddenly, a majestic voice boomed, drowning out all the chaotic sounds. The king of Qin Yingjung with an overwhelming presence. And stepped out of this void and shouted, Wang Jian Meng Dian. Instantly 2 undead generals materialized and replied in unison, Your servant is here. The king of Qin Yingjung with the decisiveness of an emperor. He commanded, I order you to go and annihilate the other race. The man Thang quickly spoke up to divide the tasks. Then seniors please head east. I will take care of the west. With those words he shouted, Chutian, teleport us. The scenery swirled, bringing us to a wilderness 200 kilometers east of the Qin Mausoleum. Here, a multitude of powerful members of the other race were charging like a furious tide. A young man with a resolute but struggling expression was fighting back with blazing red energy threads. They were thin but sharp. This was Su Cheng, a talented ghost tamer with his technique, 100 Ghosts Mobilization Kill. His red threads extended tightly, binding the members of the other race. While controlling the threads, he roared, "I'll kill every last one of you bastards!" However, the other race was undeterred. They charged forward even more ferociously, forcing Su Chang to leap aside to dodge. He struggled and yelled, "Damn it! Can't you guys cooperate with me a little?" Suddenly, a red thread wrapped around the arm of one of the other race members. Su Chang smirked and said, "Don't be scared. He's your brother after all, so he can't possibly kill you." At that moment, the two members of the other race faced off. The red-headed one, without hesitation, swung its sharp claws at the blue one. Su Chang was stunned and exclaimed, "What the hell? You guys from the other race truly have no humanity at all. To face your own brother and strike just like that." The blue one didn't back down and immediately counterattacked. Su Chang, while controlling the threads to support the blue one, struggled to continue. "It's fine, your skin is thick. No need to be afraid of getting cut. Unleash your domain and cut him down for me." The battle between the two creatures grew more intense. The red-headed one had already sliced the blue one in half. Its terrifying power sent Su Chang flying. With a majestic aura, a figure stood protectively in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "Junior, I have come as promised to save you." Su Chang, still in shock, quickly replied, "It's a bit of a flashback, but thank you very much, Senior." A gasp of astonishment rang out. "It's Qin Shi Huang He." The king of Qin with his sword sealing the space created an overwhelming pressure and shouted, "Get up! We'll make this a quick victory." Oh. The other race members showed no fear and continued to charge forward like moths to a flame. The king of Qin looked at them, a murderous glint in his eyes. "So, these are the ones harassing my descendants' homeland. Then they will be slaughtered without mercy." Just then, a general appeared behind one of the creatures, snorted coldly, and neatly dispatched the enemy. Each general handled a creature quickly and decisively. The scene shifts to the western sky, 200 kilometers from the Qin mausoleum. The space vibrated with the roars of countless members of the other race swarming in. In the forest at the center of the battlefield, the two siblings of the Qin family stood back to back. Facing the danger, the older brother Qin Ying, a void summoner, anxiously instructed his sister, Sui, in a moment, I'll restrain one of them. You take the chance and run okay." "No." But Shinsui, also a void summoner, replied firmly, "Brother! If we go together. If we die together." Faced with the ferocious creatures, Qin Ying still tried to plead, Sui, please listen to me." He placed his hand on the ground and shouted, "Void, summon single tree, becomes a forest." From the ground, giant vines erupted, binding the legs of the other race members. Qin Ying turned back and urged her. He slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, "Technique lone tree becomes forest." Giant vines erupted from the ground, tightly binding the feet of the other race creatures. Qin Ying turned back and urged them to hurry. But the red-headed creature had already broken free from the vines and was charging straight towards them. Qin Ying hurriedly summoned more vines to try and stop it, but a slicing sound was heard and blood splattered across his face. In a critical moment, Tan Sui stepped forward to shield him, taking a slash to his back. Tan Ying screamed in panic, Sui! His eyes turned bloodshot, tears streaming down as he roared, "You dare hurt my little sister!" An explosion of power formed a whirlwind, blowing away several alien creatures. Despite the pain, Tan Sui reassured him, "Brother, I'm okay. Be careful up there." Just then, two other alien creatures dove down from the sky. Before the siblings could react, a familiar wave of sword energy tore through space, blocking the attack. Nam Tutang appeared shouting, "So then teleport all these creatures 1 kilometer away." Instantly, the creatures in front of the siblings vanished. Nam Tutang walked over and calmly said, "Don't move, and don't say anything." But Tan Ying, still bewildered, asked, "What's happening?" Without answering, Nam Tutang raised his hand and channeled an immense amount of spiritual energy into the two siblings, making them scream from the overwhelming power. Then he continued, "Next, you two must kill half of these creatures yourselves." Then he raised his hand, creating a brilliant orb of spiritual energy, and shouted, "Forbidden spell, lightning element!" The orb shot out like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a storm cloud in midair. A column of blazing red spiritual energy crashed down, obliterating the creatures before they could react. The system panel appeared again. Level 2 Elemental Forbidden Spellmaster. Each forbidden spell consumes 20,000 essence stones. Can be upgraded infinitely. 200 forbidden spells available. But Tan Ying spoke up in surprise. Benefactor! Didn't you say we were supposed to handle half of them? I am Tan Sui added her voice full of determination. Please leave the rest to us. Nam Tu Tang turned back his voice low and mixed with a bit of guilt. Sorry I got a little careless just now. Internally, he was marveling in shock at the terrifying power of the forbidden spell. The power he had just unleashed was far beyond his imagination, like a fire incinerating space itself. Suddenly, a shout shattered the silence. Watch out! One of them slipped through the net. Behind the Tan siblings, a ferocious alien creature charged at a terrifying speed. With absolute coordination, Tan Ying and Tan Sui immediately worked together, shouting in unison. Summon joint technique alloy vine hell. From the ground, countless sharp vines shot up, piercing through the giant rotting wave creature. Sticky blood oozed from its wounds. It created a gruesome scene. The tougher, ironclad Killer 6, despite its resilience, couldn't escape the grasp of the sturdy vines. Nam Tu Thang observed the entire scene. He nodded. Tan Ying nodded and continued. I was also thinking of a phrase. They both spoke at the same time, each saying one half of a saying. But it was completely out of sync. The heavens shake and the earth shatters. The blue sea turns into mulberry fields. After dealing with the creatures, Nam Tu Thang turned back and asked in a low voice, Tell me, what do you plan to do now? The Tan siblings immediately dropped to one knee. They replied respectfully, On behalf of the 6th Tan family, we thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. Seeing this formal gesture, Nam Tu Tang was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking to himself, Ugh, do all these ancient families have to perform such grand ceremonies? With great spirit, Tan Ying cupped his hands and continued, Benefactor, you saved our lives. Whatever you command, we will do. Tan Sui chimed in, That's right, benefactor. Their intense devotion left Nam Tu Thang feeling helpless. He pointed to himself and asked, You'll listen to my commands. Do you even know who I am? The two siblings froze their faces looking foolish. Tan Ying replied awkwardly, Well, about that, we're not quite sure. Tan Sui quickly added, Our apologies, benefactor. We should have asked for your esteemed name first. Nam Tu Tang breathed a sigh of relief. That's not what I meant. It's better that you don't know. He thought to himself, I was probably overthinking it. Boosting combat power and intelligence really are unrelated. Not every prodigy is like that guy. So, Tin Ha. Suddenly, a deep, powerful voice rang out. Little friend, your temperament is truly like our own. You could certainly become a friend to us despite our age difference. Everyone turned in surprise to see the king of Qinying-jung. Tuang Ka, walking beside him, asked curiously, First Emperor Big Brother? This masked person. Ain't he the one you were talking about? The king of Qin replied cheerfully, That's him indeed. Tuang Ka, with a nonchalant look, gazed at Nam Tu Thang and said, Brother, thanks for saving me. I probably should perform some grand ceremony too, but that's really not my style. So I guess I owe you one now. And I don't like being in debt, so tell me, what do you want me to do? Nam Tu Tang glanced at him, thinking, Finally, an abnormal prodigy. He didn't stand on ceremony and replied directly, All right then, I have 2 requests. First, take me to your families for a collective boost. While Tuang Ka was still looking puzzled, not understanding what boost meant, the Tan siblings quickly cupped their hands. Thank you, benefactor. But Tuang Ka was still muttering blankly, A boost? What kind of boost? And you two look like you've just joined a cult. Nam Tu Tang chuckled, softly pointed a finger at his forehead, and channeled spiritual energy saying, This kind, a 10-fold boost. Tuang Ka's pained screams echoed, He fell to the ground, clutching his head and writhing in agony. Like a villain, Nam Tu Thang continued, And there's this too. But Tan Ying quickly spoke up, Benefactor, are there any other commands? Just say the word, we will go through fire and water and not. Refuse. Nam Tu Tang looked at them silently, considering whether he should let these two go first. But they are both prodigies from the inner 6, unlike So Tin Ha. In my past life, the battlefield a year from now won't affect their families. But asking them to fight on the front lines, would that be considered ethical kidnapping? Yes. He finally replied, and remember to protect yourselves well. From behind, Tuang Ka broke into an excited smile. By the way, you're a really honest guy even with that mask on. Is it really that difficult to say what you're actually thinking? He went on analyzing how you can summon spirits to protect yourself. So are we just a burden to you? Do you really think you're going to become some kind of legendary hero by operating in the shadows or something? Hearing this, Chin Sui immediately stepped forward to argue back. Shut your mouth. I won't let you speak so disrespectfully to our benefactor. But Nan Zisheng raised a hand to stop him speaking calmly. He's not wrong. He casually put his hands in his pockets and continued, I need you all to lead your clan to defense line number 7 and buy me a few days. As for that slander just now, on the battlefield of 10,000 clans, it won't be just childish assassination attempts like that. If you truly are prodigies, then survive and meet me at the 5th defense line. The two Chin brothers simultaneously slapped their chests, showing their resolve. Benefactor, the Chin family will absolutely not fail you. Su Changjae also chimed in, now this is more like it. Nanzi Sheng presented a talisman saying, I'm entrusting the 100,000 Chin troops to you. Su Changjae happily accepted it, bowing respectfully in thanks. Chin Ying quickly waved her hands. Oh, benefactor, there's no need for all that. Full of excitement, Su Chang raised his hand and declared, Rise. King Qin Ying Zheng witnessed this scene. He thought with satisfaction, the descendants of Yan and Huang continue to flourish. It truly makes one proud. The system panel suddenly displayed a notification Su Changya prodigy of the inner 6th clan. Twin prodigies of the Qin clan, Qin Ying and Qin Sui, have led their entire clan to the 7th defense line. Inner 6th Jug prodigy emerged assassinated by a foreign race deceased. Prodigy of the Northwest Lin clan has emerged. Assassinated by a foreign race deceased. Prodigy of the Southwest Xiao clan has emerged assassinated by a foreign race deceased. That morning, Nanzi Sheng and Chu Tian gathered with King Qin's group, unable to help but sigh. Chu Tian sighed. Damn it. What the hell kind of world is this? Prodigies are being killed the moment they emerge. King Qin nodded. Indeed, they are our future. The front lines are tense, and yet our talents in the rear are being slaughtered. Who can possibly protect them? Upon receiving the news, Nanzi Sheng furrowed his brow and thought to himself, this generation's prodigies are emerging sooner than expected. Even if I rush all over the place to save them, I can't guarantee everyone will be safe. He turned to Chu Tian decisively. Rather than trying to stop the pot from boiling, it's better to fuel the fire beneath it. Chu Tian, we're going to the northern desert. The young Chu Tian's eyes sparkled as she nodded excitedly. With a look of utter confidence, Nanzi Sheng continued. Once the 5 great prodigies have all emerged, I will lure out every last assassin from the 10,000 clans. With overwhelming presence, Nanzi Sheng yelled, Tian! Chu Tian, first get close to the Han Tomb complex. The silent night sky was suddenly shattered by Nanzi Sheng's roar. I am your great Han ancestor, and I have awakened. He slammed a powerful strike into the ground. A crimson bolt of lightning erupted, shattering the earth. He called out their names. Senior Emperor Wu, Senior Wei Qing, Senior Hua Kubing, anyone who offends the people of Han. Oninj Sawamoi shall be punished no matter how far. The space grew dark red lightning, merging with the night to create an ethereal scene. A notification panel appeared, Summon Undead. Power level Tier 3. Quantity, 10 million Qin soldiers, 20 million Han soldiers. Undead trait, infinite regeneration. Condition for annihilation. A Tier N undead killed in consecutive times within M minutes. Will perish. Ability upgrade condition. Summon 400,000 undead. Available origin stones, 1.35 billion. Nanzi Sheng's voice boomed. 100,000 Han soldiers. Hear my command. Advance to the northern desert and fight the foreign races. His power erupted, lighting up the entire region. He roared, Assura, advance, full-level state hell on earth. His hair whipped in the wind as the earth roiled. At the ability investigation site, Kier sensed the terrifying aura and exclaimed, It's him, the mysterious Assura. This aura, it's stronger than before. I'm afraid he succumbed to his demonic side. Su Leng, standing beside her, said urgently, We have to report to the military right away. He's in the northern desert. Nanzi Sheng remained standing defiantly amidst the sands. Array formation front and rear left and right layout. heavenly stems, earthly branches, with lightning as the guide and bone as the pillar. The sky blazed with bolts of thunder as a series of names were called out. Zhu Li Qiong, Shen Han. I the 100 origin seal. I the earth-shaking element. Sword of soaring flames, burn the defiant spikes of tranquil earth, bones of ice, freeze and bind. Fiery embers ignited, spreading a crimson glow, creating a formation 100 li wide. From a distance, Su Ling was shocked. Wait, that's another type of powerful array magic. Kier clutched her head, overwhelmed. Don't tell me it's the mysterious array master. From the ranking list. It's a shame. I've used up all my energy today. I can't get a clear look. 6 formations were now complete. Nanzi Sheng roared, "Summon the souls of the great Han, exterminate the foreign races, display the might of the Han." Wei Qing, Emperor Wu, and Huo Chubing appeared along with tens of thousands of cavalry charging into battle. Observing through his scope, Su Ling was horrified. What in the world is going on? An undead aura, more powerful than anything I've ever seen. Kair's face turned pale, her eyes wide. 3 god-tier ability users. The gods are gathering in the northern desert. What kind of spectacle is this? Su Ling urged, "We must report to the Supreme Commander at once." In the middle of the desert, Nanzi Sheng raised both hands, his eyes glowing red and his hair standing on end. Forbidden spell, elemental amplification 100 times. A brilliant yin-yang symbol blazed to life. It lit up the night sky, making the entire city as bright as day. The citizens were bewildered. I just went to bed. Why is it morning already? It's only 10 p.m. Is this some kind of monsters doing? The emergency broadcast blared from the speakers. Major news: 4 god-tier prodigies are gathering in the northern desert. Military fighter jets are heading to investigate. The public erupted in chaos. God-tier prodigies, holy crap! But something like this has never happened before. The people were stunned by the phenomenon of the night sky suddenly turning as bright as day. Some whispered, "I've never even heard of a tier like that before." Ever. Another person, their eyes sparkling with hope, said with certainty, "This bright sky. I'm sure one of them is responsible for it. This is the greatest hope for us in the East." This earth-shattering commotion caused the entire mainland army to mobilize. The roar of helicopters thundered across the sky. The scene changes to the heart of the mainland defense line number 1. Helicopters screamed through the air, tearing through the wind. A soldier reported, "Sir, even at top speed, it'll take us at least 1 hour to reach the northwestern border of the northern desert." The 3 commanders, their faces grim, barked, "Enough talk. Get there at maximum speed." Back in the northern desert, Nanzi Sheng stood tall, his spiritual energy surging. He continued his summons. 500,000 steel direwolves, 500,000 armored bristle oxen, 1 million rage apes, 1 million war elephants, assemble. The scene was a dazzling spectacle. Blinding streaks of light erupted, and from them hordes of giant beasts materialized, their eyes glowing like burning embers. A notification flashed in the northwest. 4 massive beast tides are rampaging toward the northern desert, apparently controlled by the 5th god-tier prodigy, a beast tamer. People everywhere were utterly stunned. Some stared with their mouths agape. Others scratched their heads in confusion, while some broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Oh my God, something big is happening in the northern desert again," to have 5 great god-tier prodigies show up all at once. Model, how could this be? Another person was deep in thought, yet there were no signs at all before. Our city is occasionally attacked by beast tides, but there haven't been any waves like this recently. Someone who heard this nodded. "From the way you speak, it seems you understand the situation well." 2. At the pharmaceutical factory, Tutu Nam was talking to Tran Lien Y. She asked excitedly, "Hey sis, have you seen the news? Do you remember that time we were ambushed by that wolf pack in the northern wasteland desert?" Lina replied thoughtfully, "One person controlling 10,000 wolves. How could I possibly forget? Could it be him this time too?" She shook her head in amazement. "I never expected him to be hundreds of times stronger than we imagined." Meanwhile, at the supply center, Trung Noan was scrolling through the news on her phone when she suddenly remembered the Assura beast Tamer. Why? Did my mind immediately think of Nam Tu Thang first? Could it really be him? The scene shifts to the Lamb family of the EC. In the sky, a fiery red orb was swirling. Beneath the water, the waves roared fiercely. The prodigy Lam Trong Kong, riding on his surfboard, thought excitedly, "This beast Tamer is truly formidable. I must meet him at least once." He was on his way to find Nam Tu Thang, hoping to witness the pinnacle of power. At the same time, within the sixth heaven, the Juge family prodigy, Juge Yuan, rode his divine beast soaring towards the northern wasteland desert. He muttered, "An elemental forbidden spell that has reached such a peak. Hurry up, perhaps our Juge family will encounter a great fortune." Near the northern wasteland desert, major clans like the Xuanyuan family, the Huang family, and the Yu family were all on the move, heading towards where Nam Tu Thang was gathering. But things weren't going smoothly. Nam Tu Thang sensed an unusual disturbance and muttered, "Besides the alien race, there must be something else that could draw all the prodigies here." His eyes glowed red as his killing intent erupted. "Humph, everything is ready, just waiting for those alien race assassins to appear." On the mainland, the Huang family prodigy Huang Xuan was struggling against a horde of grotesque beasts. They were too numerous, too strong, making him think, "Am I, Huang Xuan, going to die here? I won't accept this." But he shouted defiantly, "Come on then, you mongrels. Who do you think you're looking down on, huh?" Suddenly, the beasts received a signal and immediately stopped their attack, turning to retreat. Huang Xuan was stunned. They're running away. What's going on? At the same time, all the beast tides and undead on the battlefield ceased their attacks and began to gather. Standing in the center, Nam Tu Thang realized the time had come. He roared, "It's finally time." He commanded beast tide undead, "Advance with me. Let the slaughter begin." A single sword strike sent out a crimson light that stained the entire land. Assura's funeral slash, a giant rooted beast, was sliced in two. Next, he unleashed his move, Assura's Hell on Earth. The slash caused an earthquake, whipping sand and stone into a storm, shaking the heavens and the earth. With his hair disheveled and eyes glaring coldly, Nam Tu Thang looked like he had lost control. The beast tide and undead beside him roared, charging in and tearing each other apart, creating a scene of frenzied chaos. Suddenly, a white warhorse appeared. Above it was a majestic martial emperor. Nam Tu Thang stood high above, observing the beast tide and undead slaughtering losses. He immediately gave an order. "Beast tide, undead, hear my command. I will draw their fire from the center. You will form an encirclement around the alien race and sweep them up. The beast tide will focus its attacks on the steel killers and the giant demons. Undead, you are immune to poison attack, the venom apes, and the rotting giant corpses. 3. Nam Tu Thang erupted with spiritual energy, setting up a formation. He slammed a fist into the ground, creating a pillar of crimson light that shot straight into the sky, causing a world-shaking explosion. He turned to So Thien. "Cooperate with me. If any beast escapes the formation and rushes towards the city wall, you take care of it quickly." So Thien, holding a lollipop, smirked. But when the little girl cast a spell to lure a beast, it turned around. Nam Tu Thang, with beads of sweat on his forehead, stared at her in disbelief. The two of them made eye contact, startled and embarrassed. 3. Reacting in time. Nam Tu Thang unleashed a forbidden spell. Wind element 50-fold stack. The crimson move sent the beast flying into the sky. When it fell, the smaller beasts around it swarmed in and tore it to shreds. So Thien laughed loudly. "Ah, that poor giant demon." Nam Tu Thang shook his head. "So Thien, you did a great job, but be a little more careful next time. Okay." Looking around, the situation didn't look good. He was surrounded by giant demons. Nam Tu Thang muttered, a situation like this. Better to just forget it." He continued to fight, unleashing a forbidden spell. Lightning element 50-fold stack. The explosive power took down the horde of monsters. He thought to himself, the other prodigies are about to arrive and the government can't be far behind. I have to end this quickly. 9 forbidden flying spells were activated, creating crimson circles with Nam Tu Thang at the center, spreading out like shockwaves for 500 meters. A massive explosion shook space itself. From a distance, an astonished voice called out, "Who on earth is that person to be able to use the knight's arts to such a pinnacle level?" It was Juge Yuan, the prodigy of the Juge family. Suddenly, he was struck by a streak of crimson light that shot past like a meteor, leaving his head spinning. Nam Tu Thang flashed by, amplified by a factor of 10. Controlling lightning to teleport? Zhu Juan clutched his head, his eyes rolled back, and he cried out. When he came to his senses, he stammered, "Senior, wait, may I ask your esteemed name? In the future, my Jug family will surely repay you." Nam Tu Thang glanced back coldly. "We are in the northern wasteland desert up ahead. I've left information for you and the army. If you want to repay me, do as I say." With that, he vanished in a flash. Zhu Juan looked up, but he was already gone. He thought to himself, the mysterious senior probably doesn't want to reveal his identity. He shouted, "Everyone, follow the senior's words. Head to the northern wasteland desert and check for the information." But on a high hill, helicopters were still flying back and forth. In a clearing, a few had landed. Commander-in-Chief Tu So Duong stood in the snow. He asked, "Are you sure this is the place?" "Why is it completely empty? I don't see any prodigies and no alien race assassins." A soldier replied, "Reporting to the commander, we've confirmed this is the correct location." "I don't know either, sir." A group of foreign race members suddenly emerged from the ground, but Chu Kat Vien arrived in time to explain that a forbidden spell from a senior prodigy had buried all the foreign race assassins underground. The commander-in-chief nodded and asked, "Did you all see the 5 mysterious prodigies? Who are they? Where did they come from?" Chu Kat Vien denied it. "No, we only met one prodigy who was wearing a mask. We couldn't identify him." A man in yellow and a member of the Xuanyuan family agreed. "We only know the senior left a message from afar." Lam Trung Kung shouted, "They left a message on a stone." The commander-in-chief ordered a photograph of the inscribed stone slab and at the same time summoned the army's generals and the patriarchs of the ancient clans for a meeting at the 5th defense line. A man watched from afar, observing them in secret. He mumbled, "I'm sorry, everyone. Now is not the time for me to appear. This is the only way to get the army's help." He thought to himself, there aren't many foreign race assassins, but if they learn that the 5 great prodigies are gathered, their counterattack will be 10 times more fierce. People's hearts are unpredictable. In war, there's no shortage of traitors working for the foreign race. Revealing myself now would be a slow, inevitable defeat. He called for So Thien to return to the slaughterhouse, then fell into deep thought. My identity as a weakling is known to everyone. It'll be hard for ordinary people or the foreign race to trace anything back to me. Acting from behind the scenes is the best cover. A new report just arrived. Prodigy Hien Hong is leading his clansmen to reinforce the 7th defense line. Prodigy Lam Trong Kung regretfully couldn't go with them in order to guard against the EC Beasttide. The people discussed, why have so many 6 prodigies suddenly chosen the 7th defense line? One person answered, it must be related to the 5 god-tier prodigies who appeared last night. Another person replied, they haven't announced their identities to protect them. They are the ace in the hole to turn the tide of this war. Inside the military classroom at the 5th defense line, the meeting was tense. Commander-in-Chief Tu So Dung was giving a speech, the volcanic source, the heaven connecting water, the steel forest, the heaven-burning veins. The battle of the immortal cicada at the 5th defense line, arranging a time for a truce. What's important today is the information they left behind. What are everyone's thoughts? The patriarch of the Xuanyuan clan, Hien Vien Yulong, spoke up. I'll be brief. This has to be a grand battlefield strategy. The god-tier prodigies want the final battlefield to be at the 5th defense line. The volcanic source, a place known as the man-made volcano, spews crude oil. A single spark could set the entire world on fire. The man-made canal named Heaven Connecting Water meanders from east to northwest, stretching endlessly like the lifeblood of the earth. The steel forest is a vast man-made woodland. It's built from colossal steel trees that spread across the region, a symbol of indomitable industrial might. And the Heaven Stones, massive blocks of raw ore. Their quantity is enough to startle an entire celestial army, and they are the foundation for these grand plans. At the 2nd defense line, General Fung Fiu, a vanguard renowned for his glorious victories, brooded as he looked at the message carved with cold, sharp blade marks. He muttered, there's an 80% chance Assura carved this. He could fall into a demonic state at any moment. These words made the atmosphere heavy. A grand plan proposed based on the one-sided words of an Assura made General Feng Fu deeply worried. In a grave voice, he asked, "For us to risk everything and go all in like this? Is it truly worth it?" General Li Fei of the 3rd Defensive Line also nodded in agreement, his eyes as sharp as blades. General Fang is right. We don't even know who the 5 great prodigies are. To mobilize the entire country's strength and exhaust all our resources based on just a few messages, isn't that too great a gamble? The entire hall was filled with heated murmurs, everyone sticking to their own opinion, unwilling to yield. The commander-in-chief, a seasoned old general, stood up, his deep voice booming like thunder. "Everyone, please listen to what I have to say." But at the same time, clan leader Juge Chungbing also spoke up, his voice steely. "Everyone listen to me." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the hall. Then he continued, "Although this inscription is from an Assura, the 5 great prodigies must be present. Otherwise, the prodigy amplification formation that benefits our people would not have sent back this information. Volcanoes, canals, steel forests, primordial stones. Perhaps all of these are necessary components for a grand formation or a forbidden spell, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to achieve something monumental." Yuanyan Rulong, a young but spirited general, stood up, his voice bold. "Old brother Juge is right. It is precisely because the front lines have been continuously failing that we must go all in on this gamble. I have a feeling this will be the wisest decision the ancient Eastern clans have ever made." The entire hall flared with fighting spirit. Everyone agreed in unison. Chu Yang, another war general, stood up, his voice filled with confidence. "The 5 great prodigies eliminated thousands of the alien race in less than an hour, including level 10 assassins. There is no one else in this world who could accomplish such a feat. We share the same ancestry, the same bloodline. We must disregard everything and pour all our strength into this gamble." The commander-in-chief, his face blazing with determination, stood before the announcer's microphone and declared, "To the entire nation, the Northwest is prepared to initiate the 4 blazing projects: the artificial volcano, the canal, the steel forest, and the Sky Lake Stone." A barrage of doubtful questions arose. What is the meaning of this? My God, a project this massive, is this insane? Our manpower and resources are already depleted, and yet we're doing this. Nan Zisheng stood on high, his eyes blazing with determination, and announced, "Congratulations, everyone. You made the right bet. You believed in me, and I will absolutely not fail your expectations." He turned to Chief Engineer Li Gong, his voice full of excitement. "These projects bear a resemblance to what we are currently working on. It seems the higher-ups think very highly of our plan, don't they?" Li Gong replied, a bewildered look in his eyes. "I don't think I understand what's happening." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from below. A blazing red vortex had appeared on the horizon in the direction of the 7th Defensive Line's battlefield. Nan Zisheng and Li Gong were startled, their faces turning pale. "Damn it, that's the outer race's void gate. In my past life, this gate didn't open for another 2 years. Why is it so early today?" Chu Xinghe, standing beside them, was also stunned. "The void gate is opening. The alien race will soon swarm the 7th Defensive Line. I fear the front line will face a catastrophic outcome." Nan Zisheng roared, his voice urgent. "We must find a way to reinforce them." He and Chu Tian immediately set off to provide aid. With an overwhelming aura, Nan Zisheng summoned 20 million Great Han spirits and a 3 million strong beast tide preparing to advance and support the 7th Defensive Line. Suddenly, a shimmering green figure appeared. He shouted, "Chu Tian, is there any way to teleport us and the beast tide to the front lines?" Chutin's face was deathly pale. The lollipop in her mouth shattered, and blood trickled from the corner of her lips. She was exhausted, her body frail, but she still forced herself up, her voice firm. "I can do it." Even as blood flowed ceaselessly, she was determined to fight. Nan Zisheng shouted worriedly, "Chu Tian, we're thousands of kilometers from the 7th Defensive Line. If you can't handle it, don't force yourself." At the battlefield of the 7th Defensive Line, the sky was blood red. White snow blanketed the area. The great void gate widened. The outer race was about to pour through. The commander-in-chief ordered, "Prodigies charge! Superpowered corps follow infantry, bring up the rear. Artillery provide covering fire. We must hold the line even if it means death." Old Zhang and Nan Shanshong stood by a large cannon, speaking in the tense atmosphere. Old Jang sighed. The nuclear shells are almost gone. We're running out of artillery rounds too. What's the point of continuing to fight like this? Nan Shanxiong said gravely. Don't be pessimistic, old Jung. Look at the prodigies down there. Remember last time when we were in despair, they brought an army of spirits to save us. It will be the same this time. We have to believe that where there's a will, there's a way. Old Nan continued, his eyes firm. No matter how strong the prodigies are, they are still human, not machines. They get tired, they get injured, and they can die. That's precisely why we must support them with everything we've got. Even if it means sacrificing ourselves in their place. Old Wang nodded, his voice low. That's right. The time for the decisive battle has come. Let the final war begin. The battle erupted. Chu Xinghe unleashed his power. Sword domain arise. 10,000 swords pierced the heart. In the sky, black holes appeared. Sharp blades shot down, creating a heaven-shaking explosion. Tu Chang'e, amidst a horde of giant beasts, roared, Son of a bitch! All you outer race bastards come at me! Let dog eat dog! Elsewhere, an equally powerful Qin Shi Huang waved his hand, causing rows of alien beasts to fall. How can my great Qin be underestimated? The two brothers, Qin Ying and Qin Sui, were surrounded by alien beasts. Iron alloy vines wrapped tightly around them, forming a green wall that obscured their view. Chu Xinghe, fighting with all his might, yelled, 4 o'clock, 3,375 meters fire. A brilliant beam of light shot out from the cannon, shaking the entire sky. Old Nan continued to command, 8 o'clock, 2,978 meters fire. Stop the alien race from flanking. The artillery shells exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Fire. Suddenly, a colossal shadow appeared. An alien beast, hundreds of thousands of times larger than the others, its body wrapped in steel chains and its head sporting horns. Wielding a greatsword, it charged forward with a menacing growl. Tu Chang'e, riding his warhorse, broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell is this thing? It's as tall as the city walls. The beast swung its sword once, shaking the world and blocking everyone's escape route. Qin Shi Huang, worried for his comrade, ordered, Baiki, protect Tu Chang'e. Baiki immediately complied. Tu Chang'e yelled, I'm fine. This monster is no joke. Hurry and help Senior Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang led the prodigies in a charge. Generals with me, fight. The monster responded fiercely. It suddenly stopped as if it had discovered something. Qin Shi Huang shouted, Damn it, it found a clue. The only way now is to fight with all we've got. He stood proudly before the beast. His aura surged. The souls of my great Qin have fought 100 battles. To die on the battlefield is our honor. Having been revived today, what reason is there to be afraid? Qin Shi Huang teleported as fast as lightning. He struck from behind the beast, but it reacted just in time. The infantry commander, his clothes tattered and his body covered in blood, remained steadfast and ordered. Superpowered corps, resist with your full strength. Infantry, eliminate the low-level aliens. He gripped a stone weapon, preparing to charge into battle. Soldiers, obey the command. The prodigies and the 8 kings rushed into the fight. 200 kilometers away, Nan Zisheng carried Chu Tian on his back. The girl was completely exhausted, bleeding. Non-stop. Chu Tian whispered weakly, 200 more kilometers. My brother is there. Su Chang'e and Qin Shi Huang were still fighting fiercely. Su Chang'e ordered Senior Qin Shi Huang lead the undead army to protect the other prodigies. Leave this one to us. Chu Xinghe. Within the sword domain, he unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. Sword Qi roared. Qin Ying and Qin Sui coordinated using alloy vines to tightly bind the beast, while in the single tree that formed a forest, a commander hovered in the air and struck. The Keelan fire scythe burst into flames and slashed down, creating a brilliant explosion. Flames engulfed the beast. 2 blades plunged into the ground, and as the wind blew fiercely, the fire spread. The strange beast spun wildly, creating a massive tornado. It sucked everyone into a deadly vortex, its power far beyond imagination. Many were injured, and the situation was critical. In the sky, a rescue helicopter appeared. Nan Shanxiong roared, Everyone get back! We're going to blow it up! Chu Xinghe, though injured, turned his head to look up. That was Nan Shanxiong's voice. A junior 3 minutes ago. Nan Shanxiong suggested to Elder Zhang, use the auxiliary fortress. There's a bomber carrying a mini nuke in the warehouse. If the prodigies are in danger, we have to be prepared. Elder Zhang was worried. That's a last resort, a plan of mutual destruction, Nan Shanxiang replied. Now is that desperate time. Our deaths are nothing to regret, but if the prodigy squad dies, everything is over. Elder Zhang's fighting spirit surged, and he agreed. The helicopter flew defiantly towards the beast. Nan Shanxiang, alone in the cockpit, muttered, "Son, the rest of the fight is up to you all." He prepared to press the self-destruct button, sacrificing himself to take down the beast. Suddenly, a giant vine shot up and wrapped tightly around the helicopter. Nan Zisheng appeared holding Chu Tian and shouted, "Pull the chopper back. Calm down." Nan Shanxiang was stunned. He recognized his son's voice. Turning to the window, he saw Nan Zisheng wearing a mask. Holding Chu Tian, he swooped past. The prodigies looked up and cheered. "He's here, our benefactor." Nan Zisheng handed Chu Tian to Chu Xinghe for care and demanded, "Shut down all satellite communications." The commander asked, "Who is he?" Chu Xinghe replied, "Commander Wang, just do as he says and you'll understand." In the domestic command center, Chao, the general, was worried. The signal from the 7th defensive line had been cut. "Investigate immediately." He suspected a giant alien race had caused the vortex. "I fear the prodigies are more likely dead than alive. How could the 7th defensive line fall so quickly?" Back on the battlefield, Nan Zisheng confronted the beast. His eyes blazed like fire as he shouted, "Assura mode fully activated." An earth-shattering explosion rang out its power, cracking the very ground. In his blade giant form, his hair stood on end. His eyes glowed red and lightning crackled around him. He roared. "It's been a while." A green-haired man with a bandaged head was astonished. Could he be the mysterious Assura? But he just used a forbidden spell. Su Chang's added, It seems he has more than just a dual elemental power." Everyone was stunned as streams of green energy suddenly appeared everywhere. It signaled that a battle of the highest caliber was about to erupt. On the brutal battlefield, the blade giant was surrounded by a host of undead spirits, all emanating an eerie green aura. He stood tall like an unyielding mountain. Emperor Wu of Han, riding his warhorse majestically amidst his army, his voice thundering, as expected. "So, this was the plan." He brandished his sword and commanded, "Han's spirit army, follow me and slay the enemy." Pointing his sword forward, he roared, "Qin's spirit army, use all your might and kill them for me. We absolutely cannot be outdone by the Han army." In a corner of the battlefield, Nan Zisheng stood on high ground, his eyes sharp as he signaled to his own troops. "All prodigy soldiers, take this time to heal and rest. Leave these alien scum for us to deal with." Chu Xinghe, carrying a female comrade, turned to leave. His voice was low but full of confidence. "We're retreating for now. Trust him. He can do it." 3 blade giants with terrifying power swung their swords toward Nan Zisheng. They gritted their teeth and roared, "Such an extraordinary prodigy must be killed without mercy." As fast as lightning, Nan Zisheng dodged the massive sword that swept past him. He smiled triumphantly. Assura violent kill. In a strike as swift as the wind, the blade giant's arm was chopped into multiple pieces. Without stopping, Nan Zisheng unleashed a continuous barrage. Assura, dragon kill. Assura, demon kill. And finally, the explosive Assura, purgatory on Earth, which hacked the blade giant into sections. But the witnesses exclaimed in astonishment, "The 5 of us combined couldn't take down a blade giant that quickly." Another person added, "He's strong, but the blade giant is even stronger than that." Suddenly, a shout rang out, "The blade giant is transforming!" Nan Zisheng turned back. He saw the monster transform into a giant sphere covered in eyes with sharp blades pointing out from it. He smirked. You finally revealed your extreme state. Its weakness is much easier to find. This is its strongest state, but its core energy is concentrated at the center of the sphere, making it unable to move easily." The blade giant began to spin. It formed a terrifying vortex. Nan Shanxiang yelled a warning, "Kid, it's dangerous! It's become a tornado!" Nan Zisheng didn't flinch in the slightest as he unleashed a forbidden spell. A 50-stack wind element tornado. A massive blazing red blade formed from his hand. He shouted, "Forbidden spell, 50-stack lightning element with the Ezra demon blade." He charged into the center of the vortex. The red blade split the sphere in two. The blade giant's black misty heart was exposed. Using its last bit of strength, it tried to flee. Nan Zisheng blocked its path. He unleashed a forbidden spell. Wood and earth element. Red earth erupted from 3 sides, aiming straight for the monster's heart. A final Eshra purgatory on earth created a blazing red cross-shaped sword trail. It finished off the blade giant. The people below were stunned, shouting, "He killed it!" Could he be a god? I knew he was strong, but I never thought he was this strong. Qinying spoke up, so our benefactor's forbidden spells aren't just limited to the wood element. Nan Shan Xiong, covered in sweat, trembled. I was so terrified. A voice rang out, continuing to give orders. Undead river and wind beasts surround an area 1 kilometer wide and 30 kilometers long. Nan Zisheng stood amidst the ruins, placed his hand on the ground, and cast his spell. 1.5 million stack elemental sword chi formation. Red circles spread out and red waves surged. He continued 1.5 million stack thorn formation, 1.5 million stack ice and bone freezing formation, 1.5 million stack furious lightning cleave formation. Stretching for 30 kilometers, a forbidden earth element spell exploded. The ground swelled and a giant dragon rose from beneath his feet. He shouted, "Heaven and earth, dark and yellow ancient is king." Tens of thousands of undead were summoned. The red circle expanded. 3 million stack undead amplification formation. It covered 300 kilometers. The undead began to recover. He continued to draw upon an unprecedented power. The soldiers roared, their morale soaring. The system panel announced, Formation Masterclass Level 5, Power Unlocked, Giant Beast Annihilation Formation, 50 times Amplification. Note each formation consumes 60 origin stones. Stacking is unlimited. After the upgrade, the maximum number of formations that can be deployed is 50 million. But Nan Zisheng just laughed loudly. The upgrade came at the perfect time. He unleashed his move, 3 million Giant Beast Annihilation Activate. But the system warned, insufficient origin stones. Cannot satisfy formation requirements. Remaining origin stones, 36 million. His face darkened. Not enough origin stones. I was still too hasty after all. Suppressing his anger, he said, "Saving a little, you say?" He gave a devilish laugh looking at his opponent. 13 million times amplification array. Single target beast tide, go. As the array expanded, the surrounding beasts roared in pain. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. But it didn't end there. Nam Tuang shot forward like an arrow. He said there were still 6 million essence stones, left enough to set up an amplification array on the city wall. He raised his hand and immense energy erupted. The aftershock stunned everyone as he calmly streaked 30 kilometers along the wall. The people below felt the aftershock and exclaimed, "Our benefactor is setting up a mega amplification array on the wall. That energy is terrifying." Tuang Ka looked up at the array in the sky and scoffed. "He wants to save this trump card for the 7th defensive line." The one-eyed man beside him whispered worriedly, "I finally know who he is. He cut off satellite communications because he's a god. With a southern sky talent like that, forget the aliens, even humanity treats him like one of them." Tuang Ka narrowed his eyes. "True, humanity has always been strange. They hope for a god to save the world, but when one actually appears, their hearts fill with fear." Tan An added, "Our benefactor isn't holding anything back this time." "And it's not just because the situation is dire," Tan Tue chimed in. "It's also because we're on the front lines. He trusts us more than the people in the interior." Tuang Ka nodded. "He said to leave it to him, so let's do just that." He looked at the sky. "Only 3 hours until dawn. Dad, take this chance to heal and rest. Don't waste his goodwill." Meanwhile, Nam Tu Thang gathered his energy and descended to the ground. With a fierce grin, he declared, "No more essence stones, but I've still got plenty of power. With my Ezra abilities alone, I can wipe out all you aliens." He swung his arm, and the nearby aliens were instantly cut in two. Watching from a distance, Nam Sun Hung remarked, "That kid, in here I thought he was just arrogant." Someone next to him explained, "He's earned the right to be. After all, he did save your life, sir." Still calling a heaven's chosen that kid. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Nam Sun Hung boomed with laughter. "Ha ha, fair enough." Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Nam Tusan stood by a patient's bed consoling someone. "She's just exhausted. Her life isn't in danger. With my experience, you can leave this area to me. My brother is out there, so you don't have to worry. It's almost dawn. Go and get some rest. You haven't slept in 2 days." So Tinha, still uneasy, said, While it's a relief that he came, he really shouldn't be wasting his time and strength here. We're just too incompetent. Nam Tu-san put a hand on his shoulder. Have you ever heard the story of Guo Hui Yi Tian? Ah, never mind. I can't convince you, so you'll have to figure it out on your own. She turned to leave, saying, I'm going to go check on the other patients. After a few steps, Nam Tu-san turned back and said sincerely, I believe deep down he's really grateful to you. So Tin-ha replied softly, I know. Suddenly, So Thin, who was lying in the hospital bed, began to stir. In a weak voice, she said, Brother. So Tin-ha, full of affection, asked, Tian Ni, you're awake. The girl didn't answer, asking anxiously instead, Brother, how long was I unconscious? How is the battle? Are they still fighting outside? His abilities. They require a ton of essence stones. We came here in such a rush, I'm worried. So Tin-ha's eyes widened in realization. He said quickly, Tian Ni, you stay right here. I'm just stepping out for a moment. Outside, the horde of aliens had been completely annihilated by Nam Tu-thang. He panted, Whew! After fighting all night, I guess this wave is finally cleared. Suddenly, So Tin-ha appeared. Tian Ni's awake. You can leave now. Nam Tu-tang looked confused. So Tin-ha explained, There's an extermination array up ahead and a tide of undead beasts behind. You've set everything up perfectly, but there's nothing for you here. You need to get back to your own battlefield as soon as possible. That is where the future of humanity lies. He pointed behind him. We will do our best to buy time and rendezvous with you. The amplification array on the wall is our last resort. If it falls, we will retreat. Nam Tu-thang could feel his sincerity and asked, Are you always this composed? Don't you ever get tired? So Tin-ha's eyes were filled with resolve. If that's what everyone needs to hear, then I'm happy to be that person. Nam Tu-thang smiled sincerely. Thanks, brother. Then So Tin-ha suddenly remembered something. Oh, before you leave, an old veteran asked me to pass on a message. Thang you brat, you've got a long future ahead of you. See you when the war's over. I'll even cook you a few of my specialty dishes. Nam Tu-thang nodded. I know. So Tin-ha pulled out a small slip of paper. There's one more from Nam Tu-san. Sweetie pie. Nam Tu-tang read it and thought with a sigh, Little San, that rotten kid. Scene change, the slaughterhouse remaining essence. Stones in storage, 80 million. Nam Tu-thang stood in contemplation, his sharp gaze fixed on the piles of essence stones. They were piled high. He sighed, his voice laced with worry. If we just rely on the slaughterhouse array for the kills, the amount of essence stones we can harvest is too low. We have to neutralize the next beast wave. As soon as possible. He thought, his expression grim. The 0 undead from before are on the front lines now. We need to reinforce them quickly, even though the defensive lines are set. The alien counterattacks are growing stronger. I fear the 6th defensive line is already useless, and the 7th won't hold for much longer. I have to finish setting up the 5th defensive line. For it all comes crashing down. Elsewhere, Xiao Liu was chatting with Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang said worriedly, You know this year has been so strange. Last night, the broadcast from the 7th Defensive Line satellite feed was on. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Then the signal just cut out. Xiao Liu nodded and added excitedly, But this morning I suddenly felt so much better. A massive number of aliens must have been destroyed, haha. Sister Li, who was standing nearby, jumped in. You don't think... I was even wondering if it was the ghost market. Auntie Wang immediately clarified, her gaze sharp. The ghost market. What are you talking about? The only ones who died were aliens. If anything, you should call it the divine market. That makes sense. Sister Li nodded in agreement. Yes, the divine market. The lively chat finally caught Xiao Liu's full attention. She suddenly spoke up. And there are even weirder things too. Lately, the plants in the northwest seem to be mutating. Auntie Wang chimed in excitedly. Not just the flowers and plants, even the roadside weeds have become lush and sharp as knives. The auntie continued, I also feel like I've just awakened something. It makes me so full of energy for work. Another person added, That's right. I feel like I have boundless energy too. The group buzzed the atmosphere lively. Nam Tu-thang silently walked over and overheard their conversation, thinking to himself, It seems that ever since the Void Gate opened, the spirit energy on Blue Star has become denser and denser. Although the invasion speed of the myriad races has increased, Blue Star's own awakening hasn't slowed down. This might not necessarily be a bad thing. He raised his hand to greet the group. Little Lou kindly reminded him, "Director, were you out slaughtering all night again? You have to take care of your health." Nam Tutang smiled. "Don't worry, I was just about to go home and rest." As night fell, a bright moon hung in the cold winter sky. Nam Tuthang found Sothian, his voice low and resolute. "Sothian, we are going to Starfall Valley to tame the flock of level 7 mutated giant eagles. Giant eagles, massive and fierce birds with mutated black feathers and enchanting purple eyes, were nicknamed Little Tempests. They once terrified countless innocent people with their sharp talons. At Starfall Valley, the people panicked and screamed, "We can't hold the valley retreat." A giant eagle swooped down, grabbing Huangjup tightly in its talons. He mustered all his strength and punched the bird with his great crimson fist, but it had no effect at all. Huangjup was shocked. "I'm a level 5 ability user. Why can't I even hurt it?" Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him from the eagle's talons. Huangjiap screamed, "Help me!" His teammates fled. He shouted in anger, "Damn it! Don't you have even a shred of loyalty?" But they had already vanished. Suddenly, a portal appeared above the giant eagle. Huangjiap was stunned. "What is this?" This morning, Nam Tuthang and Sothian stepped out of the portal. Without hesitation, he slammed his fist on the giant eagle's head, grabbed its body, and began the taming process. A red light enveloped him as he commanded, "Steel giant eagles, hear my command. You are not to attack the city. You are not to harm people. Station yourselves at Starfall Valley. Gather primeval stones and prepare for battle." The system announced Level 9 Beast Tamer. Number of tamed beasts 10 million. Maximum level 8. Amount needed for next level 50 million. Nam Tuthang muttered, "Finally maxed out." But Huangjiap, still held by the giant eagle, yelled, "Senior, are you the legendary god-tier beast, tamer prodigy of the Northwest?" Nam Tutang was surprised. "Oh, I almost forgot. Great Eagle, let him go." The giant eagle released Huangjiap, causing him to freefall and scream. "You've got to be kidding me." He yelled, "You stupid Great Eagle, you're so big, but do you have a brain? Do you think he has wings?" Seeing its confused look, he tapped its head. "Go save him." The giant eagle swooped down. Huangjiap was safe. He bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you, Senior. I'm fine." Nam Tuthang jumped down and asked, "Who are you? The beasts here are so ferocious. Why are you alone?" Huangjiap replied wearily, "My name is Huangjiap, a subordinate of Prince Yao, a prodigy from the Huang family in the mainland. We came to the northwest to explore and occupy a spirit mountain, but my teammates abandoned me." Nam Tutang grew tense. "Occupy a spirit mountain," Huangjiap explained. "The spirit energy in the northwest has surged, so the prodigies from the mainland have come to seize the mountains for cultivation." Nam Tuthang fell into thought. "The surge in spirit energy is because of the Void Gate. If I summon the undead spirits tonight and activate a resonance across the entire Northwest, I can surpass millions of people and become a god." He said, "Huangjiap, go back and tell the Huang family that the spirit mountains of the Northwest are for the common good. No one is allowed to occupy them for themselves." Huangjiap hesitated, but Nam Tuthang's resolute gaze made him tremble. "Anyone who disobeys, no matter which prodigy or family they belong to, will be slaughtered." 3 giant eagles swooped down, displaying their power. Huangjiap was terrified. "Understood. I will relay the message immediately." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the spirit mountain. Nam Tuthang wondered, what happened to Huangjiap's companions? He jumped onto the back of a giant eagle to check it out. From above, he saw a giant mutated poison lizard next to a corpse that had been corroded. He muttered, "A mutated poison lizard. I must tame it today." The poison lizard spotted him, its eyes wary. Nam Tuthang shot towards it like an arrow, successfully taming it in just 2 seconds. The system announced, number of tamed beasts, 11 million, including 10 million, level 7 steel giant eagles, and 1 million, level 8 poison lizards. He commanded, poison lizards do not attack the city, do not harm people. Station yourselves at Starfall Valley, gather primeval stones, and prepare for battle. Looking at the dead deserters, he sighed. To value life, yet fear death. Such a life is meaningless. He turned to Sothin. Let's go to the Tang Dynasty Mausoleum. His voice echoed with solemn authority. The great Tang Empire, its might shakes the four corners of the earth. 10,000 nations come to pay tribute, and the hearts of all under heaven belong to us. This junior humbly requests the former kings and generals of the great Tang dynasty to answer my call. The undead great generals appeared. Li Yuan announced, the founding emperor of the great Tang. Li Yuan is here. Li Shimin followed. Li Shimin of the Zhenguan era is here. A female general spoke up. The female emperor Wu Zetian is here. Namtu Tang stood in the center of a blazing red circle and shouted, Great Tang, with 3 million years of might, all undead soldiers awaken. Tens of thousands of undead spirits appeared as he chanted. If the flying general of Dragon City were still here, the barbarian hordes would never dare cross the Yin Mountains. The system announced undead summoning level 6 million, summon 10 million Qin soldiers, 20 million Han soldiers, 30 million Tang soldiers. Activated undead resonance. Condition for upgrade 70 million undead spirits. He held his sword, his voice clear. The 3 former kings lead your armies and distribute them evenly across the 3 mountain ranges of the northwest. I will be waiting for you all at North Blade Mountain of the Tang. They replied in unison. Understood. He instructed anyone who blocks your path offer courtesy first, then use force. For those who stubbornly resist, kill them. Suddenly, a robust young man shouted, Humph, ridiculous. The Spirit Mountain has no owner. First come, first served. Huangjup trembled. Young master, that's the god-tier beast tamer prodigy. Prince Yao said arrogantly, a god-tier prodigy is just media hype. I am a level 10 lightning system prodigy, a chosen of heaven. I'm not afraid of him. At North Blade Mountain of the Tang, Prince Yao swaggered. He can have Starfall Valley, but North Blade Mountain is mine. Its spirit energy is the strongest. The others have all agreed. I have already claimed this mountain. If that beast Tamer shows up, I'll make sure he leaves and never returns. Nam Tu Thang appeared smirking. Oh, so you're the one who's going to make sure I don't come back. Senior, I already relayed the message, but the young master... The royal guard explained, his face pale. The demon prince roared in fury. You've brought shame to the royal family. Get out of my sight. The protagonist sneered. He's smarter than you are. The demon prince was seething, his gaze frigid. The protagonist stepped forward. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to ignore the greater good and seize Spirit Mountain for your own selfish benefit? The demon prince declared arrogantly, I am a half-step venerable king. Retreat and I'll spare your life. The prince boasted, the beasts on this mountain, they've either been killed by me or have already fled. The protagonist gripped his ethereal sword, his tone icy. Stubborn, aren't you? Then don't blame me. Lightning erupted around his blade. The demon prince was stunned. Lightning. You're not a beast tamer, the protagonist said coldly. Cut the crap. Lightning blade. The royal guard yelled, Young master, be careful. The demon prince grabbed the royal guard and used him as a human shield. The protagonist's brow furrowed. A so-called prodigy. You're worse than a beast. The demon prince tossed the guard aside and launched an energy sphere. Heavenly lightning crackled. The protagonist sneered. If I didn't sheathe my blade, they'd say I was picking on you. A bolt of electricity erupted. Time to give you a taste of your own medicine. The demon prince arrogantly shouted, Your lightning element is too weak. The protagonist unleashed a Tier 2 forbidden spell, Lightning Element. The lightning struck the demon prince, making him scream, This can't be. He collapsed in one hit. The protagonist planted his foot on the prince's face. Whether you're level 10 or a half-step venerable king, you can't compare to my Tier 2. No! The demon prince shrieked in horror. A voice rang out. I am Huangju Tian, the patriarch of the royal family. The protagonist glanced over, pressing his foot down harder on the demon prince. Huangju Tian asked, Who are you? Why would you attack a descendant of the royal family so viciously? Another person yelled, Patriarch, he seized Spirit Mountain. The protagonist answered, I am a forbidden spellmaster, one of the 5 god-tier prodigies of the Northwest. Spirit Mountain is a shared resource, not for one person to claim. I tried to reason with him, but he stubbornly insisted on disrupting the greater plan. Wang Zhoutian asked, Is that true? The demon prince's father interjected resentfully. Patriarch, they're all just scared of his reputation. Huang Jutian roared, "Silence! You failed to see the bigger picture." The royal family was taking Spirit Mountain to fight against the foreign clans, not for personal gain. He turned to the protagonist, clasping his hands. "The royal family has been rude. If Spirit Mountain is that crucial, we will withdraw." The protagonist returned the gesture. "Patriarch, you are a man of principle." Huang Jutian gave the order, "Bind the demon prince and punish him according to our family laws." The protagonist thought to himself, "Once the royal family unites for the battlefield, I'll grant them a buff at Dragon Ridge." The undead emperor gave the command. The 5 god-tier prodigies have ordered that Dragon Ridge cannot be privately owned. All clans are to withdraw. At Hua Mountain, undead soldiers were fighting with fervor. A voice boomed, "Those who refuse to listen will be killed." At Kunlun, an undead spirit commented, "Our descendants understand their duty. This is promising." A female spirit replied, "Di Qing is right." On the summit of North Blade Mountain, standing amidst tens of thousands of undead, the protagonist began to chant ancient verses of power. The undead spirit surged with energy as his voice rang out like a warhorse's charge. "The Yellow River now flows north." His voice echoed with heavenly might. Beyond Jade Gate, the nomadic hymns of Han have ceased. The energy radiated outwards, even reaching a hospital, where patients looked up in astonishment. "Where is that Prince of Qin's battle-breaking song coming from?" someone exclaimed. "Why do I suddenly feel so full of strength?" At a defense base, workers were stunned. "Is this a hallucination?" "It's like I've awakened a special ability," one person said. Another replied, "Me too. Carrying this steel feels like nothing." The chant continued. The army halts its fight for peace at last. At a slaughterhouse, everyone felt the surge of power. Auntie Wong exclaimed, "I can actually lift this alloy knife. I bet I could kill a giant eagle." Little Lu laughed. "I'm stronger too," Nan Shanxiong said excitedly. "Even this old geezer can be useful now." A news broadcast announced 8 million people in the Northwest, from women to children, have awakened a Tier 4 human spirit talent. People were discussing it everywhere. I never imagined that even old folks on their deathbeds could experience such a miracle. Someone said, "The heavens are blessing the Northwest." Another news update. Due to a mutation, the Linjihai Forest has turned into a forest of steel. Bridge system ability users are currently investigating. The public is warned not to enter the area. Chutian asked, "Brother Nan, did you do something to the Linjihai Forest?" The protagonist replied, "It's probably 80% because of the Void Gate. The situation at the 7th defensive line is deteriorating. We need to hurry." He looked at her. "A major mutation has occurred in Linjihai. Let's go see." Chutian nodded. "All right." In what was once Linjihai Forest giant, ancient trees now moved on their own, a single eye in the middle of each trunk. A voice called out, "This is worse than I thought. These massive trees haven't just mutated, they're mobile." Amidst the chaos of the former forest, a worried voice spoke up. "Isn't this on the same scale as a beast tide? Which direction are they moving in? Is this the prelude to an attack on the city?" 3 figures charged forward, led by Li Li, a wood elemental user. He shouted resolutely, "We have to at least find out their new combat strength and fighting style. Before we pull back." He latched onto the surrounding flora, trying to control it. But unexpectedly, countless vines shot up from the ground, attacking the trio. He fought back, but his techniques barely scratched the massive mutated tree. Stunned, Li Li thought to himself, "Damn it, I can't control them." The trio was trapped by 2 of the giant trees. He yelled, "It's not just that I can't control them. They're conscious and even know formations." The 3 stood tensely back to back, facing the 2 giants. Li Li commanded, "It's too dangerous. Combine your strength and attack." From the center of the encirclement, they yelled in unison, "Bramble Cage Formation, kill!" The surprise attack made the giant trees stumble, but the group was horrified. "Their power level, it's at least 7 or 8. We can't stop them," Lily said in a panic. "At the very least, we have to get this information back." As if angered, the great tree charged at them. The 3 were terrified. "Are we really going to die here today?" But suddenly, the giant tree stopped its attack. Its glowing red eye looked down as it obediently knelt. Li Li was baffled. "What's going on?" Looking toward the mountaintop, a brilliant red light erupted and a commanding voice echoed, "Steel trees, hear my command! You will not attack the city. You will not harm humans." Stunned, Lili bowed in the direction of the light. The voice continued, "Guard the former Linji High Forest, collect origin stones, and await my command to fight." A system notification popped up. Beast tamed level 8, Steel Tree. 80 million points. Beast Tamer level special ability level 10. Number of tamed beasts 100 million. Maximum level 9. Required for next level 500 million. Notification new talent unlocked. Dynastic Quake. Stimulates ancient divine beasts enabling sovereign taming. Ancient Revival. When the beast tide reaches 100 million, the beast ancestor can be summoned to enhance combat strength. Abyssal Tide Forbidden Spell. When 6 beast tides are formed in resonance, a forbidden spell can be cast. The protagonist stared coldly at the system window, thinking, "My beast to mare class is almost max level. Next, I need to tame sea beasts to activate the tidal storm of life." He then spoke aloud. "With the remaining origin stones, let's head to the 5th Reserve defensive line today and set up the array." Suddenly, he clutched his head, his face twisting in pain. Chutian cried out in concern, "Brother Nan, what's wrong?" She quickly grabbed him, and they teleported back to their dorm at the slaughterhouse. Back at the slaughterhouse, the protagonist sat up wearily. What happened?" he asked immediately. Chutian said gently, "Brother Nan, you're awake. When you fainted in the primeval forest sea this morning, you scared me to death. You were so worried. It's dangerous. I was unconscious for a whole day," so Thian reassured him. "Don't blame yourself. You just got back from the front lines. Summoning spirits, taming beasts. Resonance. You haven't rested at all." Seeing him about to get out of bed, she stopped him. "No matter how strong you are, you're still human." Nam Tu Thang sighed. "That's right. Compared to the alien races, humanity is just too weak." So Thian said dejectedly, "You're always carrying all of humanity on your shoulders. Isn't that exhausting? I want to help, but I'm useless." He walked over, patting her head with a smile. "It's my fault for making a little one like you worry, but I'm not alone. I have you, your brother, and tens of thousands of our people. You've helped me so much. Without you, I couldn't have accomplished what I have now." So Thian chuckled. "If you're going to call me a child, then I'm not mad anymore. And I don't need you to coddle me like one either." Next, we're heading to the 5th Reserve frontline right. At the 5th Reserve frontline late at night, a voice echoed, "Burning Flame Formation, Level 2 Sword, Chi Formation, Stack 10 million range, 200 kilometers, Nam Tu Thang, wore a mask. He was surrounded by a floating blue light." Another voice spoke up, "Have enough origin stones from Starbone Valley, and the primeval forest sea arrived?" He replied, "Enough to set up this front line." He shouted, "Look at this land covered in ice and snow." He yelled, "Frozen Bone Coagulation Formation, Level 3 Trannin Earth. Thorn Stack 20 million range 300 kilometers. Brilliant lightning flashed as he continued. Lightning Guidance Cleave Formation Level 4. Stack 30 million range 300 kilometers. A system notification appeared. Formation Master Special Ability Level 7. Unlocked Hellish Sword Chi Formation, Hellfire Formation, Abyssal Thorn Formation. Note 70. Origin stones per formation can be stacked infinitely. After upgrading formation placement, reaches 70 million. This morning, Nam Tu Thang clenched his fist. The corresponding formation is now set. The Formation Master has leveled up by 3 tiers. The great project is about to be completed. When that time comes, leveraging the momentum to set up high-level formations and forbidden spells, the great nation of Origin Stone Mountain prepares for when the 5th front line goes to war. In the Northwest, hot keywords exploded on social media. The people were buzzing. After the nation's awakening, the construction speed in the Northwest has skyrocketed. The canal diverting the East Flower Sea has merged with the West Sea, covering 10 cities. 1,100 kilometers long, and it's already completed. What's the point of this canal project? Why not go to the front lines to help? What the hell are they doing building up the Northwest? From within a city, a voice rang out. Unbelievable. Our Triu clan has just emerged to see 3 ridiculous projects. A ridiculous Northwest, and the people's resentment is boiling over. A brown-haired young man suggested, "Brother Tien, Brother Ton. This time, let's live stream the destruction of the project so the people can witness our righteous deed." Both agreed. Brother Trio, great idea. The netizens were in an uproar. The homegrown geniuses want to stop the Northwest Project. Awesome. They are supreme experts at the peak sovereign king level. What will happen to those reckless people in the Northwest? But at a beach in the Northwest, Nam Tu Thang and So Thien stood on a large rock. He performed a spell and said, "Worthy of a great nation, it's time to leverage the momentum and set up a forbidden spell." His eyes glowed a fiery red as he shouted, "Forbidden spell, water system level 5. A massive current of electricity erupted between his hands. Water dragon's heavy strike beneath the sea, furious waves surged, and a giant water dragon with blood-red eyes appeared. He commanded water dragon charge and attack. Water splashed everywhere as the waves crashed violently. So Thien, sitting behind him, exclaimed, "Assura state." The water rose higher and higher like a great flood. Nam Tu Thang raised his hands and a red circle appeared. With his arms crossed and eyes glowing red, he shouted, "Forbidden spell, water system annihilation." He slammed his hands onto the snow-covered ground. Red energy radiated out as the water gradually receded and thick snow began to fall. He muttered, "Not bad, a mere level 5 water system forbidden spell has already struck the depths of the Assura hell. If this is stacked and empowered by the canal, it will become a weapon of mass destruction." He continued, "Forbidden spell, water system level 5, water dragon impact stack 5,000. A system notification appeared. Elemental forbidden spell, master level 6. Consumption level 6 forbidden spell, 60,000 origin stones. Can be stacked infinitely. Upgraded to use up to 6,000 forbidden spells. A powerful red energy spread out. He said to Sothian, "I'm a level 6 forbidden spell master now, almost at full level." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Esteemed viewers, we have arrived at the canal, one of the 3 great projects." 3 young men appeared, one in red, one in purple wearing dark glasses, and one in silver armor. The man in red shouted, "Now I will destroy this canal to soothe the hearts of the people." Online comments exploded, "Awesome. A hero of our time. The 3 great homegrown sovereign kings are so strong. Time to teach the Northwest a lesson." The man in red, holding a camera, said, "Brother Tien, Brother Ton, leave the canal's destruction to me." The man in purple objected, "Brother True, let me take the lead." The man in silver laughed, "You two take it easy." He shouted, annihilating true flame. A fierce fire erupted. Brother True was startled. "Brother Ton, what was that?" The other Brother Ton laughed without a word. "So much for martial ethics. Let's just attack together." The sky blazed with fire, the water churned, and rocks flew everywhere. A giant sword plunged down as a voice yelled, "Army breaker / flow reversal cracked earth rises mountains. The canal surface." Online comments flew. Peak sovereign kings using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. The canal isn't even big enough for the 3 of them to share. At Bokdao Sun Road, on a pitch-black night with gusting winds, Nam Tu Thang stood on a mountain peak, observing. As expected, with the support of spiritual energy, the undead aura is getting thicker. So Thien asked, "Brother Nam, have the people's awakened abilities increased?" He replied, "That's right." He pointed to a streak of red light. 4 icy stars streaked past. "You have to know how to adapt." Suddenly, a large point of light converged. He frowned. "Not good, this familiar feeling. It's a new A-rank assassin from the alien race." His face tensed. The forbidden spell in the canal is letting out a blast. The alien race has discovered its secret and wants to destroy it. His eyes turned sharp as he roared, "They're already at our doorstep, no more hiding." Canal's forbidden spell, activate water dragon, impact, attack, attack. At the canal, the 3 sovereign kings watched the water surface shift. Brother Tun scoffed. A small canal, drying it up or filling it in, would only take a few minutes. Brother Tien sighed. "This is too simple, no fun." Brother Trio grew tense. "Wait, the water is changing." The seawater surged and churned, the waves roared as if wanting to drown everything. A stunned voice rang out. "What? What are these?" Red streams of energy appeared beneath the water surface. Spectacular water dragons rose from the depths of the sea, hovering in midair. This left the group of 3 sovereign kings stunned. One of them panicked and screamed, "This is a forbidden spell! Run!" But the violent current had already swept all 3 sovereign kings away. The online comment section exploded with activity. The 3 sovereign kings were swallowed by the water monster. "This Northwest project really holds a secret," one viewer exclaimed. "I think I just heard something. But why is the screen black? The live stream is broken. What the hell is going on?" But in the raging current, all 3 revered kings were swept ashore, panicked and exhausted. Trio Huin's eyes widened in terror as he saw a colossal shadow. With glowing red eyes shimmering beneath the water, Tian Huin, in absolute terror, screamed for help. "Help! Help! Save me!" Suddenly, a figure with an imposing aura stepped closer. The victorious man with a blazing red aura emanating from his hand looked up at the 3 of them. He asked suspiciously, "Who are you? Why did you come here to cause destruction?" Trio Huin hastily replied, "We are the prodigies from the 3 great clans of the mainland. We came here." But the victorious man's eyes turned icy cold, his voice dropping full of contempt. "Oh, so that's it. How foolish." Trio Huin, feeling the pressure from his opponent's aura, lowered his voice slightly. "Yes, but having met you, senior, we finally understand." Looking at the 3 before him, the victorious man thought to himself, these 3 revered king-level prodigies dared to confront otherworlder assassins right after emerging into the world. They must be targeting their headquarters. He immediately gave an order, "Take me to your clans, now!" The 3 of them asked in unison, their voices full of confusion. The victorious man's voice was stern without a shred of leniency. "If you don't want your clans exterminated, hurry up!" The 3 of them exclaimed again in horrified unison, "Exterminated." At Long Fong Mountain, a majestic snow-capped peak, a corner of the sky glowed with fiery light. The home of the Trio clan was engulfed in a sea of crimson flames. Trio Huin cried out in agony, "Father Patriarch Uncle's Trio clan! What is actually happening?" Seeing Trio Huin collapse to his knees on the cold ground, Ton Huin walked over and patted his shoulder comfortingly. So Thien and the victorious man stood silently observing the corpses strewn across the ground. After a careful examination, the victorious man concluded, "As expected, this is the handiwork of a Class A otherworlder." Seeing Trio Huin drowning in grief, he spoke with a resolute voice. "Now is not the time for sorrow. If you want revenge, follow me." He ordered So Thien to teleport immediately to Phoenix Ridge. Their flames blazed fiercely. Thick black smoke billowed endlessly. A desperate scream echoed, "No." The victorious man continued to command, "Teleport to the Tan clan." At Jade Crossing Mountain, home of the Tan clan, a gigantic blackbird, a Class A otherworlder known as the Flame Vulture, was spewing fire, incinerating everything. The screams were endless. A man, his entire body engulfed in ferocious flames, charged at the Flame Vulture, roaring, "You damn otherworlder, I'll take you down with me." A world-shaking explosion resounded the ultimate flame self-destruction. Tun Huin, in a fit of rage, screamed, "You dog of an otherworlder, I'll fight you to the death." The 3, the victorious man, and So Thien, watched silently from a distance. The black bird spat out streams of crimson spirit energy, its tone dripping with contempt. "Humans are tiny, weak, and helpless creatures. Mankind is only fit to be corpses." Suddenly, the victorious man leaped up, a crimson sword in his hand. Swirling purple energy coiled around him like a cyclone. His eyes as sharp as a blade, he spoke, "Is that so? Today I'll let you taste the power of humanity." The group of 3 revered kings simultaneously unleashed their techniques, shouting, "Army Breaker / Earth Render Annihilating True Flame." A colossal white sword appeared. Flames billowed earth and rock flew everywhere, and the wind howled fiercely. The blackbird was hit, its purple feathers scattering. A strong gust of wind blew the 3 revered kings away. Causing them to cry out, the victorious man spoke coldly, "You 3 are already injured. Step aside and watch for now." A beam of blazing red light shot straight down at the bird. The victorious man continuously slashed his crimson sword energy, aiming straight for it, causing its feathers to rain down. The 3 revered kings stared stunned with amazement. Trio Huin spoke up, "Such powerful Azra's killing intent." Tin Huin continued, "So he's the Assura of the Northwest, not a forbidden spellcaster." Tun Huin concluded, "We have a hope for revenge." The blackbird's eyes filled with malice. It spat flames in a counterattack like a fierce tornado. So Thien teleported the victorious man to another direction, just in time, leaving the bird bewildered. The victorious man turned and smiled at So Thien. Well done, little one, he shouted Assura's obliteration. A single sword strike descended a torrent of crimson spirit energy crashing straight into the bird. The bird's eyes widened as it looked at the victorious man and said, "You're not bad." The sword sliced through the bird's head, which began to melt into liquid splattering everywhere. But it continued to roar, "You're worthy of being a slave instead of a corpse." The victorious man replied coldly, "Slave, I'll be your master." He raised his sword and his aura coalesced into a giant dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and charged toward the bird. The victorious man's voice was devoid of emotion. "If you're relying on your healing ability, I will crush you so completely that you can't possibly recover." The bird cursed angrily, ignorant, arrogant human. It spread its wings and flew up surrounded by blazing red flames. The victorious man shouted, "Enough of your nonsense! Assura's hell on earth!" The flames from his sword erupted, dicing the bird into multiple pieces, but its voice still cackled triumphantly. "It's useless, as long as there is fire." Before the bird could finish, the victorious man raised 2 fingers and cast a spell. A red aura appeared. Icebone Freezing Formation Power Up 50,000-fold. A red spell circle with strange characters materialized. It caused the pieces of the bird's body to freeze solid. The bird screamed, "Damn you! Your fire tissue!" Tianhuin exclaimed in shock. "The flame vulture has been frozen into several blocks." True Huin was also horrified. "The Assura knows formation magic too." The victorious man continued his spell, his 2 fingers glowing red. Single target amplification 10-fold. Streams of red energy fell onto the foreheads of the 3 revered kings. It made them scream, "Ah!" The blocks of ice floated in the air. The victorious man stood mid-air looking down at the 3 kneeling on the ground and said, "You saw its weakness clearly just now. This icebone prison will only hold it temporarily." He landed on the ground, sword in hand, and continued, "Now take your revenge with your own hands." True Huin quietly called out, "Senior," but the victorious man cut him off. "No questions. After you get your revenge, head to defense line number 5 and prepare for battle. Humanity's great common enemy is there." His voice was calm but full of power. A news bulletin was published across the mainland. Class A assassins discovered. The ancient prodigy clans Tru Tien and Ton. These king-level noble houses have been annihilated. Trio Duong, Tien Tin, and Ton Li, with the assistance of the Ashra of the Northwest, have eliminated the Flame Vulture. In a large city, discussions erupted. Damn, Otherworlders isn't slaughtering on the battlefield enough. Now they're assassinating our prodigies on the home front. This is even bigger than last time. I hope the divine prodigies of the Northwest resolve this quickly. Atop a high mountain, the victorious man and Sothian observed the entire city. Looking at the vast scenery, the victorious man said, "Let's go collect 11 waves of origin stones. And while we're at it, we'll wipe out the assassins in the East Sea." Sothian nodded. "Good idea." Under the waning moon, the victorious man and Sothian stood mid-air, holding hands out to the side as a crimson aura gathered into a circle. The victorious man chanted an incantation. "From eastern groves I view the cerulean sea. The sun and moon journey as if from within it. The brilliant river of stars as if born from it." The spell circle expanded across the surface of the sea. He continued, "All the magnificent beasts of the sea shall belong to me." The sea began to churn violently, heralding the start of a new battle. The system panel suddenly lit up, displaying a shocking notification. Tamed sea beasts, 70 million level 9 mutant swordfish, 20 million level 9 mutant tiger sharks, 90 million mutant great white sharks. Below the sea, millions of swordfish and sharks leaped up, causing massive waves that churned violently as if to rip space itself apart. He stood majestically in the center of a blazing red circle. Beneath his feet, the water was pitch black, where countless sea beasts swam in circles, creating a magnificent spectacle. He continued to murmur an incantation, his deep voice booming like thunder, the sound shaking the heavens. "By the power of the imperial moon, I summon your whetstones." The sea surface trembled as colossal whirlpools formed, gradually transforming into a ferocious waterspout, roaring as if to swallow all of creation. Observing from afar, Nam Tu Thang turned to Sothian, his voice filled with authority. "This formation, even I might not escape it easily." Sothian smiled confidently and replied, "Brother Nam, you can definitely handle it. Now let's see if those alien assassins dare to show their faces." Suddenly, a burly, scraggly-bearded man holding a coconut appeared. He was the East Sea's prodigy Lam Trong Kong of the Lam family. He looked up at the terrifying scene before him. He muttered softly, "Over there. That's an unprecedented wave of sea beasts. I've never seen a beast tide of this scale." Looking at the swirling waterspout, he immediately gave an order to his subordinates. "Notify all clan members to prepare for battle. I'll go investigate first. You all await my signal." His subordinates replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Without a moment's hesitation, Lam Trong Kong executed the water control technique. Summoning a giant water dragon, he leaped onto its head and steered it straight towards the waterspout. But as he got closer, his eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath the sea, millions of sea beasts were gathered in an alliance. Creatures that were once mortal enemies. How could they join forces like this? No, this isn't a beast tide. It's an encirclement formation like a trained army. From a distance, Nam Tu Tang observed everything and suddenly shouted, "You stupid fish! You've got the wrong person." So Thien, standing beside him, asked curiously, "Brother Nam, did you forget to tell them not to attack the city or harm people?" The blazing red circle flashed, and a majestic voice rang out, "You are not to attack the city. You are not to harm people. Exterminate the foreign clans." Immediately the horde of sea beasts retreated, leaving the sea surface calm. Lam Trong Kong exclaimed in shock, The murderous intent of the beast tide suddenly vanished. Could it be a beast tamer from the northwest? Unexpectedly, 3 dark shadows appeared behind Lam Trong Kong. He immediately glanced back and saw 3 giant monsters. A snake with sharp fangs and horns on his head spoke, "By order of the Lord of the Great Sea." Another monster, with blazing orange eyes and a back full of sharp spikes, continued, "Those who do not become our slaves will be killed immediately." The system panel displayed a line of text. "The whetstones for you have arrived." Despite facing danger, Lam Trong Kong remained calm. "Damn it, these assassins are targeting me. They probably mistake me for the beast tamer." Suddenly, the water in front of him surged upwards. Giant beasts emerged, their aura overwhelming. He felt a flicker of panic, but quickly regained his composure. "Well, you're here now. I have to face you sooner or later. If I can take a blow for a god-level beast tamer, it would be an honor." On the sea surface, a swarm of killer fish lunged forward, tearing into the giant beast. Lam Trong Kong observed, his gaze sharp. A beast tide leading the charge. There must be a beast tamer commanding it." The golden fish, the one-eyed demon turtle, and the great white shark attacked in unison, causing the giant beast to curl up, revealing only one eye. The beast struggled, trying to escape the sharp teeth of the great white shark. Suddenly, a giant white frost dragon blade with a head full of sharp horns appeared, opened its mouth, and roared as it leaped forward. It was surrounded by sharks, but it still opened its massive mouth and spewed a stream of blue ice, freezing everything around it. The dragon blade stood tall and majestic, roaring, "Insect." The giant beast and the violent serpent confronted the swordfish, but were controlled and crushed one by one, watching from afar. So Thien laughed and said, "These sea beasts can deal with aliens below A rank as easily as flipping a hand." Nam Tu Tang added, "But against A-rank aliens, they're still a bit lacking." He immediately cast a 50-fold amplification array, spreading it over 700 nautical miles. Lam Trong Kong stood high above, watching the ripples spreading through space, unable to help but wonder, what is that? Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. He turned around to see the white frost dragon blade towering behind him. It roared, The beast tide couldn't stop me, and now you're coming at me. Fine then. Today I, Lam Trong Kong, will fight to the death." He spread his arms, riding the waves to form tornadoes that rushed towards the dragon blade, but just a single stream of icy breath from its mouth stopped him cold, causing him to fall. My trajectory was broken. Damn it! Its energy is too powerful. My water dragon can't stop it. He wondered, how did it get so strong so fast? A sharp ice shard pierced him, causing blood to gush out. The ferocious dragon blade advanced, pinning him under the water. The swordfish lunged up, biting into the dragon blade's horn. Suddenly, a red beam of light shot down from above. Lam Trong Kong seized the opportunity, unleashing boundless great seawater control, creating a powerful current that incinerated the dragon blade. It only had time to utter, "This is impossible." Insect, before being completely burned to ashes. With the dragon blade dead, the violent serpent and the one-eyed demon turtle also vanished. Nam Tuang, his clothes torn, looked around and said, "With my current combat power, this is barely acceptable. Forget A-rank aliens, even if an S-rank came, they'd be skinned alive." He turned to So Thien. "Bring Lam Trong Kong here. I have something to say to him." So Thien smiled. "I knew what you were going to say." Lam Trong Kong, after destroying the alien beast, shouted loudly, "Senior Beast, Tamer, Senior Formation Master, thank you for saving my life today. I am eternally grateful. Could you please show yourselves so this junior may thank you in person?" Suddenly, a black hole portal appeared. So Thien rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him into the portal. Lam Trong Kong only had time to let out a confused, "Huh," before he appeared in front of Nam Tuang. Before he could ask, Nam Tuang made a shh gesture. "Don't speak," he said in a stern voice. "Lam Trong Kong, from now on you will use the EC as bait to lure and exterminate the alien assassins. Can you handle this responsibility?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lam Trong Kong replied, "If it is for the sake of the world, I will not refuse." Nam Tuang nodded. "Good. I will place a tenfold amplification array inside your body. From this day forward, you are the master of the EC commanding 100 million sea beasts. If the mainland is attacked by alien assassins, you will lead the beast tide to sweep them away." He placed his hand on Lam Trong Kong's forehead, transferring power. He could only shout, "Yes, sir!" So Thien looked up at the sky where red streams of energy were flowing in one direction. He said worriedly, "Quick look, the void gate at defense line number 7. I'm afraid it's about to collapse." The sky was crimson red, filled with A-rank alien beasts waiting like fish for bait. 3 messages arrived. The main A-rank alien force is attacking defense line number 7 retreat. Defense line number 6 is also in full retreat. "Concentrate all forces at defense line number 5, Commander Wang shouted. "All troops retreat. Conserve your strength and prepare to fight at defense line number 5. So Tinha spoke up. "Commander Wang, you lead the main army and retreat first. We'll cover the rear to buy you time to prepare for battle. Cast the final amplification formation. The aberrant beasts are getting closer." So Tinha continued, "We must hold this position until the main army has safely retreated." Emperor Wu of Han charged forward. "My children, you fall back. First, defense line number 5 needs you. Leave covering the rear to us old folks. Even if we fight to the last man, we will not let the aberrant race advance another step." So Tinha hesitated, but Trong Ka persuaded him. "You're a smart man. You understand that the greater good is what matters most." Surrounded by enemies, so Tinha shouted, "Seniors, your righteous sacrifice for this great cause in this apocalyptic battle. We will definitely complete our mission." The news spread quickly. Defense line number 7 has fallen back, leaving only the undead army and the beast tide to resist. Defense line number 6 is conserving its forces, employing intelligent attack strategies. They are buying time for defense line number 5 to prepare. 300 million people have gathered at defense line number 5, including 80 million ability users. The Lamb family from the EC has appeared. A true god has annihilated the A-rank aberrant race assassins. The 4 great projects in the Northwest are complete. A long line of people in the city look up at the sky. God has granted us the gift of awakening the undead. It was all for this decisive battle. 3. The entire population of the Northwest swears to defend defense line number 5 to the death. At the Heavenly Fire Stone Formation, Nam Tuang and So Thien stood in the basin preparing for the final battle. As the final battle drew near tonight under the dim moonlight, Nam Tuang stood in the middle of the Heavenly Firestone Formation, determined to complete all upgrades and deploy his power sources. Thick black smoke rose from the origin stones as scorching red energy surged out like roaring fire dragons. He activated 100 million origin stones, then another 100 million. He accumulated them until he reached the colossal number of 100 billion. At a formation that resembled a steel forest, he stood amidst large rocks. His hand touched a stone as he mumbled an incantation, Steel Forest Formation. Golden Grip Seal. A whirlwind erupted. Steel turned to liquid, and the liquid swallowed the steel. The coldness transformed into a powerful current. With a loud bang, the water burst out in all directions. 100,000. Steel taboo jutsus have been deployed sent directly to the volcanic origin formation. Black smoke streamed out, covering the sky like the mouth of an erupting volcano. It was a terrifying, blazing red. Nam Tu Thang raised his hand to the sky, his deep voice echoing, "Lava giant dragons who stomp mountains, shatter seas, devour heavens, and destroy the earth." From the ground, countless streams of red-hot lava shot straight up. 100,000 lava taboo jutsus have been deployed. Origin Spirit Taboo Jutsu. Endless Destroyer. Max level ability. Innate talent consumes a vast amount of origin stones, enough to control an entire star. Nam Tu Thang frowned, slightly muttering, "A max level Origin Spirit Taboo Jutsu. To deploy something of this level. I'm afraid not even our planet could withstand it. Unless I wait for the critical moment." Brilliant purple streaks of light like dancing ghostly flames surrounded him, and so Thien. Nam Tu Thang continued, "Now there's still the undead beast taming and the inland formations. There are many places where we can simultaneously tame beasts and summon the undead." So Thien nodded, understanding immediately. "Got it." Nam Tu Thang slammed his hand on the ground. A blazing red power source erupted as he yelled, "Ancestors of generations past, awaken 3 kingdoms. Wei Guan Yu, the righteous warrior, raised his army to quell the tyrant." 3 kingdoms Shu. Through 5 passes he slew 6 generals. His spear held high, he roared upon the Dangyang Bridge. 3 kingdoms Wu, 1,000 generations of mountains and rivers. Your heroic glory will be remembered for all time. Song Dynasty. The sun shines brightly, gazing upon thousands of mountains and rivers like a blazing fire. Yuan Dynasty Pack. The iron may all go smoothly. Ming Dynasty Battle against the declining powers. Wearing golden armor with a green sunbow, spurring my horse to discuss heroes as the yellow sand flutters, I will shatter the Imperial Palace. Ancient heroic spirits were summoned. Max level ability. A total of 100 million undead with innate talents. The Emperor has returned. Demon Emperor, demon generals mutated and self-evolving. Nam Tu Thang stood on high, his voice echoing to the entire army. Seniors prepare to fight for the 5th defense line. He turned around, his presence like that of a commander charging into battle on all fronts across the world. Under the whole heaven, every spot is the king's ground. Among the people of the 4 seas, none are not the king's subjects. With that powerful closing statement, he gave the order. Unleash all our power, tame the venomous insects, poisonous snakes, and mutated fierce beasts. Heed my command. From all 4 directions, a beast tide converged. Soul broadcast, max level ability. A total beast tide of 100 million sea beasts. Innate talent, call upon the power of ancient bloodlines. Every mutated beast ignited its life flame, crazily self-destructing, shaking the 4 corners of the world. Blazing red lights flickered in the sky. The ancient power exploded. Nam Tu Thang raised his iron staff, showing his will to fight to the death. With me charged to the 5th defense line. Suddenly, fresh blood splattered onto his face, covering his mask. Nam Tu Thang collapsed, one hand on the ground, the other stabbing his blade into the earth as he panted heavily. So, Thien was horrified. "Brother Nam, you've exhausted yourself too much." "This can't go on." He struggled to reply, his voice weak but firm. "It has to. Time waits for no one." So Thien was worried. But what if something goes wrong? "In your condition..." Nam Tu Thang cut him off, standing up, blood still flowing. "Don't dawdle. The final formation is missing. Take me to the 5th defense line." Seeing his brother's determination, So Thien had no choice but to obey. "Brother Nam." "Yes, brother." At Grand Xia's 5th defense line at dawn, Nam Tu Thang soared into the sky without a moment's hesitation. He spread his arms wide, casting a hellish spell. Sword Key formation layered over 100 million kilometers. Purgatory Fire formation layered over 100 million kilometers. Abyssal Thorn formation layered over 100 million kilometers. Endless Slaughter formation. Protection Neutralization Origin. God formation Master. Max level ability. Innate talent. All things in heaven and earth, humans and beasts, can be used to set up a formation, but even someone as powerful as Nam Tu Thang was suffering indescribable pain. Sweat poured down his face, his eyes stared intensely forward. He didn't know how much longer his body could hold on. So Tin Ha suddenly appeared, saying, "Senior Nam, we're back." Namtutang smiled in response. Good, just in time. Seeing his older brother, Sotin rushed forward and buried himself in his arms, worried. Bro, big bro Nam bro, your hair, it's turned white. So Tinha comforted him. It's okay, it's all right. Big bro is here. Tanan asked with concern. Benefactor, what's wrong? Namtutang was calm. This is just a sign that I'm ready for any battle. Tuang Ka, filled with fighting spirit, asked, So you've finally decided to show your hand? He replied confidently. That's right. 3 quick news updates. The aberrant race army has broken through the final defense lines of the South and North glaciers. Both have been annihilated. The Chuangqi nation has fallen. In the Asan nation, millions of Buddhas have surrendered to the enemy. The Mei nation resisted, but an S-rank aberrant appeared. Millions of ability users fell, and the city was engulfed in smoke and flames. This morning, Nam Tu Thang stood proudly atop the city walls, his voice ringing out. To all the soldiers and citizens of the 5th defense line, the invaders are about to arrive. Before this decisive battle, I have something to say. The large screens in the city broadcast him live. He declared the 5 great heavenly prodigies of the Northwest were actually all me. The citizens were in an uproar. What? How is that possible? Who is that trying to act all mysterious amidst the chaos? Namtutang slowly removed his mask, revealing his face. I am Nam Tu Duan. Everyone was stunned. Nam Tu Duan isn't he that despised deserter. Trung Vien shot to his feet. It really is him. Even though he had suspected it, it was still hard to believe. To Lun was dumbfounded. Assura is Nam Tu Duan. Tru Kanyi was furious. Nonsense, he's insulting our idol. Tranlini cursed that bastard. How dare he impersonate my favorite beast, Tamer? Ambi Tnese. Totunam gritted her teeth. Shameless. That morning, Nam Tu Thang unleashed a series of skills, Assura beast, taming necromancy formations, and forbidden spells. Brilliant red pillars of light erupted into the sky. He asked calmly, Now am I qualified to continue speaking? Everyone was speechless. Tears streamed down Nam Tusan's face. This is great. Even if the world ends, at least my brother had his moment of glory. Nam Viensun sighed with emotion. My son, you've suffered so much all this time. So Tin Ha smiled. He's finally being himself. Tochung Ka teased. This guy is such a show-off, but this is how it should have been long ago. Tan An was overjoyed. My benefactor doesn't have to hide anymore. The tall figure of Nam Tu Thang spoke. The invaders are attacking. I, the strongest person in Great Xia, with experience fighting the invaders, cannot shirk the responsibility of command. First, the entire army is to abandon the 5th military defense line and hold the 5th reserve line. Reinforce the position commanded by General Vung Tai. The old, the young, and the sick are to retreat to Genshibei City and secure our supply lines. Only if the defense line collapses are you to fight to the death. From the screen, he gave the order. Formations first, forbidden spells, follow beast tide. Charge the undead, cover our rear. Ability users check for breaches, and civilians hold the last line. Zhao Liu cried, I always said Factory Chief Nam wasn't normal. He really is our god. The people exclaimed. So it was him all along. Nam Tu Thang continued. The entire military force at the 5th defensive line has fallen. There's no retreat. Even with preparations, it's not enough to win, especially against S-rank or even SSSSSS rank aliens. His eyes sharpened. I'm recruiting a suicide squad of about 10 powerful ability users whose powers complement each other. Follow me into the Void Gate for a counterattack. So Thien was the first to step out. I am So Thien, 9 years old. In my old body, I was a space ability user. After entering the Void Gate, Brother Nam, find a place to sleep. Leave the rest to me. So Tin Ha followed her. I am So Tin Ha, 23 years old, the 130th generation prodigy of the So family, a peak, ancient, god-level, aura field ability user. I wish to join. Totrung Ka appeared. Count me in, Totrung Ka, 25 years old. Peak, ancient, god-level ghost tamer. My cursing is second to none. I can probably spit an alien to death. I'm Tan Tue. 18 years old, an ancient god-level food summoner. Tan An. I'm Tan An. Lam Trung Kung was full of energy. And I'm Lam Trung Kung, 13 years old, an ancient god-level water system ability user. My clan is holding the line in the Isi Nam Tuduan stop, dragging me into your troubles. Trung Vien drove up coolly. Trung Vien, 22 years old. I'll guarantee your supplies. Divine level cooking ability. Nam Tuduan, you owe me a favor. Taking me with you repays it. Nam Tu Thang smiled. An ability like this, I couldn't ask for more. Tolung and Triokanyi stepped out. Tolun. I am Tolun, 23 years old, a sensory ability user level 10 power reading, 2 million. Kani, 3 million. Kani, 20 years old, time reversal ability M class. Even if it's only for 15 seconds, there's still room for it to grow. I'm sorry for the things I said before. Namtu-san stepped forward. Dad was worried and told me to follow you. I've awakened a healing ability that could rival the legendary Hua Tuo. Tranlini and Totu Nam wouldn't be left behind. And us one support isn't enough. Totu Nam said, Factory Chief Nam, give us a chance to make up for misunderstanding you. Nam Tu Thang was touched, but remained calm. Thank you, everyone. He looked around. The Counterattack Suicide Squad is officially formed. A hideous alien appeared and attacked. Abilities flared, formations activated, and forbidden spells were unleashed. The beast tide crushed the enemy as the undead joined the fray. A soldier shouted, We have a 50 times buff. How can any fish that slips through the net escape? Nam Tudon signaled for the Suicide Squad to act. Everyone jumped into the black hole. He led the way, his voice strong. Follow me. Let's bring down the Void Gate. Let's end this evil world. After stepping through the Void Gate, the whole group was bewildered, exclaiming in unison, Where is this place? So Thean explained with a mischievous smile, This is a small room in another dimension that I opened up for everyone. The time inside is synced with the outside world. You can use it to rest, cook, eat, heal, make potions, and store things. The little girl continued, her voice full of pride. You can think of it as a small, independent universe. It's not affected by the outside environment. I call it the happy place, but time and responsibility won't let us enjoy it for too long. Tochonka walked over and patted Nam Tuduan on the shoulder. His voice wasn't teasing, but full of concern. Hey, Nam Tuduan, are you even human? Are you some kind of immortal or an alien that lives by breathing wind and drinking dew? No matter how strong you are, you still need to eat, drink, and sleep. 3 days, 5 days, 7 days. You think that's all it will take to wipe out the aliens? Your mind is too burdened. Who says you can't have some enjoyment while fighting? We haven't slept for 2 or 3 days. Your hair has even started turning white from the stress. He paused, looking straight at Nam Tudon. You know. Even in an apocalypse, adults can't let down the children. At the very least, accept everyone's kindness. Lam Trong Kung. His eyes shining with excitement chimed in. This is totally my dream room. Look at the expression and pose of the guy in front. So freaking cool. Hey, such an old soul, but with the heart of a young maiden. He burst out laughing. What's the point of reasoning with people like you? Ha ha ha. Then he turned to Tantu and Tanan. Aren't you two going to check it out? The two siblings replied in unison, their voices filled with determination. We swear to follow our benefactor through life and death. Tutrunka nodded. All right, let's go then. He pushed the door open, but his face went blank at the sight inside. This is my dream room. It's full of my nightmares. Does this kid have psychological issues? So, Thien laughed loudly. Ha ha, as expected of my little sister, everyone is so calm. The girl continued. This style was my entire childhood. I'm relieved to see you all like it. Tolan teased. Big sis, how can you tell? Is it the whole live life by facing death style? So Thien winked. It's not that deep, I just came prepared. Well, I'm going to take a nap. The room had a comfortable feeling, even if it was a bit scary. But as So Thien said, if you close your eyes, you can't see it anymore. The girl led everyone to the kitchen and the warehouse first. Let's eat something. Where are the potion-making and treatment rooms? Does the bathroom have a big bathtub? Tochunka laughed heartily. This feeling! Like the sky has cleared after a storm. This must be what it feels like after the apocalypse ends. He turned to Nam Tuduan. You're thinking way too much. Learn from me a little. Get a good night's sleep. In the kitchen, Trung Vien was busy cooking. Today is our inaugural meal. It has to be a feast, she murmured. There's enough rice and meat in the storehouse to feed the group for a year, but who knows if we'll be able to eat together like this tomorrow. Tantu and Tan An brought in vegetables. Sister Vian here are the freshly picked vegetables. We also planted more out there. Jang Yun was surprised. So fast. Oh, right. I forgot you two are plant spirit summoners. She shook her head. But why plant them? Can't you just summon them directly? Kinsui smiled. Vegetables you've planted yourself, pulled up with soil still on them, feel more real. Even if we're not here in the future, this feeling will live on forever. Jang Yun nodded. All right, I'll take care of the vegetables. Everyone get out, the cooking fumes will sting your eyes. But in the alchemy room, Su Tian had already moved all the equipment in. Su Leng was impressed. This kid is really something. When did she even move all this stuff? She got to work. I'll concoct some combat enhancers and rapid recovery potions. In the treatment room, Nanzi-san inspected the crisp white bedsheets. Su Tian is really quick. She calculated the void gate is 300 kilometers away. Kid, you can set up a scouting point 30 kilometers away to monitor the enemy. I'll set up a teleportation array right away. Su Tian was suddenly asked by Su Leng, Kid, you created this whole small universe. So why not just create a new blue star for humanity to live in? Su Tian frowned. Then why don't you have a chest? Are you saying only flat people like you have the right to live? Aren't children's lives precious? Su Leng was stunned. What are you talking about, you little brat? Calm down. Su Tian grinned mischievously. To create this peaceful place, I traded away 55 years of my lifespan. I'm not even sure I'll live to the day I get called a flat girl. The other women felt a wave of sympathy. Su Leng quickly said, Hey, I'm sorry. Su Tian laughed to herself. Adults are so easy to fool. Jang Yun set a lavish table. The soup is ready. I didn't know what everyone liked, so I made a little bit of everything. The fragrant aroma spread through the air. Su Chang's woke up. It smells so good. The smell woke me right up. Nanzi Ying spoke up. While everyone's here, I want to talk about our next plan. Su Chang cut him off. Let's finish eating first. Let me speak for you, he announced. The front and rear teleportation gates are complete. The front gate leads back to defense line number 5 in case of an emergency. The rear gate leads to the void gate. There's a red button that goes to the scouting point 30 kilometers away and a voice transmission line. He began assigning roles. Su Leng and Zhao Care will hold the scouting point. Zhang Yuanchen, Lian Yisu, Xiaonan, and Nanzi-san will handle logistics here in this peaceful place. Nanziying asked, Understood. Nanziying nodded. It's like you read my mind. Su Xiaonan objected. I don't agree. My combat power may not be high, but I can provide buffs on the battlefield and treat the wounded in time. Su Tian will protect me. Don't be biased just because I'm your sister. Nanziying agreed. All right, you can go to the front lines, he continued. After we eat, we'll rest for 3 hours, then move out. After that, we'll rotate our rest schedules depending on the battle. Su Xiaonan grumbled. It's so annoying being told my combat power is weak, but I guess I'll have to follow orders. I'm more useful in the rear. The dinner table was lively. Su Changjae joked, Could you pass me the sweet tofu pudding? 1 million, Kier replied. I want the salty tofu pudding. Qin Ying said, I'm a vegetarian, thank you. After resting, the group moved to the void gate. Besides the aura of the foreign race, they also detected hundreds of awakened ones. They're wearing the uniforms of the Buddha Brigade, traitors from the Asan Kingdom. Su Changjae gritted his teeth. 1 million of Buddha's followers in ambush. The lowest are 8th stage, the highest are 9th God stage. First, let's kill the gatekeepers. The gate opened. A member of the Buddha Brigade stood before them, his voice arrogant. Nanziying, I heard you wanted to launch a counterattack from the Void Gate. We've been waiting for a long time. The foreign race are true gods, the great achievers of the Dharma. All forms are formless. The great self-existent, Tathagata, the Jiali Buddha ancestor. You only need to submit. Su Changjae immediately cursed, Submit to your grandpa. That Jiali whatever is just an obedient dog, and he still acts all holy. If I don't beat you into a tree spirit today, my last name isn't Su. He turned to his teammates. That was a good curse, right? Haha. Su Tian laughed. Having you on the battlefield is so refreshing, Su Ling chimed in. MDSP. I should also try doing evil in the name of Buddha. It's nauseating to the bone. The Buddha follower was enraged. Since you refuse to repent, I will use the power of the Vajra to forcefully convert you. He unleashed the mortal hell slash. His fists and feet striking like thunder, Nanzing charged forward shouting, "If a god stands in my way, I'll kill the god. If a Buddha stands in my way, I'll kill the Buddha." A single slash shattered his opponent's skill. Su Xinghe provided support using her chi field domain to protect them, preventing the Buddha followers from getting close. Su Changhe commented, "Their formation is perfect. Their strength surpasses ours. Their great Buddha golden bodies are meant to drain our stamina." Nanzing made a decision. We're not playing a game of attrition. Break their formation first. The Buddha followers unleashed the Vajra Dharma salvation of 10,000 fists. Suling grew worried. At this rate, we can't even get close. Nanzing shouted, "Su Tian!" The girl understood instantly, opening a teleportation gate that moved the entire group right in front of the enemy, dodging the storm of fists. Nanzing unleashed the Thunder Assura Forbidden Curse slash. The Buddha followers panicked. Quick used the Vajra Prajna protection mantra. The few who reacted in time survived. The rest were sent flying like straw. Nanzing gave out orders. "You guys handle the 4 great Vajra guardians. I'll take the leader and the rest." Su Changhe laughed. "There's enough for everyone, no need to fight over them, all right. The wooden-headed siblings count as one person." Qin Sui and Qin Ying were stunned. "The wooden-headed siblings? Is that us?" Su Changhe activated his puppet arena armor and shouted at one of the guardians, "Hey, old man in the black cassock, what dirty tricks have you got? Bring 'em all out." The guardian replied, "Your verbal karma is heavy and needs to be purified." Su Changhe laughed loudly. "Come on then, let's see if you purify me, or if I spit you to death." On the other side, Su Xinghe used her chi field to isolate another opponent, facing a 9th God Stage Guardian. Buddha saves those who save themselves. Don't make yourself suffer. The Guardian replied, "I advise you not to resist." Lan Chengkong used water isolation to fight another Guardian. "Water is the highest good. It does not contend with the myriad things. Benefactor, you are going against the way." The Guardian said, "What are you talking about? What did we do?" Qin Sui and Qin Ying summoned a forest of thorns, chanting in unison, "Amitabha." "Enough talk, let's fight." Nanzing summoned the dead. "You who have fallen, rise and fight for me." The slain Buddha followers were reanimated as spirits and turned to attack their comrades. The Guardian was shocked. Such a terrifying ability. No wonder the god praised you and wanted to recruit you. He lectured, "Greed, anger, and ignorance are the 3 poisons of Buddhism. You are guilty of all 3. Nanzing was shaken by the mental attack. But he shouted, "Shut up!" He unleashed the forbidden elemental spell, Great Sound No Voice, blocking the sound and shattering his opponent's words. He roared, "I hate fake gods who deceive people the most. Greed, anger, ignorance. You are greedy to become Buddha's angry when you face resistance, and ignorant for your betrayal, and you dare preach to others. I would willingly become an Assura for the sake of humanity, while you trample your own kind just to become Buddhas. Who is the Buddha and who is the demon?" The Guardian struggled to use the Vajra protection mantra. Nanzing activated Assura's Path of Flames and slashed relentlessly. "I'll burn that phony mask right off your face." The Guardian screamed, "You are disrespectful. I must reveal my Dharma body's true form." He summoned the Mahavarokana Tathagata. Nanzing laughed coldly. "Your Dharma body's true form, a mission given to you by the foreign race. Buddhism says all forms are formless. To be this attached to your form, your cultivation is truly terrible." The Guardian was enraged. "What the hell do you know? I am the reincarnation of Shakyamuni." Nanzing burst out laughing. "Is the heart of a Buddha really this fragile? You're nothing but the yellow-browed freak from the Lesser Thunderclap Monastery. I, the 2nd Guardian, will manifest my Dharma body and condense my power. Your sins are great. I will cast you down into the endless Avicii hell." Namtuduang replied, "I'm already there. Let me show you a real hell." He activated the 5 elements hell formation technique. The Guardian's technique shattered. He was horrified. Impossible. How could my divine level formation not withstand a single blow? Nam Tudon rushed forward, his sword blazing. Your formation is nothing but a cheap trick. Assura lava forbidden spell. The Guardian used soaring clouds and riding the wind combined with the Vajra spell. But Nam Tuduan unleashed the Assura glacial forbidden spell and the golden lock formation. Chains shot out binding the Guardian tightly. He screamed, "No, Lord Abaddon, save me!" His body disintegrated. Nam Tuduan frowned. He vanished. An S-class outer god has arrived. In my past life, humanity was wiped out when the S-class outer gods appeared. I wonder what race this one is and what its abilities are. Suddenly a familiar voice cried out, "Son, save me!" Nam Tuduan's father had been captured. The enemy threatened Nam Tuduan's surrender. Abaddon said admiringly, "You just have to submit and I won't kill your father." He begged, "Son, save me." On the other side, Tan Tue and Tan An were being purified by a guardian's parasitic sea conch. Only their root shield was left holding. Suddenly, the enemy shattered their defense, sending the two brothers flying backward. So Thien quickly opened a portal, pulling the two brothers to safety. Nam Tusan ran over. "Big Sis Nam, use your holy light willow heal. I'll buy some time with that guy. Work with Big Brother Nam to save him." So Thien teleported the enemy far away. Get 100 miles away from here. Tuang Ka was fighting another guardian using threads to control the old black demon. "Your divine whip is too short, you can't hit me." The guardian was furious. "You dare insult a divine weapon?" Lam Trong Kong blocked the Shiva's divine punishment with water. "It's just fire and poison elements made to look holy. What's the big deal?" Immeasurable ocean wave. The enemy roared. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill him?" Nam Tuduan calmly asked his father. "Dad, I want to be sure. Do you really want me to kneel to save you?" His father replied, "Of course. Do you want to watch me die right in front of you?" So Thien said, "Brother Nam, I can divert Uncle Nam, but there's a risk." Nam Tuduan shook his head. "No need. Your job is to protect my sister and everyone else. Just get me close to him." "Hey," the enemy threatened. "Don't try anything funny, Nam Tuduan, or I'll kill him in an instant." He replied, "Funny, I'm just saving my father." Through the portal, he appeared behind the enemy, and with one slash sent both of them flying. The S-class outer god fell, his eyes vacant, muttering, "But why?" Nam Tuduan stood tall amidst the battlefield, explaining coldly, "It's only because you underestimated this old man." He looked straight at the dissipating enemy, his voice filled with contempt. "So, you S-class outer god, you're not going to reveal your true form. You once said that humans cherish familial bonds. So why was I so calm when a loved one was pleading for help, or was there a flaw in your performance?" He gave a cold laugh. "A race as emotionless as yours will never understand humanity." But even as he died, he managed to scream, "Compared to those Buddhas, I hope you'll join us. This is the final privilege granted to an insect like you." Nam Tuduan charged forward without hesitation, his lava-infused sword blazing. "Enough talk. Now die." He roared, "You really are a stubborn little bug. Don't blame me for using the cruelest method." But in a flash, Nam Tuduan unleashed his lava-forbidden slash. His arm twisted as if it were being incinerated. He analyzed, "Your ability is just shapeshifting to create illusions and intimidate people. Your offense and defense are weak. You summoned a Buddha who was mesmerized by a greedy Dharma body. But my resolve will destroy you." But he remained stubborn. "I don't believe you don't care about your father's life. If last time was fake, this time is real." Suddenly, the space in front of Nam Tuduan warped, and childhood memories flashed before his eyes like a vivid film. A familiar voice rang out. "I'm sorry, my love. I'm home late. You've worked so hard. Thankfully, we beat the three kingdoms this time. They won't dare harass our borders for the next few years." The woman smiled. "So, what do you think we should name our son?" "Doin, Nam Tuduan. How does that sound?" The scene shifted. A little boy was sobbing. "Wah, Daddy, some bad guys were bullying me." The father asked gently, "So did you fight back?" The boy was scared. "They were taller, stronger, and there were more of them. I was scared." The father's voice became stern. "So you cried before you even fought back. Did they spare you because you begged?" The boy shook his head. "Wah, no, they just bullied me more." The father smiled. "Next time, don't be afraid. Fight back. Even if you can't beat them all, you have to bite down hard on one of them, risk your life, and see what happens." The memories continued. A shout rang out. Nam Tuduan, are you crazy? Let him go quick. Help Nam. Tuduan has lost his mind. The father laughed loudly. Son, for the rest of their lives, they'll never dare to bully you again. The little boy asked worriedly, Dad, you're so strong. How did you get hurt? The father replied, his voice full of experience. Listen, kid, this time I only got hurt on my face. The fact that I didn't lose my head is already a win. You think the battlefield is some kind of fairy tale? The battlefield is brutal. My comrade was captured, and I had to kill him with my own hands. Another voice echoed. Greetings, Mr. Nam Hung-sun. I heard that when you received the summons for the giant soldiers. You immediately joined, he replied with a firm voice. It was a responsibility I could not refuse. The memories were like sharp blades stabbing into Nam Tuduan's mind. He roared, How do you know these things? He chuckled sinisterly. From your father's thoughts, of course. He pointed into the distance where a Buddha was crushing his father before throwing him this way. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't cause this injury. He got it charging the front lines. I saved him. Now it's time he paid me back. He continued to merge into his father's body. News from the 5th defensive line confirms that Mr. Nam Hung-sun did indeed go missing on the battlefield. He gloated, I am now one with your father's blood. To release me is to release him. To kill me is to kill him. Nam Tuduan, can you bring yourself to do it? He remained silent, which only made the creature gloat. Ha! You insects shackled by your emotions, so weak, I'm leaving now. It tried to escape through the earth when suddenly Nam Tuduan asked, Father, what should I do? Ane. Don. His father's voice rang out, Son, save me. The creature was stunned. Huh, how are you still conscious? Nam Tuduan roared, Old man, stop the act. He unleashed a forbidden lava spell, incinerating its body. It screamed, Why? I said, just like before, but you knew he was real. On the other side, Tutu Nam asked worriedly, Brother Nam, can you summon his spirit? So Tin Ha answered for him, No, just like I don't summon the spirits of those who died on the battlefield. They need to rest. If their spirits are summoned, they could die a second time, their souls shattering completely. To Nam sighed. He always carries everything on his shoulders. There's nothing we can do. Suddenly, a Buddha-like figure charged forward, screaming, You bastard, where is my divine artifact? Tantue replied, I hope we're not waiting for someone else to clean up the battlefield. Nam Tuduan summoned the spirits of the dead. The enemy controlled them, forcing them to charge back into the peaceful place. Trong Vien brought breakfast. It's morning. Time to eat. So Thien was surprised. So early? You're really on top of things. Trong Vien laughed. If I'm not diligent, I'll get kicked out, won't I? I'll go get Toilan and Tru Ka Ni. Nam Tuduan stared sorrowfully at the scorched earth. He spoke softly. Plant a tree at my dad's spot, so I can still find him. So Thien nodded. All right. Tutu Nam asked. That S-rank monster. I don't understand why it died. Nam Tuduan replied in a low, sad voice. Even if I explained it, it wouldn't understand. This is why humanity continues to thrive. He turned away, tears welling in his eyes. I'm sorry, you rotten old man. Your rotten son promises we'll be reunited. He whispered, Sleep well, Dad, until I've cleansed this place. I'll bring you home and we'll eat all your favorite foods together. On the battlefield, the other worldly monsters were being pushed back. Tantue shouted, Get out of here, you parasites! She turned to Nam Tusan. I'm sorry, we were the ones holding everyone back. Nam Tusan shook her head. It has nothing to do with you. It was my brother's and my father's decision. She sighed. It's so hard to control my emotions like my brother does. Nam Tuduan, in a fit of rage, unleashed hell on earth, his dragon fist sweeping away the horde of monsters. Trong Ka teased, Looks like it's just us blockheads left over here. Should we head over there and... Tantue replied, No need. They need to grow up on their own. The bug-releasing enemy fled, screaming, My God, the whole squad was wiped out. Stop, where are you running? He released his disciples, creating a maelstrom of karma that clung to them. Tantu and Tanan launched parasitic seeds that latched onto the bugs, digesting them with their own evil karma, a testament to reincarnation. Tantue used sharp alloy thorns to bind the leader. With a single palm strike, she flattened him. He screamed, "Why won't the Buddha save me?" Tantue said coldly, "The Buddha only helps those who help themselves. You are not worthy." 4. Nam Tu Duan summoned the spirits of the false Buddhas. "If you want salvation, go to the 5th defense line and atone with your undead souls," he declared. "I use my Buddha to save the world, and the world helps me escape the cycle of reincarnation." Elsewhere, another Buddha-like figure panicked. "My Dharma form, it's vanished." Lam Trong riding a water dragon sneered, "Why? Because your Dharma form was just an illusion created by the monsters. Wake up, your false god is dead." He attacked, laughing as he fought. "You were so brave before. Why so cowardly now?" Tutrongka explained. "They were blinded by dark magic, thinking they were gods. When that illusion shattered and their faith collapsed, they became terrified. Fools deserve to die." The remaining 3 couldn't hold out and were annihilated by the group's skills. A giant tree sprouted from the grave of Nam Tu Duan's father. Trong Vien called out, "Breakfast is getting cold. Come and eat." So Thien opened a portal, teleporting everyone to the dining table. "Captain's orders." "Yes, sir." "Let's eat, everyone." "Thanks, man." It's true what they say, an army marches on its stomach. Nam Tusan's heart was heavy, still grieving for the father she had just lost. Her teammates understood her sorrow. They shared a warm meal together. Looking at the full table, San was silent, unable to put her feelings into words. But knowing the long road ahead, she decided to eat to put her comrades at ease. "Stop spacing out and eat up. We need full stomachs to have the strength to fight." Soon, all the food was gone. He spoke in a serious tone, getting down to business. Toi Lan recompile the monster library and transmit it in real time to the soldiers at the 5th defense line. "I'll dictate you right." Toi Lan nodded. "Understood." He continued, "2. The S-rank demon-type monsters possess the ability to create illusions. They can shapeshift and possess human bodies. Their weakness is their extremely fragile defense. Note, do not be fooled by their illusions. If a comrade or a loved one is possessed, do not hesitate. They must be eliminated immediately." Toi Lan quickly transmitted the information. Suddenly, an urgent message came from the 5th defense line. S-rank monster Sonic Vine King has appeared, causing heavy casualties. Araisen. Legend says it comes from the lost kingdom of Thuat Ki, a sign that the fall of that kingdom was related to this monster. But before they could process this, a void gate shifted and a swarm of A-rank monsters, bizarre creatures, dived down like a whirlwind. Everyone immediately stood up. "So Thien with me. We're reinforcing the 5th defense line." He ordered, "The rest of you wipe out the A-rank monsters here." The sky roared with explosions from the magic circles he had set up beforehand. In the air, circular forbidden spells activated, ready to annihilate the monsters. The newly appeared creatures were impaled by forbidden earth spells, followed by lightning that blasted them to pieces. On the beast battlefield, equally powerful monsters fought fiercely. On the undead battlefield, valiant heroes charged forward to destroy the enemy, wielding single blades and 18-foot spears. But suddenly, a sonic wave descended from the sky. The monsters were crushed like deflating balloons. The civilians who witnessed it panicked as the sonic wave continued to spread. Everyone clutched their heads, writhing in pain. They couldn't see the enemy or hear any sound. "What kind of attack is this? It feels like the power inside my body is about to explode." A soldier tried to calm himself, though his breathing was ragged, reminding everyone, "Stay calm." Sukuyen, in a deep voice, looked up and used a spell to block the sonic wave from above. Following the direction of the attack, they saw the sonic wave was coming from a dark cloud in the distance. 10,000 steel eagles on my command charge and break up that cloud. But as they approached, they were horrified to find a giant bat hidden within it. A bat-like monster. It's a sound that humans can't hear. It's a sonic attack that causes the energy in our bodies to go haywire and self-destruct. It's an S-rank threat. All ability users retreat to the underground bunkers to preserve our forces. Inform Nam Tu Duan immediately. But in the slaughterhouse, everyone was still diligently exterminating monsters to increase their strength. Ever since I awakened my undead talent, my killing speed has been faster than ever. One person said excitedly, to be this strong even at my age. But suddenly, sonic waves from the bat spread to the slaughterhouse, shaking it. Everyone clutched their heads in agony. Outside, the populace scattered in chaos, unable to find shelter at the 5th defense line. The bat continuously used its sonic waves to obliterate any monster that dared approach. The situation was critical. He immediately activated the Grand Sound Nullification, a forbidden elemental spell, creating a perfect soundproof barrier. Covering 500 kilometers, the sonic waves were blocked. The space fell silent. Everyone cheered in relief. The sonic waves have been neutralized. Men of the Nam Tu Duan Battalion follow me outside and continue the fight. Inside the slaughterhouse, the soldiers gradually recovered. What was that just now? It felt like my head was about to explode. One person speculated it must be a powerful individual from the 5th defense line. He went out to the front lines to check the situation. He turned to Su Thin. "Open a teleportation gate. Take me there." In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the bat and slashed with his sword, but it darted away like a flash of lightning, dodging with ease. At this speed, not even thunder could keep up. He switched to a wood element forbidden spell. Tree roots shot up, binding it tightly as lightning struck down. But the bat still broke free. Normal attacks couldn't even touch it. It opened its giant mouth, preparing to spew a dark mist at him. As a last resort, he unleashed a light element forbidden spell, shouting, "Break!" But in an instant, the bat had already slipped behind him. It unleashed a terrifying sonic wave. He hastily activated a sound-dampening spell, but a single spell couldn't stop the bat. He had to find an effective combination before it struck again. Next, he tried reinforcing the soundproofing spell from 10 times to 101,000, then 10,000 times. Finally, at a strength of 100 million times, the sonic wave was completely neutralized. To completely block this attack would require at least 100 million forbidden spells. But our essence stone supply is only enough to sustain another 4 billion spells. "We can't keep fighting a battle of attrition like this," Su Thien said worriedly to Nam. "Its attack range is too wide. The soundproof barrier is too thin, it's about to break." He immediately increased the sound dampening spell to 3 billion layers and turned to Su Thien. "This isn't good. Su Thien, teleport me, and it far away from the 5th defense line." But just as she was preparing the bat, as if understanding his plan, suddenly lunged towards Su Thien. A sonic wave descended, causing the young girl to writhe in pain. He quickly cast a wood element forbidden spell to protect her. Then he entrusted Su Thien to Vuong Tai's care. Don't let her leave the soundproof barrier. 4 sound-dampening spells, each amplified 100 million times, were activated, neutralizing the bat's incoming sonic wave. "If normal attacks don't work, I'll use its own trick against it." He cast a sonic wave forbidden spell, distorting and amplifying the bat's own sound, directing it right back at it. Though still weak, it was effective. Seizing the opportunity, he increased his offensive sonic wave spell to 100 million times. This time, his sonic wave was superior, overpowering and repelling the attack. The bat's ears started to bleed. So this works." He smirked. The bat shrieked in a human voice, "Die, you insect!" Its sonic attack condensed like a flame and shot forward fiercely. He raised his hand, gathering the sonic waves into a sharp sword. He amplified it by combining it with a sonic wave forbidden spell 100 million times, but unexpectedly, he was still hit. Though heavily injured, he quickly activated a protective barrier. Only 150 trillion essence stones remained. Roots from the wood element spell shot up to catch his fall. A directional sonic wave amplified 100 million times. And it was still like a drop in the ocean. There's only enough for 1.5 billion more spells. But he couldn't risk any more. He resolved to find a way to land a decisive blow. The sonic waves from forbidden spells were limited and consumed too much energy. What if he could convert ordinary sound into an attack wave? Thinking this, he stood up, raised his sword high, and activated the conversion spell. The bat charged again, attacking with a sonic blast. He counterattacked, but the sound from him alone was as weak as a mosquito bite. He chuckled. "My sound is limited. But what about the roar of billions of citizens of the Grand Huaxia? Monhwas? So." With that, he flew down towards the people, but the bat kept trying to break the soundproof barrier he had erected. Vuong Tai panicked. "Nam Tu Duan, we can't hold on any longer." He hurriedly ordered, "Increase the sound dampening spell to 500 million layers. The barrier will only hold for another 10 seconds. Quick order all citizens in the city to shout in unison." Vuong Tai immediately relayed the message over the radio. Hua Xia is in peril. All citizens shout together. Hua Xia will be victorious. The call echoed, and people all over the city began to chant as one, Hua Xia will be victorious, the resounding cry of billions of people. From spirit warriors to tamed beasts, their voices blended into a heroic anthem that shook heaven and earth. He raised his sword high, activating an absorption spell, gathering their shouts into a terrifying sonic wave. He aimed it straight at the bat. It dove using a directional sonic wave to break the soundproof barrier as he unleashed his final attack. A dragon made of sound waves materialized, coiling tightly around the bat. Listen to the roar of Hua Xia. Repent for your arrogance. The dragon's mouth opened wide and bit down, causing the bat to dissipate into smoke. He breathed a sigh of relief, but remained vigilant. I must return to the Void Gate. Prevent the Sonic Bat Legion from reappearing. If any S-Class aberrants show up, report to me immediately. Yes, sir, the squad replied. He picked up Su Thien. Su Thien, are you all right? Can you teleport us back to Anlac? Though in pain, the young girl trembled as she opened the gate. I can. But as soon as it was open, she collapsed. Su Thien. He quickly carried her through the Void Gate. She needs treatment immediately. Outside the Void Gate, the squad was still in a fierce battle, so Tin Ha used lightning to annihilate a swarm of monsters, leaving only a few turtle-like creatures. To Trung Ka dispatched them with skillful slashes, laughing loudly. If you don't die, I'll make turtle soup out of you. Nam Trong unleashed a water spout that swept away the enemies. I suffered a loss last time, but I'm not the same person I was before. The brothers Tan Tue and Tan An used wood element powers to crush the monsters. Azure Tempest Prison. After the spell, the monsters turned into a pile of junk. Everyone sighed in relief. What a waste of energy, now I'm starving. I wonder how Nam Tu Duan is doing. No news is good news. But suddenly, another Void Gate opened in the sky. So Tin Ha looked up. Another A-class aberrant beast. Is there some kind of pattern to the time and type of creature? To Trung Ka nodded. Hey, it looks like you've discovered something interesting. So Tin Ha ordered Tulan, record the time and level of each wave of aberrants from the Void Gate. Shadows appeared like a galaxy with rows upon rows of eyes looking down. Holy crap. What the hell is that thing? Meanwhile, Su Thien was taken to a rest area. Su Thien is injured. Quickly put her on the bed. I'll get the newly formulated healing potion. A vial of medicine was brought over. This potion is gentle. But her internal injuries are severe. Even if she wakes up, she won't be able to use her powers for a while. Talon reported, Captain, a new S-Class aberrant has appeared at the Void Gate. Its abilities are unknown. I'm on my way, he replied. But a message from So Tin Ha came through. Captain, trust in us. If we can't overcome this, we're not worthy of being your comrades. You have a much greater mission. America has fallen. Millions of rebelling ability users led by an S-Class Sky Render are advancing on the 5th defense line. They'll be here in 5 hours. You look at So Thien in her hospital bed. After her battle with the Bat King, her origin stone is completely depleted. Without it, the ceiling formations, the undead Taming, all of it is useless. The remaining Assura are too weak, and origin stones in Daiha are scarce. To replenish them, we'd have to go to the border and gather more, but there's not enough time. Tu Nam, hold this vial. Last night, I researched a short-term physical enhancement drug, but it borrows from one's life force. In So Thien's condition, if she used it, the damage would be irreversible. You agree. You can't use it on a 9-year-old child. You summon your standard-issue eagle, preparing to fly out step by step. But So Thien heard them. She struggles to sit up. Let me go. You're worried. So Thien, you need to rest. You were just dreaming. But the little girl is stubborn. Brother Nam, I'm not a child you can just coax into behaving. I pretended to be mute. I stubbornly followed you. I've always been a stubborn kid, so how could I stop now? She takes the pill from Tu Nam. Brother Nam, you of all people know. This is what war is. So Thien swallows the pill. Instantly, a violent surge of power floods her body like a raging torrent. In just a moment, she collapses. So Thien, you call out in a panic. Suddenly, her small hand gently touches your cheek. Then she leaps out of bed, brimming with vitality, as if reborn from the ashes. Brother Nam, I'm overflowing with energy now. I've never felt this strong before, she says excitedly. It'd be a waste not to use all this power. Let's get going. You're still worried. So, Thien, are you really okay? Can you handle this? She laughs heartily. Forget another country, I could probably take you off Blue Star right now without a problem. Seeing how miraculous the drug is, you turn to Tu Nam. Tu Nam, is there any more of this drug? Prepare some for me, just in case. Tu Nam nods. All right, let me get it. But if you use it, bring some healing medicine to reduce the side effects. You agree? Okay. Trung Vien brings over a bowl of kanji. You have to eat before you go. I've already blown on it to cool it down. It's not hot. You take the bowl. Thanks, thank you. Trung Vien smiles. No need to be so formal. At the same time, the void gate widens. So Tinha looks at his comrades, his voice firm. We can't let Nam Tuduan monopolize the glory. I have to be the one to deal with this S-Class. Totronka nods. No problem. The monster from the Void Gate has yet to reveal its power, only expanding its range. So Tinha releases his guilt sense to probe it. Totronka pulls his strings and yells. All demon puppets rise. The horde of puppets surges forward, but as they touch the monster, its body splits into countless tiny pieces, emitting a horrifying corrosive substance. This damn thing. Is it some kind of corrosive agent? Even my demon puppets are disintegrating. Horrified Totrung, Ka sees the corrosive substance spreading towards him and quickly severs the control strings. The taut strings slacken and fall. Sorry, I lost my focus for a second. He calms himself. We have to stop this corrosion from spreading, but neither sword chi nor wood-based abilities are effective. Nam Trung shouts, "Why call me Old Dan if you're not gonna bicker?" and unleashes Boundless Ocean. A cube of water envelops the monster, freezing it solid, but its small tentacles cause the ice to melt, and the corrosive substance spreads once more, rushing towards the team. Tan Tue and Tan An combine their strength to erect a foundation shield. They increase its thickness from 10 meters to 50, then to 100 meters to stop the advance. This shield won't hold for more than a few seconds. They continuously reinforce it, even as jets of corrosive liquid spray against it. Nam Trung's water cube is gradually being eaten away, but it's still holding back the spread. Now we have to find its weak point, Nam Trung suggests. Water can contain it. So what about fire? Tantu replies, we don't have a fire user, but I can create flammable plants. All we need is a spark. So Tinha unleashes his sword chi, wrapping it around Tantue's giant roots. When the chi collides, sparks ignite. Flames spread from the roots and strike the monster, but it splits apart, preventing the fire from penetrating. A massive explosion erupts, throwing So Tinha backward. Luckily, To Trung Ka's strings managed to wrap around him in time, lessening the impact. That was close. The team quickly retreats behind the Tan siblings' shield. Tantue asks worriedly, So, Tinha, are you okay? He gasps for breath. Luckily, I'm fine. But the shield is about to be completely corroded. Totrung Ka asks, Nam Trung, can you control the corrosive substance itself? Nam Trung shakes his head. I can't. It's a schismatic entity, not water. However, I can still control the parts of my water that have been corroded. Totrung Ka thinks aloud. Fire can trigger an explosion and delay its regeneration. If we can penetrate the corrosive layer, find its core, and ignite it, we can win. Nam Tu-san speaks up. I have So Thien's space bubbles. Let me try to get through. She activates a bubble and charges at the monster. I'm in. The space bubble is holding. The team is overjoyed. Nam Tu-san returns to So Tin-ha's side. You're injured. Let me heal you first. He waves her off. No time. The shield is about to collapse. Try using your holy light. She unleashes a holy light aegis, creating a massive protective layer. The corrosive substance touches it but can't break through. It's holding, but not for long. I can only use a large-scale holy light twice. She activates another layer of holy light, taking over for the Tan siblings in protecting the team. All right, I'll go first and cut it open to find the core. Tan An create an explosive plant seed. To Trung Ka use a large puppet to encase the seed. Aim for the monster's core. So Tin-ha and Nam Tu-san fly up. Don't be tense, just coordinate with my sword chi. So Tin-ha opens his domain of myriad swords, and Nam Tu-san envelops them in holy light. The monster opens its giant maw, but So Tin-Ha slashes from the inside, causing it to erupt. The crystal core is exposed. Found the core. But Nam Tusan is suddenly struck by a headache, feeling exhausted. I'm okay. Just tired. So Tin-Ha yells, To Trung Ka, hurry, it's about to regenerate. To Trung Ka maneuvers the puppet carrying the explosive seed, plunging it into the core. The Tan siblings release the explosive Bodhi seed, embedding it inside. The puppet dissolves as the explosive seed wraps around the core, so Tin-Ha unleashes his sword chi to create a spark, detonating it. His chi field flares up and the explosion shatters the crystal core. The corrosive substance falls like black rain. Everyone get in the space bubble. The water cube shatters, helping the team escape. Inside the bubble, Nam Tusan teases, How long has it been since you guys showered? So Tin-Ha laughs. My family is strict about cleanliness, so it's not me. Nam Trung jumps in. To Trung Ka, what are you sniffing over there? I'm a water-type prodigy from the EC. It can't be me. Tantue laughs innocently. It's probably me. Earth is a treasure, so the mud on me is precious. Tan-An teases her. You silly sister, you don't have to hold on to mud like that. Everyone burst out laughing. Nan Zisan said, Tansui, you smell like dirt. But not the same smell as before. Tansui naively replied, So I don't have to bathe. Tan Ying shook his head. That's not what I meant. The team was joking around cheerfully when Chu Xinghe raised his hand. Dr. Miss Sheng, will you treat me? Nanzi-san asked worriedly, Does it hurt? He laughed. Just kidding. Rest for a bit, then I'll treat you. Su Chang winced. It hurts like hell. If you don't treat me, I'm going to die. Nan Chang teased. If you don't speak up, no one knows. I thought you were mute. Everyone laughed, and then he assigned shifts. I'll take first watch. The rest of you get some rest. Nanchong nodded. I'll go with you. I'm more loyal than someone who ditches their friends for a pretty face. She nodded. In Antarctica, Chutian looked over the masses of dead penguins. This is the first time I've seen penguins like this. He smiled. When we win the battle, I'll summon their souls to be your friends, okay? She nodded. Deal! They soon found a pile of antigenite, the last originium on the blue star. Once we collect this, we'll win this war. He collected it all into his space, leaving 100 trillion originium. He then activated a summoning order. Great and excellent warriors of Antarctica from past and present, awaken, go to the 5th defensive line and fight for humanity. For the blue star, the resurrected penguins stood ready for battle. Chutian asked Brother Nan why. You summoned the spirits of nations that have been destroyed, but you didn't call on the heroic spirits of Daxia. He answered thoughtfully, For my own personal reasons. What I want is that after this battle, humanity will have no more civil wars, no more hegemony, no more racial wars. The people will be able to live in peace and prosperity. Chutian smiled. You're an idealist. It's a difficult idea, but a beautiful one. I want to see that day. With lots and lots of penguin friends. He nodded. We will. A portal opened, revealing a giant scorpion waiting for them.